post-game show is brought to you by... Christ, I can't find it. The hell with it.
Let's try our best to make it a simple in and out procedure.
This is live. I'm on live TV.
I would love to hear this.
That's one hell of an ego you've got.
Fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through life, son.
Don't treat me like a moron. Try me.
Forget it. If it's like beer, we'll have some.
Once it hits your lips, it's so good.
I just want to tell you both good luck. We're all counting on you.
Hey, hello, welcome everybody. Episode 2. Here we are again, back.
We actually never stopped talking from the last one. I've been here for the last 3.5 weeks or whatever it's been. After the 5-hour marathon session we did. Oh my god.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah,
It was fun, but it's like
it's not what we were
definitely didn't expect
planning.
that.
No, we were thinking about doing. Like we said, maybe 2.5 hours. We had nothing planned.
Yeah,
at all.
Nothing.
You know, besides like the actual infrastructure.
No,
and everything
of course.
else that was put into it,
We had said that we had talked about what we might touch on while we're here, but
right,
nothing written down. Like
no, I think it showed too because after a little while, by hour number 3, I mean, it was funny. We were doing a good job, but we were hammered.
Yeah,
we were going to the bathroom every 30 minutes or so.
Yeah, at that point, I had broke the seal early, but
yeah, well, you are in your 40s now.
Kind of happens.
Yes.
I tried to empty myself out before we started.
No, that is rookie mistake right there. So, anyway, so we're back. We actually survived the full first, and we're in for number 2, and we have a different brewing company.
Yeah.
That we're going to be sampling
New
today.
year, new brewing company.
Yeah.
Although this is, like I said, this will be our thing that we want to do. We want to reach out to the local breweries, any breweries that produce locally, and sample their beers for them, and give the honest taste test.
Yeah.
And then hopefully one day we'll take it out on the road and we'll actually broadcast from one of the breweries at some point for fun. Like, we'll get a crew in and stuff, and I mean that's a little ambitious, but I think we could pull it off.
We could totally do it.
I think we could pull it off.
Listen, you know how many morons are out there doing stuff like this? I think you and I are fairly competent people. We can pull this off.
I think so. I think we can do it.
I know. Listen, you see how it is just doing it in the basement here. So that's, technically it's a little challenging, but
we definitely got set up quicker this time.
Yeah.
Especially like I
actually started at 7 o'clock.
Yeah. And I set it up a little bit earlier, and just getting used to it's all about getting used to it and getting into a rhythm of where we're plugging things in and what we're using. And I guess the biggest actually challenge we had was figuring out what beer we were going to be, what brewing company we were going to be getting beer from. But
this kind of fell into our lap because
So my wife Nikki, she has a friend, and her husband just opened up this new brewery in Bellmore, New York. They opened up in October. He said the gentleman's name is Pat. He's a really cool guy.
Yes.
We just met him tonight. We went over and picked up the beer. He gave us a bunch of samples. Samples. I mean, we bought a bunch of beers from him. We asked for we told, we were trying to figure out what. He gave us a menu of beer, and we were looking at it and going to pick certain beers, and then I just basically, because Nicky was communicating with his wife on it, and I just said, why don't we just tell him to give us a sampling that he would give if he wanted to promote his brewery. So he gave us 8 beers.
Yeah, it was almost the entire menu.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what's cool about them, we learned a little bit about them, and he was, like I said, he was a really cool guy. He offered to give us a tour at some point.
Yep.
We'll definitely have a crew down to hang out there because the place was beautiful.
I was just going to say, you were talking about this when we picked up the beer and left. anybody who's been to a brewery, or most breweries or bars, they tend to be darker on the inside, and they all have sort of the same vibe.
Yeah.
This place, I mean, it's brand new, so obviously it's going to be cleaner, but it was different. It was bright.
It wasn't just that it was cleaner. It was
it was bright.
The aesthetic was
noticeably different.
Yeah, it wasn't the typical like wood panel walls type of thing and stuff. It was bright tiled white walls and
blinking sign on the outside.
And
live
it was very
nudes.
and it, it was family friendly. They have a food truck. They said that Pat says that he has
rotating food trucks.
Rotating food trucks. So like they had a brick oven pizza food truck there tonight, and there were families there, having dinner when we went to go pick up the beer, and it was pretty busy. And he said, "Oh, it's going to get packed in a little while," and it's like that's pretty cool, you know, like.
And I thought the age range of the guests were in line with what you'd expect from a brewery. You had anything from like families to people probably our age. You know, I don't know. It felt like a cool spot to sit there and it wasn't too loud. Like you could sit there and have a conversation, have a beer. Yeah, plenty of seating.
Definitely want to head back there to have like a night there. Yeah. And then he was also talking about they're expanding into the back to they're going to have a beer garden in the back, which is pretty friggin' phenomenal.
200 square feet or something like that, all asphalt, and he's going to put the tents and stuff up and have a big beer garden, which is great. Yeah. That's a great spot on that. I'm a Wantagh guy, so being in Bellmore, I'm familiar with that area. I've gone over and eaten at certain places that are right on the same road, and they're talking about the Live at 5 or something like that in the summer, where they're gonna shut down the road. And it's a great spot. So if you're in the
so it's called Lunchbox Brewery or Lunchbox Brewing Company, and they're in Bellmore on the Main Street, Bedford. And like right smack in the middle of everything too, which is pretty cool.
If you've ever gone to I'll just give you another landmark. I know it's a very popular brunch spot. The Twisted Fork is like 2 or 3 places down. That's where a lot of people go to eat there. But yeah, it's right in the heart of Bellmore. So
so if you want to check it out, we have a link in the description that you can check out. Lunchboxbrewery.com, and Pat was really generous and
very.
Yeah.
I think you wanted to hang with us.
I know there was we felt bad because we kind of we went there just before. Yeah. Just before we came to the house to set up.
We wanted the product fresh.
Yeah. So. And he's like, "You guys are gonna stay and have a drink?" We're like, "Oh man, I would love to."
Pat, the point of this was to leave and take it and promote it for you.
Do you have a hose? We just
right, big long hose, about 13 miles. Yeah. But very super, just gracious and accommodating.
He's very creative with his names for the different beers and stuff, which are fun. And the name Lunchbox Brewery itself too. We asked him how that came about, and he was talking about he was working in construction in Prague.
Yeah.
And he said that he's like they drink more beer than water there on the construction sites, so they would all bring. They would all bring beer with them to the construction sites for lunch and stuff in lunch boxes. So that's where he got the name from. That's super creative.
Very creative. Yeah.
I like the idea. And the place was really nice. Very nice.
Yes.
So we're excited to try new beers.
We're going to do our best to get through the assortment that Pat gave us because, I mean, just to be honest, we're trying to not do a 5-hour show again, but he did give us quite a lot of beer.
Yeah, so right now we have to be on pace to drink a 16-ounce every half hour.
I was just going to say, that's aggressive. And they're some of them are IPAs too. Yeah. So, all right.
So
go Gadget Kidney. Yeah. All right, let's go. My God, do we want to crack it open?
Yeah. Let's talk about the first one. We'll give the description. So it's actually this was also really cool of him too. Since they're new, they haven't done their own pure packaging for cans yet. They're not really doing canned stuff. So it was also another thing that was really gracious of him to do this for us.
Yes.
So he has like, these temporary type of labels. As you can see, they all look the same. And then he wrote the name on the side with the date it was packaged and the alcohol content in it. So it's pretty cool that he did this for us. But he said eventually that they will be doing canned stuff down the road. But I said just since October.
Yeah.
So the first one we're going to try, and here's one of the clever, these clever names that we love. This is Saved by the Bellmore, which is fantastic. So, yeah, like I said, it's in Bellmore. This is an American light lager, a crisp lager with a sweet malt backbone, a dry finish, and low bitterness. So I love lagers. I'm a big fan of lagers myself. So I'm excited.
Saved by the Bellmore.
Yeah.
Crack your beer, Preppy. Let's go. Oh, you did it. You beat me to it. All right. I'm going to try not to spill it. Anybody who watched episode 1 knows
Let's
that I
make sure Brian
botched,
pours his beer correctly.
Botched the crap out of my
Oh
first
man,
pour.
this is coming out tough for me.
Well, are you,
All right, there we go. The beginning part was a little rough on me. It was like a little tiny droplet spillage.
Oh, I nailed this.
I did this pretty well.
All right.
This is good.
Let's go.
And I think we picked the right glasses for it today.
Yes. Absolutely. Look at that.
Yeah.
Now we nailed our head.
This
All
is
right.
some good professional pours
This is
right
it.
there. There we go.
Cheers.
Cheers.
All right. Down the hatch, let's see. It's good. It's a good lager.
That's very smooth.
Super smooth.
Very.
You know how sometimes, and this is no disrespect to anybody's product, you have a lager and the back half of it is kind of like ass.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just sort of like a bitter.
It's
like
a very beery taste.
Yes.
That's the thing about beer too. It's like I love the taste of beer, but it's almost like it's kind of like if you take the equivalent, if people don't really drink beer and they don't know what I'm talking about, but you have like seafood and fish. Like when people say it's like there's certain fish that taste fishy,
Yeah.
and then there's certain fish that don't really taste fishy.
Right.
So that's like certain beers have that real beery taste to it, and then some of them are just super smooth. This is a very smooth.
It's smooth
beer.
it's 5.5, which I'm not saying 5.5 is high, but it doesn't.
No, but he was also mentioning that he has what is he saying? European vats or the vats that he was using for the brewing. He said he's like one of 2 brewing companies on Long Island that have these European ones that I don't know like if anybody really knows. The only way I would know is because my brother Tom talks about when he goes to Germany, it's like those beers are technically high alcohol content, but they don't like taste like they're heavy at all.
Right. I think the purity of it or whatever.
Yeah.
It's however they distill the beer or whatever. Yeah. However the tech works, it makes the beer taste a lot better.
Yeah.
So, and that seems to be the case here because this is definitely a fresh, smooth, and light lager.
I enjoy this. Saved by the
This is
Bell.
good.
Saved by the Bellmore.
Like the local, tie into the Saved by the Bellmore.
Yeah.
The naming, we'll get into all of them, but the name on some of these beers is very
they're
clever.
very creative. It's almost like how Moe's does their naming of things with like based on movies and stuff like that. He's just, and I was looking at that going, that one's a movie reference, that one's a show reference, and I was thinking everything was kind of like TV and stuff, but he actually, it's not really genre specific.
No.
He's just doing it based on, he actually, it's kind of creative in a sense because he said that he was naming certain things based on how he was brewing them and what came to mind as he's brewing in the certain steps that they had to take. So, I mean, as we go through, we'll if we come across those, a couple of the ones that he mentioned, we'll talk about how he got to those names too. And then eventually he said, like, it would be great, it would be great to take these shows like kind of on the road so that we can actually talk to the brewmasters on the shows. So
interview
that they
them.
so that they can, this is the third person translation that we're doing right here. And we're not doing it any justice.
No.
Like, I don't know I don't really know anything about brewing beer. I know about drinking beer.
Yes.
That's
That's my forte.
Yeah. So I couldn't even begin to go into the technicalities of what it takes to brew.
I also love the excitement of the possibility of doing a live shoot and some random human being coming over and interrupting us. And just like the awkwardness of all that. What are you guys doing over here? It's like some guy in a flannel. Like the Flapjacks guy from Groundhog Day.
The local Gary.
Yes. What's going on? Yeah, no, I want to interact with the locals. And you want to and I would imagine if we went into a place like that, they probably have regular customers that could speak highly of the product.
Absolutely.
Or,
yeah, absolutely.
Subject matter experts, we could call them. But yeah, and it's just another way to get our name out there. So
yeah,
there you go. This is good stuff.
Go back to start streaming. That's probably my fault. All right, let's see if this.
Well, I'm not seeing the Wheel of Death anymore, so
it is definitely it's up here, and it didn't. Let's see if it just reconnects. Did it reconnect?
All right, well.
I think we're reconnected. Excellent connection. Let's see. If that happens, then we know we're good.
I think we're good.
I think
I don't know how long
it came
this
back
delay is.
It was very, very quickly. I went to go try to okay, we're good.
Right, we're good.
Sorry about that. I tried to record separately our cameras at the same time. Like I said, I was doing like setup, and it was like, no,
we're not doing that.
No, we're not doing that.
All right, so
that's fine. So but the clips of how I did it, the last time
worked out great.
Yeah,
yeah.
As long as we keep everything balanced, we can hear everything. We can hear anything. Also, everyone, don't be shy. Chime into the chat. Let us know. Let us know what you're doing. Have a drink with us. Let us know what you're drinking.
Yeah.
These are things that we also have to get used to. Like, I hate. There's typical things that you have to do when you're a streamer, and it's like, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, and it's like, yeah.
Eventually we'll get there. I don't feel like soliciting people.
I know it's but one of the things that we like to do is if you are watching, you're able to join the chat and say hi. There's also afterwards. I know a lot of people don't really use it, but it's something that I use in the gaming world is Discord. So I also have the link to Discord in the description as well. That's like. It's basically a way of having the conversation outside of streaming. So if anybody wants to talk to us about the show outside of the stream, you can go to Discord. The link's in the description. And then there's also have things like if you have a beer suggestion, you want us to try our brewery suggestion, there's places to put that in there and stuff.
Engage with us.
Yeah.
Yes.
We're okay, guys. We're pretty.
I think so.
We're pretty chill.
I'd like to think that we're very approachable men. Not in that way. I didn't mean it in the way that you think I meant it. Like Clark. I don't have a log. All right.
Approach me.
This is going down way too fast. I'm sorry. Like
it's
I really
very, very smooth.
Really smooth. I'm not trying to kiss the guy's butt. Maybe a little bit because I'm going to be a regular customer, I guess. But it really is
so far
as advertised.
Yeah. So far, Pat.
Bravo, my man. You did a good job. You built a nice facility.
Yeah.
And beer number one is going down very smoothly.
Yeah.
My Uber is going to be an interesting ride home. That gentleman's going to get his ear chewed off.
Oh, man.
Maybe I'm dropping me off a Lunchbox on the way back.
As long as you could fit. Did you see that story?
What?
With the Lyft driver?
Oh, yeah.
And the rapper, the heavyset rapper?
Yeah.
That's crazy stuff.
A little bit.
It's upsetting and like it's kind of comical just because of like how ridiculous it's a ridiculous story, but it's like I
hate to say it, I get both sides.
Yeah, absolutely.
I do.
Absolutely. But it's almost in a sense that like when you're that big, all right, so I don't.
I can tell you some stories about being big. So go for it.
So we're having let's seeing as how we're in the middle of the conversation. I don't know if everybody knows about this. I don't even remember her name. Do you know her name? Let's see if we can just look it up real quick.
I don't know what you're gonna Google, but it's probably not gonna be something we can share. You know what I mean? Like
no,
whatever
heavy
search.
set rapper Lyft.
Okay.
What's her name? Okay.
Is it a?
It's the,
Is that really her name?
So the rapper Dank Demoss.
Sounds like a tree company.
She's as they put it, a plus-sized rapper.
Yes.
There's difference between plus-sized and her size. I'm sorry to say, and I'm not trying to like put her down, because everybody has their own thing. We can even talk about Brian's, like his episode of years of going through.
No, dude, I've got some great
weight,
fat stories, and things that rival. I was never kicked off a thing like that, but I mean,
have you seen the size of this woman?
She's
like 500 pounds, something like that.
I would imagine it's uncomfortable for her,
and
in a lot of situations. Due to her weight,
so 489 pounds is what this article is saying. She's a big woman, and she had ordered a Lyft. And this is what's weird about it, because it's almost like she's filming this with her phone or whatever it is,
almost like she knew she was.
Yes, like it's like a kind of like a setup. And from what I heard and I saw like other reports or whatever, now that this story has come out, like her streaming sales and everything like that for her music has skyrocketed to the millions. It's like, yeah, of course.
Right.
So is it a marketing
like,
ploy?
If I antagonize my Lyft driver and film this, I can actually get some publicity.
So she orders a Lyft, and she doesn't, she just orders a regular Lyft. So the guy comes, the Lyft driver comes to pick her up, and he's in like, it's not a coupe, but it's a small Mercedes.
Yeah.
And from what I understand, and I don't know how true it is too, and I'm reading, seeing people's, reactions to it and their interpretations of what was happening and stuff like that. But from what I heard somebody say, that like if you looked at the manufacturer weight rating for that car that Lyft driver was driving, it's like a total weight combined of everything of like 750 pounds.
Yeah.
So, and he's like, if he's on a full tank of gas, that's like 100 and something pounds right there. So now you're down to 600 something. And then if he weighs, 200 pounds,
right,
then now you're down to 400 pounds, and she's almost 500 pounds. He's like, that's technically dangerous for that vehicle to be hauling that much weight, and it could break, parts of the car down. You could get
start
into an
getting
accident,
the muffler, start dragging in the back.
Yeah,
like, all right,
things. And it's like, insurance companies would look at that and go like, well, how much weight did you have in there? Because, it's not supposed to. So that guy would be out of pocket to fix anything. So it's
let me just
tough.
also say too, as somebody who used to be heavier, when you're in those situations, you usually go out of your way to avoid putting yourself in a situation like that.
Right.
So if there's a Lyft option, you'd get like a larger Lyft. So that way you're, you know what I'm saying.
So that's what the Lyft driver was actually saying to her. He's like, first off, I don't know how big it was in the back seat. He was saying she's not going to fit in the back seat, which I don't know how true. I don't know how true it is.
Visually, I could see it being a problem.
Because if you look at her, she's a big woman.
Yeah.
And that kind of size needs a lot of accommodation for whatever it is that she's doing.
Yep.
And I'm sure she's obviously knows that because she lives with it,
Yep.
So he was looking at it saying, you're not going to fit, and I can't handle the weight. And she was like, that's discriminating basically. And he's like, well, you have the option of choosing the XL on Lyft. Like, you need to order an XL.
Yeah.
So that's why it's like those things are available to people, and she probably knows that. She probably I can't see this being the first time she had ever ordered a Lyft.
That was my point, which is if you are that size, you know the problems that exist, and you usually go out of your way to avoid them. So you're not having confrontations with perfect strangers who are just trying to operate a business or whatever. That's
so this poor guy gets fired from Lyft. He got fired. And it's like, it's one of those moments where the company looks at the situation and automatically, will look at how bad it looks for their operator to be telling a customer you're fat.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's the only way they see it. So it's like, we got to save face. He's fired.
Yeah, that's really.
But now she's suing for millions of dollars. Like, it's like, gee, what are you doing?
Right.
Like, this is.
Right, and
again, and you know it's not going to go anywhere because
no, it's frivolous.
Anyone's going to look at it and go, "Lady."
Right. Like nobody's trying to be
real.
hurtful
right.
to you in any way at all. But reality is what it is. Oh my God.
Your brother.
I can't repeat that comment. If you want to see what my brother wrote, you can go to the comment section. But yeah.
Bravo, Matt. Bravo.
That's a good one. He's got
oh man.
I love him. He's got no filter. But listen, one thing my brother knows about me, though, and one story I will tell. I mean, you know, I am what I am. I'm not like the slimmest human being anymore, but I used to be much, much heavier. Mm-hmm. Like, literally, I was probably 150 to 175 pounds heavier than I am now.
Can I ask what your maximum weight was that you know?
I don't know because my scale errored out after 390.
That's crazy, dude.
Yes. So like I literally was getting an error message on my scale. It was just like, nope, you are too fat to be on this scale. You need to go on one of those
say, it's very
doctor's ones.
And it was one of those things too. It's like, you know, I don't know how many people know large people in their lives and stuff like that. I guess it could be intimidating to look at from an outsider's perspective or be like, I don't like, how does that person function? How do other people even interact with that person type of thing or whatever?
Now, I don't know if I ever got that big, but I got big enough to the point where it was noticeable. It was like, he's probably going to have a heart attack in his 50s if he's not careful.
Yeah.
So,
which is weird, dude. Like I said, like I hadn't, you know, there was a portion of time where between high school and, you know, the couple, 1 year or two in college where we didn't really see each other.
Yeah.
You know, you were still, obviously, you and Noah have been friends all throughout high school. We knew each other in high school, but then we didn't really start hanging out until college.
Right.
And it was a shock to me to see how big you had gotten because in high school you were tiny.
Yeah, I was at least somewhat athletic in high school.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was a normal, maybe a little bit pudgy at times, but never like I was.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely not.
And really, even when I got married, I was, you know, chubby but not brutal. And then Bridget had 2 kids, and the story I always tell is when Bridget got pregnant, she ate more, and I ate more. The difference is that I didn't give birth twice. Yeah. So because I didn't pump out 2 children, I kept the weight on.
Yeah.
And kept going.
Yeah.
So that's really what ended up happening. It's like, all right, after 2 kids, I was like, oh boy, this is getting a little out of hand here. Mm-hmm. And there was 2 incidents specifically. One of them's hysterical, actually. Looking back on it anyway. I was flying with my former. They're no longer in existence, so I can speak openly about them. The company was American Home Mortgage,
right? And
I was taking traveling down to North Carolina with the company CFO, like bigwigs, like people who were important to my career. And I got on the plane, and when I stepped off first of all, when I got on the plane, I was frisked, and because I was wearing such baggy clothing, they made me go in the back and do the extensive search.
Yeah, yeah.
And being a big guy and having people pat you down is not really you're not like being touched when you're a large gentleman. So that was one part of it. Get off the plane, do this whole like site visit. We were down seeing some branch down in North Carolina. Go back through the airport, getting out of the cab. I was so fat that I ripped my pants right in the crotch.
Oh, man.
From like literally the crotch area down to my ankle. So now I'm out of this cab. I'm traveling with maybe the most important people of my life at the time. They're paying my bills. And I have to explain to them, gentlemen, before we board this flight, I need to stop at a clothing store in the airport. I don't know if you noticed, there's a giant rip in my pants.
I don't know if you noticed. My pants turned to bell bottoms.
Yes. There's a huge slit going from my nutsack all the way down to my ankle.
Became raver pants all of a sudden.
Yes. Yes, it's exactly what it looked like. So then I had to go to the airport. You know, at this point, too, Bridget and I don't have like a lot of money and stuff like that. I'm still, you know, we're newlyweds for the most part, and we have Andrew at home, and it's, you know, we don't have a lot of money to blow. I got to go to the airport. Airport pants are not cheap.
I was going to say, you're going to buy airport pants.
Airport
pants.
Like,
they're marked up.
Oh, my God. It was like a pair of Old Navy slacks.
Yeah.
That probably would have been $25 everywhere else, $85.
Oh, my God.
And they were olive green because they don't make like a size 48 very often.
Take what you have.
That's it. I was like, what's the largest pair of pants you have for somebody my size? I don't know if you see my situation currently.
Oh, man.
So this lady was nice enough to help me out. I came back home in these olive-colored pants.
Yeah. You would have shopped at Rodney Dangerfield's.
Hey, big and tall.
You're tall and fat. Yeah,
you're short and ugly.
Short and ugly.
Give me the pen back.
Here's a calendar.
That's a great movie, dude. I love Back to School.
Yeah, man. Matt too, man. You look great as well.
Not my brother, dude. My brother lost more than I did by a lot. Matt actually. Still, from a diet standpoint, see, Matt's not doing this crap. This is really what gets you. And I'm not saying crap in a bad way.
Not giving this up.
Right.
Not giving this up.
Nope. But Matt's good. He's more disciplined than
that was how, like, so I've never been, I obviously was never as big as you were. But, you know, I got pretty heavy, and it was more so after the injury that I had, where it was like I wasn't really doing, you're not able to move. But, you know, you get to that point where you're like trying to do things like, you know, you put on your XL shirt and it's not fitting properly and, you know, stuff like that. And I was like, oh, God, I got to get back into it. But I did the
clothes are always the first sign.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
You know,
and I did that Optavia food. They don't call it a diet. They call it a lifestyle. Mm-hmm. But it was basically like 1,000 calories a day type of thing.
Oof,
yeah, and it was I did it hardcore for like 3 or 4 months, where every day, you know, so it's like you have, and it wasn't terrible like the food choices and everything, because you know you do those diet programs and stuff, and the foods are just
horrible.
Yeah. So the way they had it set up was you had I did the 5-in-1 program, so it's like 5 of their little snack things and 1 meal a day, and the meal can be almost anything, just as long as it follows their dietary like standards.
Okay.
So like Nikki would make some great meals that were recommended, like they had, you know, because they had their own recipes on the Optavia website and everything like that.
You're still doing the back to school references. Your brother and my brother are going off right now.
Right. What's with the midget?
There's you. There's Giorgio. What's with the midget? I'm sorry. I need my pen back. Here's a calendar. I love that movie. Anyway, go ahead.
I like teachers. You get something wrong, they make you do it twice.
Oh, man.
So the Optavia thing, the actual snacks that they give you aren't bad if you know they have a pretty wide variety of them. So it's like you can like there's peanut butter ones that I loved. There's like the s'mores bar that I really liked, and a couple of other things. And then there were like, you know, powdery mixes type of. I can't.
They're not moving off back to school.
This is great. I love it though. I love it. Thank you for the everything in the chat, guys.
Maybe you can help me straighten out my Longfellow. He was such a great dude. I'm sorry. Anyway.
Yeah. So I wound up, because I think at my heaviest I was actually like pushing 240 at that point.
I will say you carry that well though. I would never have known you were 240.
I know but that's what I'm saying. Like, you notice it yourself, because it's like you're doing things. You're like, you know, you're looking down. And you're like, okay, where are my feet? You know, like,
yeah.
So I did that Optavia program though, and I was down to like 189 pounds.
Wow, in 4 months?
Yeah.
Wow, that's a lot.
Yeah, and so I was happy with the way I looked, and I was able to like fit in certain clothes and everything like that.
Must have been so
felt
famished.
like crap.
Yep.
I felt like crap. And they, you know, all the coaches sit there and tell you too. They tell you like, you know, oh, you know, you get used to it, you'll be fine, and you know, whatever. And
nope.
I'm like, no, I'm never.
You feel malnourished.
I always feel hungry.
Yep.
So I stopped doing it, and then I wound up putting, you know, weight back on, not up to 240, but like I was back over 200, you know, very easily. So recently, after I had my injury and everything like that, I was like, I'm going to go back on to Optavia, but I'm not going to go hardcore. So I'll try to do their little snack things just to kind of do the tide me over type of thing throughout the day. And, you know, I'll have a little lunch and I'll have a dinner. But then I'm like, I'm not giving up cookies. I'm not giving up beer. Like,
no.
I can't
also,
do that
that's
to
part
myself.
getting older, you've kind of
Yeah.
Listen, unless you're going to become some super athlete, like if you're training for something, if you're going to do a marathon or whatever, it is, then I totally get it. Which I was at that stage for a little while, and I'm like, you know what? I'm not doing any more marathons, half marathons. I'm going to let myself go a little bit while staying active. I still ride my Peloton. I still do the things that I need to do to make sure that my heart is healthy and doing all that.
And I think that was the thing for me too. That doing the exercising thing. So now that I'm doing the beach body stuff, like that I got to do it a little bit more. Like this week, I'm a little off, but it's as like I'm not losing it the way I used to, because I used to do these workouts and I'd be losing weight like crazy, and I could eat whatever.
Metabolism, slowed tiny bit.
Obviously, almost 45 now, so it's like
that 5 pounds is tough to get off. Yeah,
but I feel okay,
right?
And I think that's the biggest.
Not getting winded going up a flight of stairs, not lethargic during the day. I have stamina.
Exactly.
That's really I'm more concerned about how I feel.
So I don't really care. Like I don't mind having the belly and everything like that, as long as I'm feeling okay.
Dad bod.
I'm okay.
100% dad bod. But healthy dad bod is totally fine, and you feel better than being a famished.
Yes. That was rough.
And listen,
see, look, and Charlie had lost weight too, so
Charlie looks great, man.
Yeah,
you guys, I actually remember because I probably started hanging out with you and Charlie when he was a little bit on the heavy. He was never like heavy, but then I remember he lost a whole bunch of weight and looks fantastic now.
Yeah,
that's good for your long-term health. You know what I mean? You got family, you got kids, you got you want to be around for that stuff. So
yeah, absolutely.
So good stuff, man. Yep. A lot of Dangerfield references in the chat.
This is great. That's just keep it going, guys. I love it. Here we go. That was just a random thing that we just went on.
That was not planned. Did you see about the fat chick in the lift? that wasn't on the menu for today. But are you finished with your first beer?
I'm pretty much, yeah.
All right. So that means I got to find where the hell's it?
Are we supposed to rinse these out? We need the. I need to get the little washer thing where you put the glass upside down so that it sprays. Yeah.
That's cool. You ever see people have them on their sinks?
I'm sure they do. Yeah.
I think it's like a little attachment that you take those like your hose out or whatever, and
it's definitely something very easy, and you could. And it's probably even something too that you don't even need to hook up to a water line. You probably just could have a tank.
Oh yeah,
and so you could portable, like put it in the backyard when you're doing stuff like this or whatever. And
I'm gonna give you.
Yeah, hold on. Let me stand up.
Yeah, I don't want to. Hang on. I'm sorry. That one's Sunrise High. Am I doing the same one? Hang on. Yeah. All right. Sorry. You should have.
That was a terrible spot. The hell were you thinking, Brian?
Sorry,
that was the laziest way of giving me a beer. Shame on you.
I could throw it. If you want me to.
Do you want me to rinse these out a little bit?
No. I think we'll manage.
You know what? I want to. You want to know why? Because I'm doing this for Pat because he took the time to give us these beers, and he's like, yeah, you look at the descriptions of every single beer, and I'm like, all right, I want to make sure we're tasting everything. Okay. We're not mixing. Thankfully, I have the sink down here. So
all right. So I'm thinking you got to go upstairs, so it's not too bad. All right, I'll hold down the fort for the 30 seconds, whatever it takes you to rinse this out. Mike is going to go rinse out our glasses because, in case you're watching this midstream or whatever, we have beer from Lunchbox Brewing Company in Bellmore. Really, really cute place. Opened up in October, I believe, is what Pat said, and he was kind enough to give us a sampling. He's not canning his beer yet. Mike went over that earlier, but he gave us his product, most of his full lineup of beers in cans for us to test on the podcast today. And we're hoping one day to actually do a live shoot at Pat. Thank you, sir. To do a live shoot at Pat's place. So, all right. Clean glass. Beautiful.
Keep this thing of towels close by,
just in case I fumble my pour again. All right, good.
Brian spills his beer on his lap again.
I don't remember saying what I said, by the way, when you cut that up, or did you edit that to make me sound like I said that?
No, you said it
feels so good.
Feels cold. Feels good.
I had no recollection of saying that. Damn it. See, look at that.
Right.
It fires out on the thing. It's not.
No, this. Well, so that's like he canned them. He canned them himself today. at like 4:30. He actually had to go pick up CO2 so that he could use the canning equipment.
Oh wow! I didn't
So
realize
he did this he really did this for us. It's really awesome of him.
All right, so then you're
Do
right.
you need a towel?
No. There's just like a little on the table. It's.
You can here. Here's a towel.
All right, there we go. A towel.
Just narrate the whole thing. There's a towel. I'm gonna blot that and put the towel down on the right over here, and I'm just gonna set it out of camera. It's right out of camera.
Is it out of camera?
Yeah. It's
Okay.
it's like just out of camera.
Okay, good. So. All right. Let me try not to screw this up again. Let's go 2 for 2. Let's go. Hey, really deep. What up, beep? Oh, it's coming out of the side of the. What's going on here?
That's what was happening. That was what was happening to me on the first pour.
It's coming out of like that, like the top part.
Yeah.
Of the, all right. Well,
that's what happened to me on the first pour. This one for the can that I'm using right now is good.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'm gonna grab. I need a second napkin.
Oh man, I didn't get the good head. Decent head. Nothing. You know.
Good head, but spillage.
What are we talking about here?
All right, there we go. Yeah.
All right. So, all right. This is Sunrise High. This is named after Sunrise Highway, which everybody here basically knows. But if you are listening from out of the area and you're unfamiliar, Sunrise Highway is a main highway that runs basically the entire length of Long Island.
Yep.
So Sunrise High is a Japanese rice lager.
Ooh.
A crisp and refreshing light lager with a smooth malt body and a citrus finish. 6% ABV.
We're going up a half a point in ABV. You ready?
Let's do it.
Bottoms up. It's good.
Again.
Super clean.
Yeah. This has a, I would say, a
Definitely
slightly more bitter taste than the last one. Let's say bitter. More beery taste than the last one,
Yes.
I would say.
Agreed.
Slightly, but nothing
Slightly.
crazy. Very slight. It's very good, though.
Very good. You definitely get the citrus, too, out of it.
Yeah.
I'm definitely feeling the citrus. Look at that.
Lots of rice. It's funny because like they give this description, and I'm like, sure.
Right.
Is it beer? Yeah, okay.
Right. Sounds good. Yeah. Cheers. They just like fire it back. You're not even listening to what the guys. No.
Was it House Party when he has the when he's passing the wine around? It's like, aren't you gonna smell the cork? You know. Does it release the ambers of whatever?
There's another movie too with
it's like we got Shadi Laffit.
I was thinking of
Sinbad.
it's with Paul Giamatti and I forgot the guy's name, but it's a movie where it's two buddies that like are in college that go out tasting wine somewhere out in like Napa.
Oh no, Sideways.
Sideways,
Yeah.
yes. And like his friend has no etiquette at all.
It is the greatest. That's
I love that movie.
That movie is so fantastic. The freaking scene, like, dude, where
they go back to that person's house.
Yes, he's banging that chick, and then her husband comes home, and he's like, "I left my wallet. You need to go back."
And he's
and the guy's,
Paul Giamatti's face,
and he's chasing him down the road naked.
Yep.
And what's so great is like that is not edited out like at all. Like you just see the guy's
one
freaking
shot,
dong
completely waving in the wind as he runs down the road. Oh man, I thought I was the only one that had ever seen that movie.
Oh my god, that movie is so fantastic.
So good.
He's like, oh no, not having any fucking Merlot.
Yeah,
When he flips
that
out about
Giamatti
that,
voice.
Yes,
Yep.
I can't. Charlie had a good reference. I don't know if you know this one. You got to know where your towel is.
Oh, I see. I thought that was innuendo. What's the reference?
No, that's Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Oh, I never saw that.
Yeah.
But I'm aware of it. But
That is fantastic. That's the book series of Hitchhiker's Guide is freaking hilarious.
Yeah.
It is just because it's pure nonsense. You sit there and you go, what does this guy even how does he even come up with this stuff? you read it from the very beginning, and like there's like a prologue to it that has nothing to do with the book, and it's just absolute nonsense. It has nothing to do with anything. It's just craziness, and the whole story is craziness too. So I don't know if anybody knows anything about Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. It's about this guy Arthur, who's an Earthling, and he meets an alien. But they're all like a lot of these aliens are humanoids. So the alien he doesn't tell him he's an alien right away. So he just
he has a human form.
He has a human form.
Okay.
Yeah. So he doesn't tell him he's an alien. So he's like friends with him, and he doesn't realize that he's an alien until one day he comes to tell him his name is Ford, and Ford tells Arthur that the Earth is going to be destroyed and we need to get off the planet. And he's like,
I feel like that's going to be one of our friends.
And Arthur is like the very homebody type of person, like, don't disturb me, don't do anything to me or whatever. So, but what's funny is that Ford is a traveler, and he's an author, an author for this Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. So but it's like a book that's contributed to by all these people who travel the galaxy, type of thing, or all these aliens. So he's one of the authors. So he visits Earth, and he's trying to find out what's going on with Earth, and giving adding to the guide about what it's like to be on Earth, and what it's like to be an Earthling. So I can't, but one of the things was he felt, because I guess people use towels, he thought that a towel was a very important thing. So that's one of the things that he puts his additions to the guide, is that you need to keep your towel safe and on you at all times, because it can be used for drying yourself. It could be used to pull somebody up. It could be used to pull it's just like the dumbest thing, but it's a very versatile thing.
Right.
So
that was the word that was coming to mind. Versatility with your towel.
So you got to know where your towel is. That's the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Interesting concept. I'd heard of it. I just never...
And the show. So there was I believe it's a British author. So there was like original mini series that was on like the BBC years ago. That was hilarious. And then they did a movie recently where like Mos Def played Ford.
I feel like everything good originates in the BBC, and then we steal it.
Yeah.
Didn't we do that with The Office?
There's a lot of good comedy that comes out of the BBC.
Because they can do everything unedited over there.
Yeah, they had a lot more freedom for what they kind of played around with and stuff.
I don't know if she's watching, but Bridget, as you know, my wife is a huge Gordon Ramsay fan. I think that is her. That's her. What's the term when you're hall pass?
Yeah.
I think Gordon's the hall pass.
Gordon is her hall pass?
Yes.
Please, Bridget, please.
I think she can do better, but I mean,
absolutely, you can do better.
But she wants to be yelled at or whatever in a chef's coat or whatever.
Hey, now.
I don't know. I don't know what the kink is, but it's not my thing. I don't want to know.
You don't want to try that out at all?
No, I'm okay. But I guess because she but he got.
I was going to go to dark places, but I'm not going to.
I appreciate that. This is my wife we're talking about. But no, so that he has like very unedited versions of the same shows. I don't know about Hell's Kitchen, but he did other things in the UK.
Yeah.
That are honestly better than what he does in America. But that's where he got his footing, was in the UK, where he could do these unedited versions of himself. And now he's big in the States.
Charlie. So it's by Douglas Adams, and it was originally a BBC radio program, and then he wrote the book. And then it was the show, and then Martin Freeman and Mos Def. Martin Freeman, who's Bilbo Baggins in The Hobbit.
Oh, okay. Man, Charlie with the live IMDb. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Well, Charlie was a huge fan of Hitchhikers. So like the book that it's like a series. The book is like actually a series of books, but like we had the master one that combined all the books together.
Yeah.
So it was like the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, Restaurant at the End of the World. Charlie's gonna name the other ones. I can't remember off the top of my head. But yeah, it's a very, very funny movie, and it's the book itself is even funnier just because of the nonsense that is put forth in it. So.
All right. Well,
I know. So we haven't touched on anything except for the beer. With what we
have a whole spreadsheet of things to talk about. We haven't touched one of them yet, and we are almost 50 minutes in. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, listen. The thing that's coming up next. We don't have to talk about the Super Bowl because that is coming up next week.
Yeah,
it's it's in the news. I don't know who. I think most of America did not want this matchup.
So here's the thing too, and it's like when it comes to any kind of sport, when my team is out of it, I just don't care anymore. Like personally, personally, I don't know how. Like I know a lot of other people are like invested because they do, they do the fantasy football or whatever, fantasy sports. They do they have their gambling things that they do and stuff, and I just, it's hard for me to pay attention because it's like I like when I watch sports, I want to root for somebody,
right?
And I don't have anything to root for.
Yeah, well, you're not watching those teams on the regular, right? Like, even if we're Giants fans, so, and that's been rough. But when they're out of it, and they've been out of it for the most part for the last, I don't know how many years, I don't really care what the outcome is of any of these games.
Yeah.
Yes, I want to be entertained because I'm a fan of the sport.
Yeah.
But I could give two shits who ends up winning this Super Bowl. I honestly don't care.
I would say, so, like, one of the things, too, is that, like, as for this one in particular, I guess let's just say, from a Giants fan standpoint, I'd be like,
Chiefs.
F the Eagles, type of thing.
Right.
However, friends and family that I know, we got Muller who loves the Eagles. Yep. My family, they're all from Pennsylvania. So they love the Eagles. So I'd be happy for them kind of thing, but like, I don't really care.
Yeah, no, I don't. If they lose, I'll be like, sorry, Mueller.
Yeah.
Get him next time. And then I'm like, not losing any sleep,
Yeah. Now they also did so now they have Saquon Barkley. And I know it's like, some people look at it from a standpoint of like, well, you should be happy for him. I'm like, all right, I guess I am. He was a wasted talent on the Giants.
Oh my God.
So I'm happy in the sense that like he was such a good guy too.
Yes, he was never in any kind of trouble. Always good with the fans. He was like I hate to say he wasn't like Odell Beckham.
No, he wasn't a controversial player or anything like that, and very respectful. And from what I know, he is. He's always been well spoken dude, and so it was kind of like when he was with the Giants, you saw the talent that he was. Like when he was able to break free and stuff, it was like, wow, he's phenomenal. Yeah. But he never had
an offensive line,
consistent blocking type of thing.
Right.
So now you put him in a place where he does have that, and you see how much he shines. And it's like, I'm happy for him in a sense, just because it's like, he was a Giant, so like I feel good.
You see what it could have been if we had the right thing around it.
And it's frustrating because you look at it going like, God, like
right. Why we couldn't have figured this out over the 5 years he was with us. Yeah, I know.
But I'm not. But at the same time, like I don't care if he wins or not.
I don't. I'm not. Regardless, the outcome of this game is not going to impact me in the least. Like everybody else, I'm going to be interested to see if the Chiefs three-peat or if the Eagles manage to pull it off and Barkley gets a Super Bowl and cements himself into a likely Hall of Fame bid at some point. But
I'm sure he would if he keeps it going the way he has.
Yeah, I think as long as he stays relatively healthy over the next 4 or 5 years.
Well, that was the other thing too.
He's going
it's like he wasn't his healthiest with us, but at the same time, he was getting pummeled.
It's amazing he's still alive right now, coming off that Giants.
I mean, the running back position is going to take a beating in and of itself from that, just the position that it is.
Especially when you're getting hit in the backfield every carry. Like, guys, can I get like 5 yards, maybe 3 yards, 1 yard?
He can't even start himself. Like he's like the the Flintstones where it's like the feet are going. Like his feet are going, but he hasn't been able to go forward yet, and then he just gets taken out. So
he's just like shedding bodies off of himself, and he's 3 yards behind the line of scrimmage. Yeah, I really did feel bad for him, and at the time I was pissed because he kept saying like I want to be a Giant for life, and it was clear the Giants were the ones that fumbled him, not the other way around. Especially when you see all the Hard Knocks footage and stuff.
Yeah.
But he wasn't going to go anywhere with the Giants,
No.
and so I'm glad he's got the opportunity. And I see Charlie right, and Elizabeth is rooting for the Chiefs. Of course, I'm guessing Elizabeth is a Swiftie. I'm just throwing it. I'm just assuming.
That's the other thing too. So it's like now you look at the conspiracy theories of the NFL and backing the Chiefs, and throwing games for the Chiefs and paying off refs for whatever. Like I don't really buy it completely. I see some of the things that that people point at, and I go, "That's like, come on."
Yeah.
But it happens throughout the NFL in games where you look at things and you go like, why are you calling that and then you're not calling this? Like, I don't understand what you're doing.
Right.
It is frustrating when it seems like a team that wins a lot. If the Chiefs weren't winning a lot, would you look at those same plays and go, are they throwing the game for them or whatever? It's just that they're talented as well.
Right. They capitalize on it.
Yeah.
That's what it is. And that's what good teams do.
Yeah, so I don't know anything about the whole, throwing of, and it's frustrating from outside, like Bills fans and stuff. Like I get it, I totally get it.
Well, also too, listen, they're good. They manage home field advantage, and by getting home field advantage, you almost always get a few calls because of that. I'm sure the officials, they feed off the crowd and all that kind of stuff. So there might be a call or two that swings your way because of that.
It's human influence. Like
you can't stop that.
You're never going to stop the human error.
Right.
That was the whole thing with the debate of strike zones.
Right. Wow, that's oh my God.
Which is a whole other story. I don't know. We're not going to get into that because we're going to get sidetracked on that.
45 minutes to an hour-long conversation.
We'll come back to that.
That requires your brother and Noah at minimum.
Yeah, I feel like we could just have a show where it's just the two of them talking about it.
DBS episode 3, strike zones only.
Strike zones and androids. Go ahead.
Yes.
See what happens.
Be freaking punches thrown by the end of that thing.
It's like, but Mike, what if those strike zones are Apple and what
Right. Who's behind the technology on the strike zones? Well, it's got to be Apple if it was Noah.
So anyway, let's go. Circling back to the Super Bowl with the Chiefs and everything like that. It's I don't know what sells more, a team that is constantly winning, or the variety where it can happen to anybody. Like it's every year there's a new team there, and it's like, holy cow! Like, to me personally, I like the variety because it's like cool to see different teams, doing well and competing, and it's like, or there's like the underdog fairy tale type of thing that happens and stuff, and I personally enjoy that.
And we lived it as Giants fans way back when they went on those 2 runs. They were not expected to win those Super Bowls.
Not at all. What, did they got into the playoffs at 8-8 or something? Or
9-7. 9-7 both times, yep.
Like, that's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, as like 6 seeds or something like that, too. Yeah, they had to make deep runs. I think across both Super Bowl runs, they hosted one home game. Right. Had to go to Green Bay twice.
Yes.
Like, really tough environments.
In the snow, too.
Yeah, like -20, where Coughlin's face looked like an apple. Yeah.
Like, this guy is like, I don't know how he survived.
That looked dangerous, dude. Yeah. You ever see those old, he looks red.
Yes, red, beat red.
Super beat red.
Like, I mean, and it's funny because like the guy is like pure white too. Like,
yes, oh yeah.
It's not even like he's got some kind of like dark complexion that is just registering red.
He went from like leprechaun white to beat red, and it was. Listen, those games in Green Bay,
and it's funny too because you see, like when he gets angry too, it's almost like he's an emoji just because of like how red he was, and then he's angry at the same time.
Right, he just went from like red to super red. Yeah. Those are fun times, man. I mean, and but to your point, that was fun, and I think that's what made those Super Bowls as good as they were.
Exciting,
because you had a super underdog in the Giants and this like Goliath in the Patriots.
I know for us personally, we're fans of it and everything like that. Oh, hey bud, We got visitors.
Who's coming?
Hey, you want to come say hi?
Hello.
You want to come say hi, Cam?
You gotta go to Daddy.
Come here and say hi.
Yeah.
Uncle Charlie's on. Uncle Charlie wants to say hi. Oh, thanks, Brian.
Yeah, it's my cash.
Cameron gave me your money.
I appreciate it. It's not a lot there.
What? Wait, I thought it was.
So we are temporarily interrupting this segment
with the children.
No.
No what?
You say hi. Say hi, Uncle Charlie.
Hi, Uncle Charlie.
There you go. Did you have fun?
I wish I could cue up the Randy Watson, I believe the children are our future version right now. Teach them well and let them be the inside.
Cameron.
Because of the great taste. Love of all inside me. Take the chocolate. Oh no. I've been unplugged. Cameron, what did you do? Hold on a second.
Hey, Cam. Uncle Charlie says hi.
What is going on? Oh, wait, Cameron, hold on. Wait.
Oh, boy.
I can't. All right, now I can hear things. I was unplugged for a second. All right. Family is back from family time. Nikki took the kids to her school for a little event. I'm going to give you back your money.
Thank you.
Why did you throw it?
Can't try to steal my money.
We got cookies and rolls. All right. Wait.
Why did you throw it?
Man. All right, guys. Wait, stop, Cameron. Oh my good lord. This is fun, isn't it? It's like a zoo here.
Put that down.
We got soup.
We got soup. We got things. We
have not eaten the scones yet.
I got red cars. I got green cars.
No, but she gave us like it's supposed to be. The gear fell out.
It's very, very sweet. Very sweet. Our friends are very nice. All right, so let it hold. All right, we need to finish the segment.
Upstairs.
Okay. All right.
Okay, everyone upstairs.
Which
I'm
one?
gonna get you. Go, don't fear, go.
I think it's on this side, baby.
I don't. Why are you apologizing to me? I don't.
It's right there.
We just went up 3 viewers because your children enjoy this thing. No, we really have been trying to do the right thing by Pat and the beer, which is delicious, by the way. Like I'm not even like doing it to be polite. Do you want to try a sip of this? Okay. Sunrise High. It's got a citrusy kind of thing to it.
Oh, jeez, what's happening? What happened?
I don't think that's the one you wanted either, but it's still good.
That is good beer.
Right. It's not like
It's not bittery. It's like a
right.
I love you, buddy.
And that's a high. It's like 6% alcohol.
Ooh.
I love all my kids. I love my wife.
All right, we're gonna save.
Can we
you
get
some-
back into our system, our show here? There is no way we're getting through all these beers in
Never.
2 hours.
Zero chance.
Like
0.0. Unlike the ABV, we are not getting through this beer.
What? Okay. All right.
Goodbye, Selekia children.
Goodbye. Thank you for the interruption. I love it. I'm sure everybody was entertained by it. What's that's called an adapter. Can you say adapter? Adapter.
Adapter.
It's abductor.
There you go.
Thank you. All right. Put the lightsaber away.
I think we got to make them a regular feature.
Yeah.
They have to be.
that was fun.
No, we have plenty. We're not going to have it all. He gave us
You
so
have
much.
Some.
I
We're.
want the one that's. I'll pick.
Oh boy. Oh boy. There it- Okay. Hey everybody. All right.
We're back.
So we're back. Holy cow. Sorry about that.
Love those kids.
I mean,
They're very cute.
this is what
Children
happens
are-
when you have a family. You know, it's fun.
It's part of.
It's part of our experience here. That was this amateur hour.
Hey, what's with the midget? That's Cameron.
There's you. There's Brian.
Bringing it back to school. All right. How are you on your beer? Are you still a little bit left?
Just a little bit.
Okay, I'm not going to rush you.
Yeah. So going back to the Super Bowl. I like the I like I don't like the one regime that just like dominates for years and years and years. I was like, good for them, good on them if they are able to do it and stuff like that. Me personally, it's like I'd rather.
That sucks.
I'd rather see something else at least.
I think
It
everybody.
gets boring.
I would venture to say 75 to 80% of America wanted the Lions and Bills.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Two teams that had not been in it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Had like really struggled as franchises.
Yeah.
The Bills obviously.
And they've, well, who's had the worst run? The Lions or the Bills?
I would say the Lions because
think
they
the
never
Lions,
got
right?
the Lions have ever gotten there.
No.
The Bills got there a number of times, unfortunately, during the Cowboys era back in the 90s. And now they're kind of facing the same thing with the Chiefs. They can't get out of the conference championship because they're in that same conference.
Yeah.
The Lions have been terrible for a long time. Even when Barry Sanders.
the Lions? They're terrible.
That's Charles Barkley, by the way, in case you didn't pick up on that. But yeah, they have been really, really bad for a very long time. Even when Barry Sanders was on the team, they weren't that great.
I know. And I was just thinking of Saquon Barkley, like the running back position has become so just kind of like more obsolete. But like you think about back in the day, it's like, Walter Payton, Barry Sanders, Emmitt Smith. It was like watching those guys run was exciting. Like everybody wanted to be a running back because of them.
Yep.
Like being able, like the quick moves that they had, but like like Barry Sanders' talent of like, how it's funny watching, you watch players try to scramble, like quarterback scramble or even a running back scramble, and like go in the opposite direction to try to avoid. It was like he would do that and always get away with it.
Yes.
Like Barry would like run like 30 yards in the opposite direction and then gain like 20 yards.
Yep.
Like on the play. It's like, what the heck? Like,
Right.
He was crazy.
He had
all the time.
both elusiveness and speed.
Yeah.
Which is very rare.
Yeah, he was so cool to watch.
He was. And I always remember, like, especially like those Thanksgiving Day games, because the Lions always put in Thanksgiving. It was like, all right, this is my one chance to watch Barry Sanders. And he always had some crazy run during those games. Even if it was only one breakaway run, he always, because they were terrible when he played for them.
Yeah.
And he was the show. And he was an amazing, and the weird thing about Barry retired right in the middle of his prime. Like,
you know what, though? Good for him, because it's like,
he's got his faculties about him now. He's,
exactly.
He's in the Hall of Fame. Like, what else? I guess in his mind, it's like, what else am I going to do?
Yeah.
Unless he had this aspiration to win a Super Bowl. If he was content just being the...
That's just saying that the Lions weren't doing that.
No, he wasn't doing that. And that was prior to, like, when people left in free agency and stuff like that. Yeah. Probably, like, just after he retired that started to happen. But, yeah. Well.
And then it's, so now... Are they pushing? That's the other thing too with the conspiracy theories. Like, are they pushing the Chiefs because, you have people watching because of Taylor Swift type of thing?
Yeah, I can see why that's a popular conspiracy theory.
That's just the NFL trying to capitalize. And it's funny because it's like, what does the NFL have to capitalize on? They're like the most money-making sport, like,
I know.
ever. Like, what is like...
Maybe their thought is, listen, we can improve viewership by 3 or 4 million people or whatever it is.
I guess.
Because we're going to show her in a luxury box looking kind of hot. That's what they're going to do. And, she is the greatest pop star that we have going right now. So, when I say greatest, I mean like the most popular
I know
female
what you mean.
artist.
Yeah, it's definitely not...
Yeah.
From a musician standpoint,
no, but listen, she's very talented.
I'm not going to take. I can't take away. Good for her and the things that she's done and stuff like that. But it's not my thing. No, definitely not my taste.
No,
not my cup of tea.
Also, just like kind of like taking your ex-boyfriends and just shitting on them and your lyrics and stuff like that. It's like,
well, that's also that's funny because. Growing up, I was heavily influenced by like the Beatles and, oldies music because that's what my parents listened to all the time. We always had CBS FM on, and we were just listening to oldies constantly. And those are all love songs.
Yes.
Like I love my woman and I'll do anything for my woman. And we do, every once in a while they have like the weird things. Like there's some funny Beatles songs. It's like Run for Your Life. It's hilarious because it's basically like, you cheat, you're going with another guy. So I'm going to kill you, basically.
Yeah. There's two eras of the Beatles.
But
there's drugs Beatles and there's pre-drugs Beatles. And the pre-drugs Beatles were more like the love and that.
But it's the saying, like most of those songs were like love songs, and and then Alanis Morissette came out, and I'm like, what a bitch! Like you got to be kidding me! Like
Dave Coulier, holy hell!
Yeah, like what'd you do? I didn't even.
The guy with the puppet from Full House.
I had no idea about that until later on in life too. Like I didn't know what she was talking about.
No idea.
But it's just
I knew the theater line. I was like, pretty sure I know what she's talking about there.
Yeah.
I was 14. I was like, okay, following that one.
Norwegian Wood, John Lennon burns down your place at the end. Exactly. But it's just it was like a polar opposite to me, where it's like, and like girls that I knew were like, oh, Alanis Morissette, I love Alanis Morissette, and I'm like, she's basically bashing men. Like that's she's bashing men right now, and like that's who you love, and I'm like, I'm liking the guys who are singing love songs to their women and like wooing them, and she's like, F you, dude, and the girls around me are like, yeah, F you, dude. It's like, wow, all right, I feel like
thought I was a nice man.
Yeah, exactly.
Not. Dave Coulier fucked it all up for us.
Yeah, seriously.
Really, Dave. Thanks, buddy.
Boring.
Listen, Alanis, I'm not gonna. I like Alanis' stuff, but when you really listen to the lyrics, it is like sort of. Man.
Yeah, well, I mean, for me personally, like, it's funny growing up, because I was so heavily influenced by the oldies and 60s and the 50s, and I was not really into any of the music in the 90s at the time,
which is wild because you should be. That's
right.
That is your genre.
I know. That's just,
all of your friends like
yeah.
Pearl Jam.
That's
Nirvana,
what I'm saying. Nowadays,
and all that shit.
So it was kind of funny in a sense because even like the friends that I had, in grammar school, they're listening to that stuff, and I didn't like it. So I was kind of like almost made fun of for the sense of like my music taste compared to theirs.
Yeah,
and. I understand, kids and stuff. But
I had a similar problem with my dad.
But looking at it now, though, it's like I listen to all that stuff all the time now because
absolutely.
I don't listen to Alanis Morissette. I still don't really. I'm not really a fan of hers at all. But
I definitely have more of an appreciation for my dad's music than I did when I was growing up.
Yeah,
not that I didn't. Some of it I hated.
Yeah, no, like now it's like I enjoy. I listen. I think Pearl Jam is freaking cool. I wasn't listening to them when they were out.
Yeah.
Obviously, like Green Day, I wasn't listening to them when they were out in the beginning, and I really like them.
Yep.
So I've definitely come to appreciate that style and that genre and that era a lot more now.
Yeah, well, it's also you weren't exposed to it. If you were,
I guess I was exposed to it in a sense because it wasn't like because that's what was on the radio. And now think about it, like back then back in the day, like you didn't have access to music unless it was on the radio or you went and bought it.
Yeah.
Like you couldn't go stream something. You couldn't pick the genre to stream.
Right, we're talking pre-Napster. We're talking
that's what I'm saying.
Mid-90s.
Yeah. Well, even Napster, it's like you had to download stuff that you wanted.
Yeah. Yeah, you had to know it.
You had to know what you were looking for.
Yes.
So it's like I was downloading the music that I listened to.
Which in your case was what your parents were listening to. Yeah.
So one of the things that I, when I started to appreciate more modern rock and everything was K-Rock. 92.3. And I was so upset when they blew it up. Because I'm like, you got to be kidding me. It's like the one modern rock station around here.
Everything else was pop.
Yeah.
Everything else
was either pop,
or
hip hop, or oldies or classic.
Yeah.
Like that's all it was. you didn't have that was the one modern rock station.
Yep.
So
that was our station.
It was so
growing
cool
up.
because it was like, you got to listen to the new rock that was coming out. Anything that was rock that was new was played on K-Rock.
Yeah.
So it was super disappointing when that was changed.
That was sort of like near the end of like traditional radio, and at that point it was sort of transitioning to satellite radio, which then eventually became apps. Like that's kind of when K-Rock faded, was right around that time.
Yeah.
It was really,
but if
really
you go,
sad,
if you go out east, you got the Shark on 94.3.
Shark is good,
and the Shark is really good. That's for me would be like the replacement, but you don't really get it out here.
No, you get it with the static. It's not good.
Yeah. So,
yeah.
I mean, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, it's
But I mean, nowadays it's easy. You could just tell Alexa play, this genre, and then she just plays whatever.
I wasn't sure if you had an Alexa-enabled device.
I don't have it down here.
Because if you did, I was like, that shit's going off in 2 seconds.
Yeah, nothing. She's probably still listening anyway.
Playing Black Hole Sun. Yeah, man. It's
yeah. So Charlie was a radio disc jockey at.
Is that the station that he was at? Do they have the call letters?
At CW Post.
WCWP.
Yeah. Yeah, so he did a rock, he did a metal segment.
Charlie, did you have to go in with the Uber radio voice with the whole?
I did. No, he had his own voice, whatever.
He did his own thing?
He did his own thing and stuff like that. He wasn't like trying to be...
This is Charlie at WCWP.
WP.
CBS FM.
WNBC.
Big vomit.
Big vomit. Yeah.
WNBC.
No, but I mean, we had influence. Like my aunt was a radio disc jockey for Y100 in Philly, which was basically like Z100.
Y100 was big.
Yeah.
I remember.
She did it she was Eagle 106, then she was Y100. She did, but it's funny. There would be times because she could do the radio voice, and she was a decently popular for for the area and everything like that. Everybody knew Lucy St. James on the radio, and every once in a while I would listen. You'd be sitting there listening, and you would hear a commercial and be like, "That's my aunt."
Yeah.
Like she would do commercial cuts and everything like that, and you would hear it out here. Like you would hear commercial cuts out here.
Oh, so they syndicated her.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. Oh man, that's really bringing us back, man. There's like these what is it? Y100? Was that the?
Yeah, it was
station?
Y100 in Philly. Yeah.
Yeah, I was an Opie and Anthony guy, so I was listening to.
But that was the pop. But it wasn't Z100 because Z100 did a lot more rap. Hip hop type of stuff.
Y100
like
was more alternative.
Yes, Y100 was more the alternative side and everything like that. But it was really neat because I would go and visit her. I used to go because my family would come every summer and they would come out here and spend a week and go to the beach. Because obviously in Pennsylvania they don't have the beach.
Right.
So they would come here. We had the cabana, and we would have like a week of all of my cousins and my aunts and uncles, and we'd have a week out at the beach. And then one year, my aunt was like, "Do you want to come back with me and stay, at the house?" And I was like, "Sure." So I went, and crashed with my aunt at her apartment for like a few days. She would, afterwards and stuff like that. And then I either drove back or she took the train or whatever it was, but she would still be going to work. So I would go to work with her at the radio station, and I'd be changing songs and everything on the radio.
Did you really?
Yeah, it was. I would operate
cool.
Yeah, it was really cool.
So
I remember one time, so Tommy was at Villanova at the time, and I was I was at the station, and I was on the phone with Tommy, and I told him, I'm like, yeah, I'm at the station with Aunt Lucy, and I was like, so he had the radio on, with his friends and everything at Villanova, and the songs are playing. I was like, hold on a second, I'm gonna go change the song over. So I went and I changed the song, and I was like, that was me. He's like, that was you. You changed that? It's like, that was my brother. He changed the song.
That's so cool.
It was pretty neat.
How old were you at the time?
I mean, so he's in college, so I guess I was
15? Yeah. And as an aspiring musician / artist /
it was really neat.
Very neat.
It was really neat. Just and that is old school radio disc jockeying too.
Yeah.
So it's like you had the big board, it wasn't computers where, you're putting on, you're going to set a set list and have it play through whatever. It's like you had to take the disc and put the disc in, and you had to switch from channels to get the next one on. You did the fade yourself.
Yeah, you were
actively changing the music on the air, live.
Yeah, that's before it was all now it's all pre-programmed.
Yeah,
there's no selections on the fly with all that stuff.
Even it's funny. I keep on saying it's funny all the damn time, and I catch myself doing it a lot, and I'm like, stop saying.
Oh, do you really?
Yeah, it's like one of those it's like one of those tics that I constantly do, and I keep saying to myself, don't say it anymore, and I keep doing it.
Oh man, you so screwed yourself now.
I know.
Now I'm going to hear it because I never noticed that about
I know.
it.
I can't stand it. I do it all the damn time.
We're going to have to at some point, like a month or two from now, after several shows, cut up the times where you say it's funny, and then put it together with a bunch of non-funny things. But I didn't realize you said that.
I was actually, because of how much I said it, I was going to go back and just make a collage video of me just saying it over and over and over and over again.
It's funny. That's perfect. I had no idea you did that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man. Now I'm going to hyper-focus on that.
I know.
That's so bad.
I'm gonna try so hard not to do it, too. So it's funny.
Chat. Every
Anyway.
time we bring up a movie reference, by the way, the chat can't. They can't
help themselves.
No, they can't.
No, of course.
My brother. He says it through a character. Still on the pig vomit thing. Gotta go watch Elizabeth's house, so check back in. All right.
You are the motherfucking Antichrist. That's Paul Giamatti, when he does his rants, are the funniest things ever. I can't stand it.
It's everything. It's the voice. It's the face.
And he attributes his fame to Howard Stern for that movie.
Yeah, but that's kind of when he popped.
Yes, he thanks him so much because that role was so, he did that so well that it like
when he's taking a leak and all of a sudden he hears
and he looks up. It's so great.
You goddamn motherfucker.
Yeah. Elizabeth, break a leg.
Yes. Good luck, Elizabeth. And thank you, Charlie, for
the contribution.
Oh
our
my
brothers.
God.
Our brothers are on top of
They're
it.
carrying the chat right now.
Sean contributed a few too, and he's on his. I hope he's driving safely.
God help him. Yeah, he's going to Vermont. So the fact that he was even trying to chat while I don't think maybe he's
hopefully
not.
Diane is driving.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, we got to take Sean to that brewery though, man. Sean, you would like that.
Yeah,
place.
we'll get the group of us out there. Mm-hmm. Maybe we can convince him to have a cornhole night.
Ooh.
We got to
check.
I said we got to check
garden.
We got to check the beer garden out.
Once the beer garden is open, we can totally do cornhole back there.
Yeah, and we can stream it. We could do a stream with Gotta get a third camera.
Yeah. Camera 1, camera 2. All right. How are you on your beer? What are we?
I'm good. Let me do a rinse.
You're gonna do the
rinse.
again?
Rinse.
All right.
Brian, take the wheel.
We need rinse music.
Brian and Jesus, take the wheel.
All right.
We need rinse music.
We do. If you're gonna be rinsing out the glasses. All right. Well, we are. It's about an hour and 20 minutes down. We're 2 beers down. We're not gonna make it through this entire selection. Yes, we are. All right. I guess we're going 5 hours again today because this is. My God. Again, just to recap, Mike and I are sampling some product from the Lunchbox Brewing Company, which is in Bellmore.
This is the commercial ad part.
Yeah, this is Brian's live read at this point. I know, Pat. Yes, can you give me some paper I can read off of? They're only sponsored by this one company. That's it. That's all we got. Just the one. Not even like 1-800-DIAL-A-MATTRESS or nothing like that. Nope. That's
Drinking
it.
Buddies brought to you by Lunchbox Brewery in Bellmore, New York.
We need the Cars for Kids song right now, actually. That's actually what we need. All right, hang on. What do we got here?
LUNCH Lunchbox Brewery.
Okay, I'm going to give you two choices. We got Not My Gumdrop Buttons.
Not my gumdrop buttons.
Which, maybe for those of you active in the chat, what is that movie reference? It should be pretty obvious.
That's pretty obvious.
If you don't know it, you're kind of an ass. Or Flamingos Aren't.
Hey, Nick. Hey, benching the 325 today. Hey, yo.
Did you see that?
Tommy texted me. He was like Nick bench 325. Oh
yeah.
my gosh.
And that was after 275 incline press.
I can't.
He sends us these things, and then we just sit back humiliated. Like, Nick, are these your numbers or are these somebody else's numbers?
I got 10-pound dumbbells upstairs. I'm quite proud of myself.
Got my Richard Simmons weights.
Yeah, they have like a rubber thing so that you don't hurt yourself. Too.
Right. If you have the rubber coating on your weights, you're not really lifting weights. Nah, Nick's got the ones that if you drop them on your head, you're probably dying.
Yes, I was just saying, like those are lethal weapons.
Yes. Right, so what are we doing? We doing flamingos or gumdrop? What are we going to do?
All right. So, what was it? Not flamingos aren't pink. All right. So we got it's a pilsner and an ale. We did 2 lagers.
Okay. So this is so either way we're going different.
We can drop by 1/10 of an ABV on the flamingos aren't pink.
Want to do that? Just to
sure.
nod?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Sure. We'll just bounce back and forth.
I'm going to try to slide it to the side here. All right. Okay. Flamingos aren't pink.
Excuse me.
Going to crack open this beer, and then you're good. Is watching? Let's see if there's no one spilled this. Here we go. Hopefully the lid is... Again, I'm not... Oh, fuck. Why does this keep happening to me?
No, I think it's
exploding on me.
Grab that. I think it's the it's exploding. It's like, stop exploding onto your lap.
It's everywhere.
I think it's because he just canned these.
Yes.
So they still have like the high carbonation to them. Like if they were settled, plus we had a car ride here and stuff.
And he's canning it himself.
Yes.
And once he gets that process down, there's no judgment on the canning at all.
Absolutely not.
Nope.
Absolutely not.
The fact
like
that
I
he
said,
canned
we are
it at all,
super grateful about this.
100%.
This whole thing.
I did it again.
Oh
It's
no!
like 3 beers.
No!
I went
Come
in,
on,
I went in
man!
fast. I went in fast. I did it wrong. You're doing it wrong.
Yeah. Hi. You're doing it wrong.
Another great movie.
That's one of those lines that I quote all the darn time. Just like you're doing it wrong.
Yeah.
Just
and the other.
It is
the
so.
electrician line.
It is so simple though, just because, it's the dad who doesn't know what the heck he's doing, and it's like
It's all of us.
Yeah. So
Very relatable.
Dad, you're doing it wrong. You're doing this. You can't do it wrong. There's no way to do it wrong. Whatever. Hi. You're doing it wrong. It's just so
great line.
It's just so perfect.
That and especially if I have to do something I've never done in the house. 220, 221, whatever it takes.
225, 220, 221.
Whatever it takes.
It's when it comes to construction and work in the house, there's 2 lines that we quote. One from Mr. Mom, which is the 220, 221, whatever it takes, and the other is from Dirty Work. 90 degrees. It's going to be a problem. What's the problem? The problem is we lied on our resume. We don't know anything about construction.
That's what. That's Norm.
Norm MacDonald.
Yeah.
And Artie Lang.
Yep. Man, Norm was great.
Okay, so this is Flamingos Aren't Pink.
Okay.
What was this is a New Zealand thing. Flamingos are discovered in New Zealand. And the fact that you think of pink flamingos, but they kind of look white, so flamingos aren't pink.
Right. Sort of the whole thing you said. They're not really pink.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So a light beer made with New Zealand grown hops. It has hints of pomelo,
I think that's the
citrus, and zesty lime.
Okay.
So let's see how we do here.
New Zealand.
Cheers.
Here we go. Yeah.
Again, it's very, very smooth.
Super smooth.
And this is a Pilsner. So we moved off the lager. We went to the Pilsner. I taste the lime.
Yes. I will say they're distinctly different.
Yeah.
Without being bad.
Absolutely.
I whatever. I'm not a beer snob, so there's probably nothing I'm going to have that I'm going to be like, not a fan.
Yeah, F that place.
Right. But no, this is very. This is good.
This is what I like about places like this, though, too, because you would go there and you can change up your beer and be happy all the time.
Yes.
Like, that's cool.
Mm-hmm.
That's the one thing, like, with South Shore, I'm stuck on, like, one beer.
Yeah, we have our go-to.
I should try more. I should definitely try more.
Well, I think...
But I go back to, like, I've been having the Excelentes every time I go there.
Same. I switched from the halves to the Excelentes. Yeah.
I really like the Excelentes.
Agreed. But I think what would help South Shore, and we're obviously a fan of their product. We go there all the time. This is not criticizing what they do. I think the fact that they have descriptions in their menu here is very helpful.
Definitely helps.
Like, and when you're at a brewery, you're not sitting there going, "Can I see the description menu?" Like, that's not how it really works.
No, but this menu is really,
it's spot on though too. Like,
it's very, very good. But that's what I appreciate about Pat too, because he was really giving us the descriptions of, like, even just as far as telling us why he picked certain names too. Like,
yes,
it's very cool.
There was a lot of detail put into this business,
and at the same time, he told us these change like every week or 2 weeks,
which is amazing.
A new, I'm sure there's a couple of beers that will probably hang around, but he said that they mostly go through their vats in 2 weeks, like typically. That's crazy, and then they have new beers.
When you think about it, though, I'm sure it's more complicated with beer because of the processing and all that. But, like, if you went to a restaurant, they have specials.
Yeah.
It's the same concept, but with beer. So it's like we're going to rotate something out because if we have regulars, they may want to try a new thing, and that's going to keep them coming back.
Sure, absolutely.
I think it's a great idea.
But you have your special, but he's saying, like, so we have to. We're going to have to keep on going back to Lunchbox just to see how it changes. But I mean, he was saying that the menu is going to change constantly.
Yeah.
Which is it's really cool. It's a
very
beer
cool
person, idea.
Yeah, if you're a beer person, that's what you want.
Yeah. You want to be able to taste it all. You want to be able to, like, you don't want to get stuck. Just having the same thing at the same place all the time.
Right.
It's like a new adventure every single time you go there. It's pretty awesome.
And yeah, you're not becoming stagnant as a business. You're always kind of like operating on your toes and trying to give your customers something new to look forward to, which I love. So, we're not saying this. I think you and I are honest enough brokers that if this experience was not good, we wouldn't be this enthusiastic.
I think it would just be like, yeah, it's good.
Yeah, we would just be like, all right, this is this beer. Anyway, let's talk about some other nonsense. But it's legitimately a good product.
I wouldn't be pushing the idea of having all 8 beers.
Right. That is true. We did start out this night being like, we're not going to be able to finish all these. And now it's like, how are we going to finish all these? We have a million topics on our spreadsheet.
Get through them. We haven't. We touched the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl was one that we put on the topic list. But that's been it so far, and it's been an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Wow.
My brother going with the Whoopie Yes, we all had Whoopies. Starts out with the Whoopies. Next thing you know, you're hooked on a bedspread. That's true. That's a good line from that movie, too. Beer. It's 9 a.m. in the morning. Yeah. Scotch?
Scotch?
Is that a line or is that just Nick?
No, that's 220, 221.
That's from the same movie?
That's the same exact spot.
He's talking to
his wife's boss.
Oh, jeez. Nick, I had no idea you were a Mr. Mom fan. I never thought Nick would actually be
I think it's 8 o'clock in the morning.
Is that what it is? Maybe that's what messed me
so.
up. Listen, I don't care if you got the hour wrong.
But
the fact that Nick knew the movie, I'm impressed.
That's a great line, though.
It's a great line.
That's another thing that we quote is the beer. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. Scotch.
Yeah.
If nobody's seen Mr. Mom, it's one of those highly recommended Michael Keaton movies.
Oh my God.
He was the breadwinner of the house until he lost his job and his wife took a job. So he became the mom of the house, the stay-at-home mom. So he had to learn how to do all the things at home, take care of the kids, take them to school, clean the house.
It's relatable.
Yeah,
it's very
it's
relatable.
so fantastic. So that scene that Nick is referencing in the 220-221 is his wife's boss is there to pick her up in the morning, and he wants to make it look like he's not a schlub just hanging around the house type of thing. So he's pretending to do construction on the house and
wearing his flannel.
Yeah, he's being a tough
got a
guy.
tool belt on. Yeah,
it's freaking great.
It's amazing.
Michael Keaton has some good stuff, man. I'm actually I didn't get to see the Flash, the new Flash movie where they did the multiverse and they went into his Batman realm.
Oh yeah, I want to see that. I heard that was very good.
Yeah, I think that's pretty cool. But Michael Keaton, I feel like was like he fell off for a little while, like he was just kind of gone.
Yeah, he had a resurgence in the last about 10 years or so.
Huge, like in the 80s. It's just huge.
I mean, it was Mr. Mom,
Dream Batman,
Team.
the Dream Team, Beetlejuice.
Yep.
He was, and then I think the next time I saw him pop up was freaking that stupid ass movie with Will Ferrell and Mark Wahlberg.
The Good Cops.
The
other guys.
The other guys.
It's a great movie though,
and he's constantly freaking quoting TLC.
Yes,
guys,
it's a great movie though.
Don't go chasing waterfalls.
Yeah.
Was that an accident, or did you actually mean to quote TLC? I don't know what you're talking about.
It's so good though.
It's so fantastic.
Man, yeah, he's definitely had his rebirth, Michael Keaton.
Yeah, and then he was the villain in Spider-Man: Homecoming.
Yes,
the first Tom Holland Spider-Man.
He was good in that too,
and he was awesome in it.
Yeah,
he was so awesome. I thought they were gonna bring him back at some point because they kind of referenced it. That he may have an appearance somewhere else in the Spider-Man storyline. I think they're doing another Tom Holland Spider-Man coming up too.
Are they really? I thought he was giving that up.
No, I think he just kind of hinted at it in an interview fairly recently.
Oh,
where he kind of let the cat out of the bag type of thing.
All right, he was a good Spider-Man.
I enjoyed him. I liked his take on it because, I mean, comic books wise, he is a kid, and Tobey Maguire, as much I loved Tobey Maguire as Spider-Man.
It's like 35.
Yes, so I mean, he looks like he was 50 when he was 20. You know, so it's like,
yeah, he definitely looked older. Even
he didn't look 50, but I mean, he looked older.
He did. He looked like if they had let him grow his beard out.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Like, and what's her name too? The one who played Mary Jane Watson.
Kirsten Dunst.
She's a little long in the tooth there too.
Yes,
you know?
Exactly. Yes, she has the older look to her as well,
like 2 packs.
But it's funny.
I think she does actually. I think she would.
But Tom Holland's like 25 and he looks like he's 16. You know, it's like
much better Spider-Man. Yeah, and he actually sounds youthful too.
That's what I was saying. The way he played it off, he played it like a kid, like trying to like oh man, I want to do the fighting. You know, it's like
and you know what sucks too? I actually like Andrew Garfield as an actor. He is the pimple on the ass of Spider-Man. Oh my God, scones. Oh, one. I'm sorry. I thought which one should I
stop taking them? Stop taking both.
But which one looks? I want to take the better.
All right, now with the sample is of the. Thank you, Nicole.
Yes. Holy hell, Nikki, this is like 5 pounds.
They're so good though.
I know they're good. That's why they're 5 pounds.
All right, so here we go with the Nick. This is part of her sourdough. Oh, you're in the shot. If you want to be in the shot, you are still in the shot. Okay,
it's fine.
This is.
They all want to show Nikki.
This is part of her Sweet Bean Bakery is the sourdough scones, sourdough based scones. And she does all these different flavors. She tries different flavors. This one is cranberry orange. It like, okay, so.
Amen. All right, here we go. Are we allowed to bite it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, you get the orange in that big time.
Mm-hmm.
Good though.
Zest.
Yes, zesty. Is that what it is? They just do a little.
Yep.
Okay. Oh my God.
Yeah.
This is amazing.
Yeah, cranberry oranges.
Hey,
That's one of my.
I got any cranberry in the last one. Oh man, you know what? The density on it is very good. You're my density. Sorry. I mean, my destiny.
What's this? My has popped me to you. What? Oh. What I meant to say was, I'm your density.
It's me, George. George.
Yes.
That's such a great movie, too.
Crispin Glover is a freaking weird dude as
Super
well.
weird.
And, like, you know, he played that part perfectly because it's like he's supposed to be like a weird, oddball dude.
Yes.
And,
we do have the Goblin one. It's in the fridge. Is that the one you wanted?
well, yes, we'll get to it. Don't
Yeah,
worry.
we're getting
we
there.
still have 3 to 4 hours to go. So
We're rocking and rolling, yeah. Yeah, man. Lou, I'll have a milk.
Give me a milk.
chocolate. Slides it down the table. Oh, shit.
Hey, you. Get your damn hands off her. You really think I ought to swear?
Darth Vader came down
and melt my brain.
Oh, no.
I understand what like he was trying to prove a point about
when he went like off the deep end with that
like
stuff.
you know, he's like, we're putting a value on money instead of family, and you know, it's like yes and no. It's like, dude, like, can you
a little bit of both?
Yeah, can you just relax? It's just talking about, like, you know, if you have confidence in yourself, you can find yourself to be successful. It has nothing to do, like, we're not talking monetary wise. It's just, it was a change total in his whole life. Actually, it's kind of funny though if you think about it. There are a lot of screwy things when it comes to Back to the Future, and everybody can nitpick on certain things and stuff like that. I actually read something that was pretty funny. And it was cool to think about, and I had to think about it too, and I couldn't remember what the last one was. However, the scene in Back to the Future 2 where old Biff is talking to young Biff in his car right after he gets it repaired, he says, the thing is like, there's 4 DeLoreans in that time at that moment. So I went back and I thought about it. I'm like, I could think of all of them, and I couldn't remember one. And then when I looked at it, I was like, oh shoot, yeah. So it's like, it's the one that Marty is there with in the first movie.
Correct.
It's the one that old Biff brings back. It's the one that Doc and Marty bring back to stop old Biff from doing it. And then the fourth one is the one that's sitting in the cave that was buried there back in the 1800s.
Oh, right. Oh, wow. I didn't think about that.
Exactly. Like, how cool is that? I was like, wow, that's pretty neat.
That is very neat.
And then they kind of threw another thing in there, which I was kind of like, You okay being in the shot, Nick?
I'm not right now.
I mean, you kind of are. Your head's there.
What, right here?
Yeah.
It's actually kind of funny that it's just like, it's mostly your ponytail. It's fine.
One of the other ones that they kind of said in a, like, if you want to stretch it this far, it's technically the 5th one when he's moving through time to get to the future from the past type of thing.
Yeah.
I was like, all right. But definitely 4 at one point in that moment, which is pretty neat.
It's very neat. Yeah, I never thought of it that way.
Yeah.
And while watching it at the time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Never thought of it. I'm just like, there's one.
So, saying that there's so many different things that you can nitpick about Back to the Future, because it's impossible to get time travel right in any kind of story, because it's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. There's no way to go back in the past. I don't care what anybody says. There's just no way to do it. you can come up with all these theories and everything like that, but everything will come in, it comes down to a paradox where it's the impossible that happened, because you can't be in the past because the past already happened. So if you are in the past, that means that past had already happened, meaning you were already there at some point, which doesn't make sense because you had to be in the future in order to get to the past. So
yeah,
like it's impossible. But what's funny is that with all the success that George wound up having from taking Biff out in the past, they still lived in the same exact house.
Yeah. Yeah. Why the hell didn't they upgrade?
Like, as I'm saying, like they technically made more money,
but they
and just wound up in the same exact place.
Same neighborhood and the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like we would, like I love Wanta, but if I had them, I'm going to Syosset or something, or Center Island.
I wouldn't want to go North Shore.
Oh, come on, man. I want to go.
I go Garden City.
Oh, Garden City?
I don't know if I'd go.
Oh, I don't know. If anybody's watching, if you had, I'm not going to say infinite money, but significantly more money than you have right now, and you could upgrade your lifestyle, what town would you live in? And let's presume a good chunk of our audience is on Long Island. Where would you go?
We actually had talked about it for a little while. If we were like, because we always thought like maybe Rockville Center, because it's still in this area,
good downtown area. Yep.
Yeah, so you're still surrounded by family, good schools, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Yes, the character who plays Biff, actually, I can't remember his name. And it's kind of a disservice. I have to look it up, though.
He's supposed to be a very nice gentleman.
Yeah.
Like the anti-Biff.
He also hates the idea, like, not that he hates it. Thomas Wilson. He was kind of getting sick and tired of people quoting Biff lines to him whenever they saw him.
Yeah, well, he's typecast now at this point. It's kind of like, I mean, listen, that's what happens in those movies and shows.
What's
like
funny
that.
though is fucking said it.
Sorry.
So
if you hadn't said that, I wouldn't
know.
have
I
caught it.
can't. So Mark Hamill actually, being typecast and everything, he loves it though, because he loves all his fans and everything like that.
Yeah.
So he's okay with people doing it. Yeah, he loves it
too. Bryan Cranston with Breaking Bad.
Oh yeah.
He doesn't care. I mean, I think he's done a couple of other things, but I think he understands for the rest of the time he's Walter White. When you have a character that is that powerful, that permeates pop culture, that's what's going to happen.
I don't know if how many people know, because if you're into comic books and stuff like that, but Mark Hamill is also like one of the most popular voices of the Joker in the Batman series and cartoons and video games and stuff like that. So like the Arkham series games and stuff, like he's he does the Joker voice, and he does yay Elizabeth job.
Wow,
I'm
that was
sure
fast.
she did.
I thought she was.
Well,
Have we done so much content that she actually went and did a tap solo and came back?
Well, I mean,
oh my god,
those the dance routines take just like a couple minutes.
Yeah, but doesn't Charlie got to drive there and the whole way back and all that
he's
stuff?
there.
Oh, he's doing. Oh, all right. So he's ignoring the rest of it. Okay, good. All right. At least you got your priorities in order, Charlie. Good. Ignore the rest of those performers.
Well, he's either there. He's
It's like
watching.
Jordan.
He might be working. Because he and Valerie trade on and off.
Whatever. You got
to do their thing.
You're doing the right thing by watching us. So thank you. Wonder if my brother retracted a message. I wonder how horrific it was. I actually don't want to know, so I'm glad he retracted it, whatever it was.
Biff sucks.
Ooh, how close are you to re-breaking your seal? I'm getting there.
I'm okay right now.
All right. I've probably got one more in me.
I told you
I
I really emptied myself before we started.
Good. That's gonna cut that out too. That one's we have a bunch of like little lines that we have said that out of context.
No, listen.
Sound awful.
I went to the bathroom. I stood over the toilet, and I really went to town to make sure that I was completely empty before we started.
That didn't help. I'm just saying. That might have made it worse, actually. To being honest.
Yeah, you know.
Good times.
That's what happens when you drink
Yes.
16-ounce beers.
Did you have your apricot thing?
No. Because we need to share it.
Sharing is caring.
Excuse me. I can't believe I went out of the microphone and that still picked it up. That was pretty.
What
my burp?
Yeah.
It's mostly our brothers.
Yeah, it was Nick for a little while too. I don't know what happened to Nick.
No, Nick chimed in when we were talking about him lifting weights.
Did you know how much Nick benched today? By the way, do you want to know? Take a wild guess what Nick bench pressed.
Do I need to know his weight?
No, I would venture to guess Nick is like 230. That's my guess. Solid 230, by the way. For anybody judging 230, Nick's like over 6 foot. So
Is he really that?
Nick is still here.
I'm gonna say about 6 feet.
I didn't know Nick was tall.
I mean, he's not short. He's like average height, above average actually.
Is average? No.
I don't know what the average height is for a man. When I look at Nick, I look at a slightly tall
I think that Nick.
brick.
I think that Nick could bench press
Give-
180 pounds.
You would be a little low on that, my friend. Nicky said 180. Ooh.
I gotta say, I don't even know if I can do 180.
Yeah.
That's actual retail price.
Yeah, Nicky went with $1 on the bench.
Exactly. That's good. That's a good one.
Yeah.
$1, Bob.
Can he bench press somebody twice the size of him?
Well, he's not doing in the fours.
All right, so Nick did. Wait. So what did you say? It was 180. That's what you said.
She went 180.
Okay, so almost. He can almost do that with one half of his body, apparently.
Correct. Close. Closer at 360.
Yeah, closer.
You would not have won the Showcase Showdown with that one, but you'd be just a little over.
If somebody went over, I would.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, you're right.
If someone went over, I would win.
He did 325.
That's really amazing.
It is. And that was coming off of doing 275 on an incline, which actually might be harder.
Yeah, incline's tough.
Very tough. What'd you do?
I lifted a really dense scone.
So did I.
It's very heavy.
I lifted a dense scone too.
Yep.
I don't know how much Nicky is being picked up on the microphones though, so it'd be better if she contributed via chat, but
It would be.
this was the same thing we went through last time.
It's fine. You're still contributing. We love you. Hans and Franz.
You guys.
They were Italian. We here to pump you up. That is Nick.
Hey, we gotta pump you up and you're good.
You're good. I don't know if we want to give away our future Nick bits.
No,
we have things in store for Nick.
We do.
For our audience who does not know Nick, first of all, fun fact about Nick. Only friend of ours that has a master's degree.
I know. We brought that up last time.
Did we bring it up?
Yeah.
Okay, that's how drunk we are. Okay.
That's how. Yeah, that's what I know this because I had to. I watched the stream over several times to try and cut things
find
and
bits.
stuff like that. But that's what happens when you edit.
Yeah.
Well,
but listen, he knows this too. We bust his chops because he's stereotypical Italian. He's got the dialect. He's got the Nick. He's all Nick.
Hey, I'm Nick.
We used to say back in the day when we were playing pool together. Remember, like we were big fans of what's the hell the Paul Newman pool movie? Color of Money. Color of Money with him and.
Oh, okay. I thought. Paul. I thought you were talking about like The Sting with
I guess that could
Robert
be
Redford and Paul Newman.
I was thinking Paul Newman and Tom Cruise.
Okay.
And the Color of Money.
Yeah, that's the Color of
And
Money.
remember, like Tom Cruise comes in with a Vince shirt. It just says Vince on his chest.
Mm-hmm.
We wanted to get Nick a shirt, black shirt, similar kind of vibe. You know what I mean? Walk into the place, tight black shirt, chain hanging out, and just Nick across the chest. Nick would have owned that. Oh. Yeah, that's what we were. We have some plans for Nick. Nick is going to be an integral part of our show at some point.
Absolutely.
Oh, the Hustler, right? That is true.
Oh,
with
the Hustler.
Jackie Gleason. That's right. Forgot about Jackie. Old honeymooners.
Yeah, that scene, the honeymooner scene where he's shooting pool with Norman, and Norman puts the chalk, like the powder, on his hands, and he's like, "Why are you doing that?" or whatever. And he's like, the cue slips, so it's easy, so it doesn't stick to your hands. You put the powder on or whatever." So Jackie Gleason puts the powder on. He goes to square up, and the cue just goes flying out of his hand. It's so classic slapstick stuff. I love it.
The Honeymooners,
and they did all of that live.
Yes. Yep, I
They did
remember reading
all of
about
it
that.
live.
Yep.
And there's a great one because I used to love all those types of comedies. We had like compilation VHSs of comedy legend things and stuff like that. And one of them was talking about Jackie Gleason and the Honeymooners and how it was done live. Everything was done live. And at one point in one of their episodes, they had something wrong with the stage where like a curtain or whatever it was broken and wouldn't move or whatever. And they had to like fix it during the performance. So they asked Jackie to go out and just kind of like entertain the audience for like 10 minutes. And he went out and just did this improv of him like dancing and singing and just doing whatever he could just to keep everything. And he's like, came out, he's like, really embarrassed, but something broke, so they asked me to come out. And he just, like went up and just
That's so hard.
Absolutely, especially like you're not prepared for it.
No.
It's like even though they're doing it live, they had a script that they practiced, and they're there to perform the script. And now he's just got to get out and entertain the audience. They're all sitting there waiting for a show.
Yeah, he was a talented dude. Man.
Absolutely,
Jackie Gleason was amazing.
Absolutely, a lot of those old school comedians.
Yeah, the Odd Couple was. I mean, that whole like that WPIX 11 o'clock after lineup was pretty goddamn solid. What we got here? Jack Gleason frequently did not rehearse before shows, so Audrey Meadows and Art Carney just had to improvise. Wow,
that's all. See, that's what's great
It's
about.
also
those.
made it authentic.
Yeah, all of them, all of their reactions to each other and stuff. You never knew what was going to happen.
Yeah,
type of thing. So all of that stuff is cool, and it's a lot of shows actually do that, even though they're they're performed in front of a live studio audience and stuff. But like when you're going into acting, you don't realize how much improv is involved in order to develop your character, because there's a lot of script, and everyone reads through their script and they get it and they develop their script or whatever. But you don't realize the amount of actual improv that these actors do in order to make.
They're going to inject life into the script.
Yeah, in order to make it whole.
They take
and
something
if you ever watch those blooper reels and stuff, you'll realize from the actual aired version of it to what they say and stuff in the blooper reels is like they change it up every once in a while and how they do it, and it's just it cracks each other up because they don't know what to expect from one another. Yeah, which is awesome. It's really awesome because you do get that real feel,
especially in comedies where you'll hear. They're almost doing like lines. You know, it's like they had something scripted, and he's like, all right, I'm going to try 5 or 6 different versions of this. Yeah. But the joke or the punchline is going to be different for that thing. You've seen that in all sorts of comedy outtakes.
Yeah. When I have, when I go through my reels and stuff like that on Instagram and TikTok and everything, a lot of the things that come up are stand-up comedians, and most of them are just like improv comedians that are just up there at their, it's like, they do the Laugh Factory or whatever it is, and they have their skit and stuff, but a lot of it is banter with the audience, and it's pure talent to be able to carry on. To like react to what the audience is saying and just come up with something that everyone's going to laugh at too.
Right. Like you and I are going on for whatever, a couple hours here, and we'll get a few in. These guys got to do it constantly,
and they have like 25 minutes, like your act. You got to get it out there, and they got to be able to do it. Otherwise,
like that guy you turned me on to. Is it Jeff Arcuri?
Oh, Arcuri, yeah, man,
he's amazing at it.
He's really good at it.
If I'm being honest, I kind of think he's better than Matt Rife. I don't want to get into like a who's better thing, but I like him better than I like Matt Rife.
I really liked Matt Rife too, and then when I found Jeff Arcuri, I was like, I like the way he does it better. Like
There's
Matt
something
Rife
more
is
natural
funny.
about
Like
Arcuri.
Matt Rife is like he plays off the sexiness that he is and everything.
Yeah.
And like he flirts a lot with the women,
Which
and,
he should. That's his angle.
absolutely. And it's hilarious watching him do that and stuff. Jeff Arcuri is just just some dude, that's the way he plays himself.
Like he could be one of our friends.
Yeah. He's just, he's not the sexy guy. He's, he always makes it seem like he's like, everybody thinks I'm gay, type of thing. It's just, he's very, very good at it, just to be, your friend at the bar that everybody laughs at.
Absolutely. Yes. It comes across very organic when he's doing his thing. I just acknowledge my bro. It's U.S. Not U.S.
Oh my gosh,
the Toy was such an underrated
Jackie
good
Gleason.
movie.
Oh my god, that was one of the ones that we watched over and over again.
Wonder Wheel.
Actually, what's funny is because it was. Fuck, I said it again. It was one of those movies that we didn't own because we owned a lot of movies that we taped off of on VHS off of cable.
Yeah.
And it was like back in the day too, where it was like there was 3 cable channels. It was HBO, TMC, and Cinemax.
Yeah.
Those are the 3 ones that we had on the 36 channel button thing.
Wow, that's your various 36 channels is dead on, dude.
Yeah,
36 was like that might have been Showtime.
Yeah, because it was maybe it was Showtime. I can't remember.
35 was Cinemax. 36 was like maybe Showtime or TV.
Yeah. 37
whatever.
was Playboy.
Yeah.
Yep. No,
it was.
No, so I guess it was like 38, something like that.
Yeah,
it was one of those things, whatever.
But the other ones were like the.
But it's like you had your 8. It was the last few that had the movie channels associated to it.
Correct.
And we would tape movies when we saw them on our TV guides.
Yep.
When they were coming out, and we would
try to time it up with the whole. Yep.
So we had the whole collection of VHSs that had like 3 or 4 movies a piece on them that we taped off of the TV. But the Toy was never one that we actually taped off of it. We always had to rent it. But we rented it so many times we loved it.
Yeah.
So we would go to the video store and rent the Toy all the damn time.
Love the Toy.
It was such a good one.
Yeah,
there's so many of them. Is
Richard Pryor.
Yeah,
yes.
That's Richard Pryor. When the kid's friggin' picking out, he's like, I want the black man. He wants one in black.
Right. That was, I forget, who was the boy actor? I can't remember.
Oh, I can't remember his name.
He had a couple of other roles too during that period. I forgot what the hell else he was in.
It was so fantastic though. When first he's like, this is Master Bates. Master Bates.
Master Bates. It was the way Richard Pryor said it that made it really funny.
It's so perfect. I loved it. Richard Pryor is another great one. That's just, oh man. And what's you had. Oh God, Matt, what are we doing? Are you going to retract that one?
Well, if Noah was on the stream, Noah knew that one. He turned me on to that one.
So other people got to eat. That's when he's the maid.
Oh right, yes, that's okay. I knew I recognized the line. Watch the outtakes for this.
Yeah, so like they had the wheel. They had that button thing that had 3 levels to it, and on the left was the rotating thing to pick the level that you wanted to pick for the TV channel. So it was like, the top row was 1 through 13 or whatever it was, right. And then the next one 26.
The old cable box you're talking about, yeah.
And then you rotate the left to go to the top, the middle, or the bottom, and then on the right was the wheel that helped hone in on, like, it was kind of like the antenna to clear up the picture up. It was just a little wheel that had a line on it, so you go either top or the bottom, and you tried to find that sweet spot
about that wheel
to like make sure that the picture was clear. So if you didn't have like Playboy, you could still select the channel and it would just come in like all wavy.
Yeah.
But every once in a while, if you found that sweet spot,
yes.
you could see the grayed out picture of the Playboy channel, and you're like,
you were waiting.
I got this.
And if you, we all did it. Don't judge. Well, the men did. Boys, whatever.
Oh man!
Everybody that age who lived through that was all we had.
Yeah.
So I understand it may sound gross, and you're fine. You can judge.
Listen, it's Playboy was like it's pure softcore porn type of stuff.
Oh,
it
yeah.
wasn't like.
I'll be honest. I think there might have been worse on Cinemax.
Yeah, I probably.
Always
good to find the sweet spot.
Yeah, those were.
You need to get a cable.
Those were some wild times back in the day when you'd really have to
work to get the.
There's no work involved anymore.
No, it's super easy, dude. I'm on I'm scrolling through TikTok, right?
Yeah, can we get into the whole First of all, this isn't. I'm gonna just. It's not pornography.
Well,
we're not talking about that. But this is the thing.
So I'm scrolling through TikTok, and
it's damn close.
And you have the algorithms of the things that on your For You page, because it's like you looked at this or you looked at that or you liked this, you liked that. So they come up with those things, and most of the stuff that come up with, the things that I like. So most of my feed is either video gaming stuff,
right?
Stand-up comedian things.
A lot of that.
There's political things that come up because I've looked at certain political, so it's political points of view of certain things.
Yep.
Those are the typical things that come up. And so, and then you'll have the random, you also have the random homemade comedy stuff where it's something funny happened and somebody taped it, or somebody was, making their own little videos. I've made funny little videos and stuff like that.
Got a guy that sets up balloons that he pops and they fall on his wife's head. I got that one.
Yeah, stuff like that. Yeah, they do the pranks to each other type of thing, and
a lot of
all those things, those pop up. So, and then there are things that pop up where it's it's a comedy sketch, but it looks inappropriate the way they do it.
Yes,
and you're sitting there going, "Oh my gosh, what's happening here?" And then it the stitch comes and it's actual it wasn't as provocative as it looked.
Right.
It was just, it's just something that's funny that looked that way.
But you saw it through.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
You kind of wanted to see it through.
So then it's so now I'm scrolling through, and then it comes to this this hot chick who's got her hands under the camera and she's wiggling them back and forth, and she's saying some things to the camera that it's a point of view thing where it's this, I got you here, and and I'm like, all right, what's happening?
But we
not
know
for nothing. But 5 minutes later, I'm like, well, and she's finished. And I'm like, what happened?
But now
I was like, oh, so
because you've spent 5 minutes on that woman with her rambling story.
I was wondering where the stitch was.
And the breast is hanging out. But now your whole feed has been hijacked.
Yeah.
With women like that.
Seriously, I didn't I'm joking about the 5 minutes, but I didn't know that you were promoting your OnlyFans on TikTok.
Right. You had no idea. And the algorithms are set up in a way where if you hesitate,
yeah,
just for a split second.
So now that comes up every once in a while, and I'm like, oh, here we go again.
Right. My weakness now is being exploited. They got me. I mean, that to me is
because you're sitting there going this has got to be funny. She's not really doing this. She's not really doing what it looks like.
And because
I'm waiting
most
for
of
the
my
camera
stuff
to
was
pan,
comedy, I'm thinking this is going to be a bit.
Yeah.
Not, oh no, this is an advertisement for her to be nude.
Yes.
Somewhere else. But now I think I'm being, no offense, Bridget's not. I think I would be judged harshly by my, if Bridget logged into my Instagram, it'd be like, hey, what's going on here? What's with all these?
It's
I didn't do it.
It's not fair.
No, I'm telling you, it's not. If there is the slightest hesitation,
did Nikki just say she knows how much porn I look at?
I think so.
Oh my god,
she's highly aware. Clear the cookies.
Immediately clear the cookies.
Immediately.
I'm always on private. I don't understand.
Doesn't matter. They're watching.
Everyone's watching.
I'm telling you, I don't.
It's very, very weird though, just because, like I said, most of my stuff is not that at all.
No,
and I've never.
I want the comedy,
and especially on like TikTok or Instagram, I've never gone searching for that.
Certainly not. No, I'm looking for comedy.
Well,
bits
that's
99%
actually so.
of the time.
It's also, you know, so certain things are understandable, and one of those things I'll point out is that the golfer chick Grace Charis or whatever, you know. So it's like I watch golf stuff. I watch the comedy golf stuff. I watch the PGA golf stuff.
Manolo and that guy.
Yeah, I love it. And then all of a sudden she comes on, and it's like she's promoting her OnlyFans, and it's
right. Of course, I'm going to watch her hit a chip shot. I'm not going to no.
Like, I mean, how can I think she's swinging the damn club without a bra on?
What do you want me to do? I mean, I'm
I
here.
There's like, you know, and she always has those same group of guys that follow her, and it's like that one guy who was like, nice tits.
Nice shot. Nice shot.
That's great.
It's like so. It's blatant.
Yes. Yeah.
You know?
Oh, yeah. But that's more understandable because it's like she is doing something in a genre that she knows guys are watching anyway.
Right.
So for the algorithm to say like I'm watching golf stuff and she puts herself out there as a golf person and this is a golf video, it's gonna pop up.
Right.
That other stuff. With the POV, like I don't know, like what's happening? When did I've never on TikTok ever searched for anything like that.
Never.
And I've never liked anything like that. It's just like all of a sudden it's there, and now that I've watched it for that 5 seconds, it is. It's there all the time.
And some of it has to be profile driven. Like they know that you are a man in your mid 40s, and that other men in their mid 40s are interested in it, and it's almost like it's like a car crash. Like you have to watch it. You pass it, and you're like, I'm not going to stop watching this.
Yeah.
you weren't seeking it out.
The first time it happens, it was kind of like, oh, she's not really doing that. It's something's happened. Something funny's going to happen.
Right.
And you're like,
let's get to it, lady.
Nothing's funny. Nothing funny's happening. Why is she pretending to wipe something? Forget it.
Right. Right, you've committed to it at that point. You're going to see it through.
What is happening?
But doing that results in just like almost spam of your TikTok account.
Absolutely.
With that stuff, which
You're
is
done.
not what you intended.
You're finished.
For.
You're done.
Right. And then all this judgment, no offense, is levied on us by our spouses. We were not asking for this.
No.
We were born with a problem. I'm just saying.
Born with a problem.
All right, I'm out. Nikki wants her apricot.
Listen,
what was it called? The axonot?
She's gone through books of this stuff.
This is true.
I'm just going through 5 seconds of it. So
you actually long form. You go the long ways.
You can read it over again.
Right. Mike and I, we're fine after 5 seconds. That's all it takes. Reader's Digest. That's all we need.
Oh man.
Okay, I do have to break the seal.
I was thinking of having to do that too. All right, so you want to?
I will do the rinse.
I'll do the rinse since you're heading in there.
And Nikki, would you like your? You want to try it or no?
Yeah. Which one?
Oh well, the one that you said. I'll give you. When I pour mine.
Apricot bunch.
All right, I'll be right back. You hold down the fort.
Oh man, I gotta hold it. Oh geez, take your headphones off. Holy cow! Wow, it's like here we go. Sandwich hour over here. Sandwich hour. All right, so I'm gonna pick up where Brian leaves off every time I go to rinse. This stream is brought to you by Lunchbox Brewery, Lunchbox Brewing Company, Bellmore, New York. Check us out at lunchboxbrewery.com. Again, we thank Pat for the many a beer that he gave us. I don't know how I'm going to go to work tomorrow. Oh my God. But I am going to work tomorrow. I'm gonna go pee first. I'll be fine. I'm not going to be oh boy. I'm not going to be that inebriated. These are very good beers though. We are thoroughly enjoying them. That's why I didn't want to stop We are over the 2-hour mark. I hope Noah was enjoying his movie. He was asking if we were going to do another marathon. We didn't. We said that we weren't going to. Right now, we're at the 2-hour and 15-minute mark, minus the few minutes that the stream S the bed because I tried doing something that the computer said absolutely not to. Nikki is over there playing video games. Speaking of video games, since I'm here, I'm going to do a little selfless plug myself. Besides the Drinking Buddy show, check out Drinking Buddy Mike on YouTube, where I have been posting some video game stuff. I started downloading a couple of horror game things and posting those. I did a couple of live TikTok streams with this horror game, and I don't typically play horror games, but I try this out because it's like I personally enjoy watching video game streams, and a lot of the times I enjoy watching horror game video streams because it's just funny to watch the reaction of people. Welcome back, Ryan.
Thank you.
Just giving myself a little plug on my video gaming part of my YouTube channel. The horror game aspect, it's funny. It's just funny because watching somebody get scared of something is funny.
Do you get legitimately scared while you're?
If you saw the clip that I did when I played the first time I played this game, The Cabin Factory, I was legitimate. It legitimately freaked me out at a couple moments. Like the second time I played it, I was a little bit better. It still had some freaky moments to it, but I was kind of prepared for what was coming my way. That first time, I had no idea. And when you're playing video games and you're playing video games with headphones on, it's a completely different world because you don't hear anything except for the stereo that's happening in the video game.
It's in isolation.
And it's it was a psychological horror that had some jump scares. And apparently, I didn't even realize it too, that there is a jump scare button to turn on, to even add extra horror to it, which is fantastic.
What is a jump scare?
Well, a jump scare is something that's unexpected loud noise, something in your face.
Oh, okay. Okay. Right, so just an out of nowhere, just like a...
like a scream or whatever it is,
okay.
Whatever it is. So, I mean, if you look at the little highlight clips that I did, you'll kind of get an understanding of what I meant by that. What are you doing, dude?
It came out fast.
It's I can't.
I'm sorry.
Why? Bri?
What is happening? It's going to explode. Just be careful. Sorry, it's going to sound terrible.
Your head explode.
By the way, can I just say, you guys having a bathroom in the basement may be one of the clutchest things in the history of basements. A, you got to pump the stuff up. Or even if it's ground level, whatever. You have a bathroom in your basement.
Yep.
That is clutch. Also, can we talk about why are there not more urinals in homes?
Well, because urinal is a very specific thing.
Well,
it's only meant for men peeing. That's the only thing it's meant for.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Michael, but aren't there usually a high percentage of men living in homes?
No, but the toilet is versatile because you can use it for both. So
yes.
you don't need to add why add a urinal when you just need a toilet?
But because urinals, first of all, you have a lot more margin for error,
as you know. No, but what you're talking about is in a commercial space, you're talking about multiple people trying to use the bathroom at once. So you need to streamline the idea of going to the bathroom.
Understood.
So most of the time people are peeing. They're not pooping.
Correct. Even in the home setting, I would say it's probably 75, 25, 80, whatever the hell.
Most of the time when you're going to the bathroom, you're peeing.
Right.
So in a commercial setting, you're setting it up so that in the men's room, there's urinals there so that it's a quick in and out. you're not using as much water, so it's a it's
efficient.
It's a more natural efficient type of thing, energy efficient, water efficient. And then in the homestead, you're not having
we're making it really formal in the homestead.
Yeah, you're not having I guess if you're in a so I went to the Versace house in Florida, in Miami. They didn't have urinals, but I wouldn't be surprised if they had urinals in that place. I mean, it was a house, technically.
Had bidets?
No, but they had like the Swedish showers, the orgy showers.
Oh, wow. Okay.
There was an actual orgy shower. It was a shower. It was a dedicated shower area that had it was a giant circle that had 7 shower heads.
Just encompassing the whole.
Yep.
So yeah, it was clearly a multi-person shower.
Yep.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And that's a house. They didn't have urinals though. I don't know why. Which is weird because Versace was gay. So, you think you could utilize the urinals.
Absolutely.
If you're going to be having
That's
gay
your jam.
men over your house.
That's your jam. Yeah. Get all the hogs lined up.
Like it's, I don't know. Should have thought that went through.
Yeah, probably.
Who engineered that place? Definitely wasn't thinking about water efficiency.
No, he was not.
I mean, obviously he had the orgy showers, and you're just wasting water.
He should have done the urinal though. I'm telling you, the urinal's clutch. I'm that's a hill I'm going to die on. I think bathrooms have become big enough now, at least in certain,
Well, so if you have a bidet, I could see, why not have a urinal?
Well, bidets you can add those on after the fact. Now you can add a little.
It's not like you
aftermarket bidet.
It's not like you can't add a urinal. But why do you need a urinal in a place where it's the volume of people going to pee is this it's not changing? You're not having, unless you're having a party, you're not having a lot of people going to use the urinal. So in a house, it doesn't really make that much sense.
It's like an emotional support urinal, as far as I'm concerned. When I go to the
all right, Brian, put in a goddamn urinal in your house and shut up.
My father-in-law one time went to a party and he's like, "Oh, do you know this guy's house is great? He's got this beautiful garage." And he went to the bathroom.
But they had no urinal.
They had a urinal, and that was what he loved about it. That was his favorite part about the house. Not the 85-inch TV, not the Rolls Royce. It was the urinal the guy had in his garage. Because it's so simple.
All right, wait. So that's different though. So if you as a guy are having parties, we have the cornhole in the backyard type of thing, and we had a little shed that had a urinal. Totally understandable. Totally understand. Yes.
Whoa! You guys have somebody who makes
outdoor
urinals?
A backyard urinal. It was like
a porta potty.
It's a porta potty, but it's just a urinal.
Oh, how do they empty it? Maybe that's
he piped it into the sewage.
This guy's my hero. All right.
He's a handyman. That's what he does.
So
it's like that kind of setting makes sense. So if you were to put, you in particular, because your garage is detached from the house and you do hangouts in the driveway type of thing.
Right.
If you had a urinal, that would make in your garage type of thing.
Right.
That would make sense.
The type of
it's
outdoor
just a
parties.
quick, quick use the bathroom and come back. I'm not.
Right.
I don't have to. It's not number 2.
If you got to do the big guy, you go inside. If you want to do the, I got you.
But if the quick back and forth, the urinal makes sense. In the house setting itself, you have a toilet. Why do you need a urinal next to a toilet in a bathroom of a just a residential regular family?
Well, that goes back to my emotional support part of it. I listen. If you go in, as a man, I think if you go to a bathroom in a public place, I'm guessing you mostly go to the urinal unless you have to do a number 2. But if you're just peeing, you'll go to the urinal, assuming one's available.
All right.
Or do you go inside and do you go to you go to the handicap stall?
All right, so here we go. So this is actually a topic on the list here. How funny is that? Yeah, no. I'm talking about public restrooms because Nick just brought it up too about South Shore Brewery. And like.
I have more. If you want.
All right, hold on a second. I gotta break the seal.
Okay.
Go into your I want a urinal rant, and then we'll talk about the beer.
That is the
and
one.
then we'll get into public restrooms.
What?
Not my. Oh.
We'll try that one first. That's what I got. You'll like it. They're all good. Yeah. Okay. Well, we're gonna get into a public restroom conversation, about the Nikki's to my left, so I can actually ask her some questions here. But when we as men go to the bathroom, we're all doing our thing in an open space next to each other, sometimes in close proximity. It's a little weird. Like I never understood it, honestly. And I'm not. It's not a shyness. I think there's like some alpha males out there. Oh, what do you care? I kind of care. It's a privacy issue. I don't want to be next to another man as I'm relieving myself. That's not a normal. I think that's very abnormal. I know we've become accustomed to it as a society because it's just like, that's just what we do, but it's kind of weird. And I think if women went into a men's bathroom, they'd be like, what are you guys doing in here? This is so weird and borderline creepy.
Michael and I went to a bathroom where it was, I guess, just.
It was everybody?
Yeah.
Men, women, the whole thing?
Yeah, well, it wasn't open like with urinals, but like it was a bathroom, and Mike was literally in one stall. I was in another stall, and I think my friend Bobby.
That was the weird thing at her friend's.
That is very weird. But especially because if it was stalls, you're hearing each other.
Universal bathroom.
Even
if
if
it was just a universal, it was like multi-sex bathroom. Like it was just there weren't any urinals
In the States? Was this in the United States?
This is downtown New York.
Oh, geez. Okay.
So I mean, the thing it is with me too. I'm not. All right, hold on a second. Before we get into that, let's talk about this beer before we delve deep into.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry.
So this is Apricot Bangarang. If any, like, can anybody name Bangarang? Not Nikki because she's here, but because she doesn't contribute to the chat. Anybody know what Bangarang is from? Rufio. All right. Apricot Bangarang is a fruited Weiss beer. So
Weiss.
obviously this is some kind of German beer.
Okay.
A German-style Weiss beer brewed with apricots, offering a smooth, bready malt profile with a burst of fruity sweetness. This sounds delicious, actually.
I can't hear the word apricots without thinking of Hugh Grant from Notting Hill.
There we go. Hook. Nice job, guys.
Apricots.
Oh, man. All right, so we're...
Just have apricots.
Cheers.
Hook. All right. Cheers. What is this called again? Apricot Bang. How'd you like it? You like it, Nikki? You loved it. All right, good.
That's good. And it's a distinct, different taste.
That is the most fruity one.
Yeah,
listen,
absolutely. I'm saying it's a distinct, different taste from the other.
Now,
Weiss beer, fruited Weiss beer.
I'm just gonna be honest because I think we're honest.
This is
people.
the lowest ABV, 4.4.
Lowest ABV. Not my style of beer. I'll just be honest with you.
Understandable.
But it's not bad.
No, it's not bad at all.
I actually think it would be a great summer beer.
Yeah, it's on the lighter side.
Yeah. Just not my style. We'll get the moon one or whatever the hell it's called. The astronaut.
No, it's good though.
It is good.
It's very easy.
They're
all
all
these
easy.
have been very easy to go down.
They're all super easy and very different.
Cheers. If you're drinking along with us, and you're having something else too, let us know what you're having.
Nick is definitely drinking right now. It's Friday night.
Yeah, and Nick is close to Lunchbox too. You're in Levittown, so
dude, this is a spot for us. We gotta get Ron here.
Yeah, we'll definitely head out and we'll make a night of it at Lunchbox Brewery.
Nikki wants to go too. We're supporting your friend. You're supporting through proxy. That's how it works.
Yeah. So when it comes to public restrooms, I'm like, some people are very comfortable, like just peeing wherever, just going wherever they.
Well, I was kind of like laying the groundwork for the fact that I think it's very weird that we are that comfortable, or that some people are.
I'm not. I hate public restrooms.
Me too.
I really don't. I feel so uncomfortable. Like if I go, like when we go to, a sporting event, like if we're at like City Field or Yankee Stadium, whatever it is, it's like I'm praying for one of the stalls to open before a urinal.
Oh, totally.
Like, because I
want my privacy.
Yeah, I just don't like it.
Because, listen, we've all been there. At least on the men's side, you get some like guy who's doing like target practice.
Yeah, dude,
like 5 feet away.
When I went to Five Towns College, there was a professor who, when he went to the bathroom, he was just like he was this short older dude. I mean, it was, if you think of like the stereotypical professor from like Britain, like type of thing. Like he was in his suit.
This is not part of the legitimate business world.
He was. He's
mafia payoffs. Sorry to bring it back to. Sorry.
What's a widget? So
you gotta pay off the Teamsters.
So he would literally, when he went he would go to a urinal, and he would stand about like a foot off of it.
Right off the bat, that's not what you're supposed to do.
And he would have one hand on his junk, the other hand would be
on his hip.
It would be in the Peter Pan position on his hip, holding back his jacket, standing proud.
That's a thing out of a movie, dude.
Yeah, dude. It's like anytime, they're like, please God, don't let this guy come in while I'm going to the bathroom. Please God. It's like, no.
And he's probably the kind of guy that turned. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. I don't know about you, but my nose is about 3 inches from the wall.
That's why I'm like, every time I go to a public restroom that has like some kind of reading material on the wall, I'm like, thank you, Lord. Yes. Thank you, Lord. Give me something to concentrate on so I can just look at that. Don't look at anything else. But there's also those places, there's like those bars, those clubs or whatever that would have pictures of women as if they were staring at you going to the bathroom.
Yes, I've seen those.
Oh my God, that's like, what are you doing? Like, why is that a thing?
No, it's very weird. But I'll take that though. Next to the gentleman.
No,
with
I know, but it's like, what are you trying to give me a hard on while I'm going to the bathroom? I don't understand what is going on at the what are you trying to accomplish here?
That would be very counterproductive to the process that you're trying to accomplish in that moment.
Exactly.
Yes.
Like, I don't understand. But so if like women, like I don't know how many women have ever entered a men's bathroom and understood the uncomfortableness that is the urinal setup and the several different types of urinal setups.
Correct.
Sometimes there's just no divider.
That to me is the worst.
And it's and there's the times.
Well, let's go from worst to best.
So there's the no divider, and it's not even a full urinal where it's just the little cup type of urinal. Like the little bowl.
Yeah.
So it's not even like, because there's the urinals that come up.
Yeah, from the ground up.
Yeah. So, or not even ground up, but like they're at least shoulder height type of thing, so you can kind of get yourself in and kind of cover yourself a little bit. So you have you have a little bit of a brace, and but then there's the ones that have zero divider and it's just the bowl.
Yeah.
So it's like you have no coverage.
Nope.
So it's like junks galore.
You have to be on top of that urinal. To hide.
There's no way. There's no way to hide yourself unless you're turning one way or another.
Right.
So it's like get the end and just kind of like turn yourself to the rest to make sure that.
You gotta kind of like catty corner your body.
That's what I'm saying.
A certain way. Otherwise, Larry next to you is he's gonna see it. Yeah. There's no avoiding it.
Yes. Charlie's quoting Inner Space. Play with it, pal. Don't talk to it. That's another great one. You see that one, Martin Short and Dennis
long
Quaid.
time. But
Oh my God, I love that movie. I tried looking it up because it's like I wanted to show Nikki that movie. That movie's fantastic, but it's Dennis Quaid is inside of him and connected to his eardrum or whatever, so he can talk to him. So Martin Short's at the urinal talking to him, and like some guys in there like whatever. Then he just kind of walks up to him after he's like, "Play with it, pal. Don't talk to it."
It's a good line. It's great.
Yeah. So that urinal thing with with the no divider is one thing, and then you have the urinals that have the dividers, but it's like what's the point of the divider, because it doesn't even come up to your shoulder type of thing. So it's it's like, what are you doing? Like, why
it's like waist high divider?
Yeah, like what are you doing? Like, why are you even putting it there? It makes no sense
unless you're like actively trying to piss on somebody.
Yeah,
There's
so if you could see over the divider, what's the point? What do we like?
Yeah,
what is the point of putting a divider there if you can actually see over it?
None.
There's absolutely
it's a mental thing.
Yeah, so it doesn't do anything. And then you go from that, and then you go to troughs.
Yeah, do you ever pee in a trough? I did it.
Well, they have it at South Shore Brewery.
Oh, right. Yes, that one bathroom.
Most of the time, they don't have anybody else in there, so it's like I just go, whatever. But it's like, what are we doing with the trough? We might as well just be holding each other.
Also, they don't close the door on that one.
No,
have you noticed that?
No, they leave it open. So
if you're a woman, you can just walk by and be like, "Hey, hogs galore."
What's up? No, they got the,
They got the Japanese screen.
Exactly. They got the little Japanese changing screen.
the Karate Kid 2 ones.
If I was a woman though, every time I knew that there was a guy in there, I would walk by and be like, "Sure is cold in there, huh?"
It's very accessible.
It's like, what the hell?
Incredibly accessible.
It's like, I don't understand the idea of the trough. Like, that's just like giving up. Like, just don't even put anything there. Just let us piss on the wall.
It's pretty much
like,
what
are you doing?
It really is. They don't have to. They're putting an apparatus there for no reason. You could just have a wall, and then at the very bottom, like a lip, where that collects the pee.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then it gets rid of it. So to have an actual device, you're actually making.
Although
it
what's funny is that in at South Shore they have little targets.
They do. They have like little. All right.
Although
yeah,
I did read years ago. I read something because there's certain like if you've ever been to a urinal that has it has like a little picture of like a fly.
Oh, I've seen
them,
that. Yeah.
Or whatever. So like I think it was studies show that if a guy has something to actually target, it decreases the spread of pee.
Really?
Yeah, because it's like you're concentrating in one area, so you're not getting a lot of splashback by moving around.
Isn't that what they teach children? On how to get pee in the body? You throw Cheerios in it and you eat the Cheerios.
Wait, what?
I don't know anything about this, but so Nikki came up with something that she says that you teach kids to pee by sticking Cheerios in the toilet to give them something to aim at. I've never heard of that in my life. Brian, have you ever heard of that in your life?
Never pissed on a Cheerio in my life.
All right, so that's almost 90 years worth of never hearing anything about that whatsoever.
Can I ask where you heard this from?
Parents.
Which one?
Which,
you know what? Yeah, I don't.
Which parents?
Women who taught their sons how to pee in a potty.
Women who taught their kids. All right, so now I can understand. Because if a woman is at home trying to teach a guy how to pee, she has no idea how to do that.
Well, you know what? In fact, if you make
it'll make the kid weird to.
I understand it from that point of did your dad ever like teach you how to pee? I don't remember my dad.
No,
ever
I don't remember
teaching
any
me
of
how
that
to pee.
stuff. No, I don't remember how I got from point A to point B with that process. My mom probably did it. I mean, no offense to my dad, but I'm 95% sure my mom.
I'm trying to right now. I'm trying to teach Cameron how to tap properly.
Tap means like tap on the shoulder kind of a thing.
No,
or tap dance.
No, tap once you're finished peeing type of thing. Because what he does is he flips it up. Yeah. I'm like, no. Like you don't. Yeah. You don't want to go that way. Oh, Ashley's heard of it too. All right, so it's a woman thing.
The peeing on Cheerios?
No, it's a woman thing. You don't say it's not a woman thing. Because I guarantee you 99% of men have never heard of this tactic.
Never. I'm telling you, we will talk it. We'll bring it up in Cornhole next week. No male has ever heard, hey, by any chance, you ever tell your kid to piss on some Cheerios to get him to go to the bathroom? Oh, absolutely. It's the most effective way. 4 out of 5 doctors do not recommend you pissing on Cheerios. There's zero chance of that.
What you do is you take the shall I tap Charlie's. This is. I think I touched on this last time. This is the issue with my family that all we do is quote movies. That's all we do. So Charlie just quoted All of Me. Shall I tap? I don't know if you've ever seen All of Me. It's a Steve Martin movie, and oh my gosh, brilliant female comedian. Oh my gosh, why am I?
Terry Garr. I'm trying to think of like those like that age.
No. Lily Tomlin. Thank you, Charlie.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
So Lily Tomlin is a very rich woman who's been sick her entire life, but inherited millions of dollars, whatever she is, and she's a nasty person. Nobody likes her because she's stuck up. She's always been, taken care of because she's sick, whatever. So she's dying, but she's got millions of dollars, so she wants to continue living. So she hires this swami to take her soul and put it into another person's body.
Ooh.
Now, Steve Martin plays her lawyer and is going through the process of her dying and handing over her assets to the person that her soul is going to be taking over, type of thing. This is, pretty. I don't even, that actress. I don't know if she's in anything else. But during the process, when she's dying, because it has to happen while she's dying, because you don't want to take her soul out while she's still alive.
Right.
So she has to be dying. So in the process of dying, they're going to do, he's there to switch over. The actor who plays the Swami, have you know Fletch?
Chevy Chase.
Yeah. The head editor.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So he plays the Swami, and he's doing his little thing, and he's gonna, it's a little bowl. And he's going to transfer her soul into the bowl and then transfer her soul into the woman, that type of thing. So during the process of while she's dying and he's transferring her soul, Lily Tomlin's character kicks the bowl and it goes out the window and it hits Steve Martin in the head as he's walking away. So now half of Lily Tomlin is inside Steve Martin. So it's like a fantastic slapstick series of Steve Martin being controlled by like half of his body is being controlled by Lily Tomlin. So it's like he's acting as if half of his body is somebody else. It's
like a Ratatouille situation.
Oh my God, it's so fantastic. So the first, he hurts his hand that he controls, and he has to go to the bathroom. So now he's in the urinal with Lily Tomlin, who's inside of him to go, and she's like horrified by the idea that she has to stand there with him to go pee. And he's like, I need you to take it out, and
right. She's proxy peeing.
Yes, it's fantastic. So what does he say? Like at the end, she's like, shall I tap?
You put Edwina back.
Yes,
in.
please. Tap, tap. If you've never seen that movie, I totally recommend it. It is fantastic.
You guys,
Steve Martin.
So the amount of movie references and knowledge that you guys have, it's hard to keep up. I'll be honest, and I'm not bad with that stuff. But you guys are on another level with that.
We had a full wall of, I mean, full wall,
I know,
top to bottom, of VHS tapes.
More than Noah's cornhole
that
pipes.
had, yes, absolutely. I mean, by 100, and it was, and each one of those tapes had 3 to 4 movies on them.
Yeah,
type of thing.
Remember, every time we used to come over to rehearse for Finding Four, God damn it, if you and Charlie weren't watching a movie or something like that in the living room over there, your parents were always ahead of the game in terms of the big TV, the surround sound. Oh, it was amazing. Mm-hmm. I want to come over there just to watch movies.
Well, that was one of our things. We would have movie nights. And it was a very hard thing to pick a movie.
Her brother Nick is... Oh, I had no idea that her brother...
Oh, nice. Right. There you go.
All right, it's good. Well, yeah, I mean, it's just it's
you
hard.
You need that. That's why, I do, like, you definitely are like in our group text with my brother and Nick and Noah.
About 75%.
You definitely are the most contributor compared to me and my brother when it comes to like the movie quotes.
Yeah,
but,
Nick will get. I think if it's like percentage,
well, I like Nick.
Nick knew a couple.
Mr.
He got
Mom.
Mr. Mom. That's a big
good.
one. I give
That's
him
good.
a lot of credit for that.
Absolutely.
I did not see that coming out of Nick's repertoire. If I'm being honest, I think it's like I know about 75% of what you guys say. Nick probably has about 40, 50. Noah's about -5.
Yeah.
It's almost like Noah only knows Jurassic Park, Office Space, Major League. I think it kind of ends right there. It's not much else. And just cornhole. That's it. That's like the only 4 things the guy's got in his life.
Yeah. Well, you know. And I mean,
Well, no,
I don't know how.
I get it.
Like, is it a proud thing that like all we do is quote movies?
Yes. Oh, I'm very proud of that.
My
knowledge.
sister would get so pissed at us, but it's funny because my sister can quote those movies too, just because we've been quoting them our whole lives.
It just annoys her that you do it.
Well, because we used to, like, we would literally have dinner conversations just in movie quotes. Like, that's all we would do. Like, there was one line to the next would be movie quotes of one movie into the other.
I mean, that's the best. I'm sorry, like that's what Charlie's saying. Don't let her fool you.
Yeah,
which
no, that's what I'm
basically is
saying.
Loretta.
It would annoy her just because it's like, can we have a normal conversation? But she would get all the references. It's not that she didn't understand them.
Right.
It was just she was looking for a normal conversation. Not gonna happen.
My counter to Loretta, who is a lovely woman, is there are no normal families out there, and I think that's. I would have grown to appreciate that.
Yeah, no, because if that's like if that's us being abnormal, then
Abby normal,
Abby normal,
Young Frankenstein.
Yeah, absolutely. That's it's fantastic. Mel Brooks.
Mel Brooks movies were. I grew up on Mel Brooks movies.
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
That was that whole thing from Blazing Saddles to History of the World.
Yep.
To, I mean, for us, it was like Robin Hood, Spaceballs.
One of the History of the World clips came up on my feed. He's what? He's a philosoph. What the? Oh, Charlie, you gotta give me a philosophical.
Was this Dom DeLuise? Or is this
No, this is his job in History of the World.
Oh, yeah,
he's
I
like
know.
a philosopher, but he's not. You know, stand-up philosopher.
There you go.
He's a stand-up philosopher, and she's like, a bullshit artist.
Yes.
It's like, did you bullshit yesterday? Did you bullshit last week?
Charlie got it though. He was right behind you.
It's so fantastic. Oh
That
man,
was a great movie. No, listen, those are movies that are never going to be made again. You're never
yeah,
going to
be
be able to replicate them.
Because he was. When you're pure comedy is being able to laugh at yourself,
Yes.
and everything around you, and there was no bounds when it came to Mel Brooks.
Right.
You know, and it didn't matter what it was. Everyone thought it was funny.
Yeah. It actually broke down stereotypes and all that
Absolutely.
kind of stuff. It actually, yeah,
Everything about it.
it was ahead of its time and no longer capable of doing comedy like that, unfortunately. But Mel was amazing.
Everything about like all of his History of the World was. It's like I don't know how many people know History of the World. I see Nick's quoting friggin' History of the World, so there's another one.
Yeah, dude, I had no idea Nick was this versatile in the movies. I really didn't.
But like the whole thing, like he's
It's a freaking master's degree right
he's
there.
the waiter at the Last Supper. I mean, it's like.
Yeah.
You know, and his boss is telling him, push the malt wine. You know, we need to push
Yeah.
the malt wine. And they're going through the whole thing at the Last Supper, and Jesus is saying, like, you know, one of you will betray me. And Mel Brooks is like, Judas! Try the malt wine!
Yep, I remember that.
It's just...
It's great.
It's so brilliant!
It was such a good...
And then Leonardo da Vinci comes in to paint the picture. No, this is no good. I see all the backs and everybody on the one side.
Yep.
And then he's standing behind Jesus with his his waiter tray
Yeah.
that's in gold.
It's so good.
It's so fantastic. Oh man. Yeah, Mel Brooks is a genius, dude. Genius guy.
He's still alive, right?
Yeah.
Did you know that my grandmother lived next door and was best friends with his brother?
Your grandmother was Mel Brooks's brother's neighbor?
Mel Brooks, yeah, and they were
Did I get that right?
Fathers, brothers, uncles, cousins, former roommate.
Which ironically happens to be from Mel Brooks' movie.
I said,
Mel Brooks' brother lived next door to my grandmother in Florida, and my grandmother was, and my grandfather were very close.
A Jewish person in Florida? Get out of here.
a Jew here?
I know.
There's another Mel Brooks.
I know.
Yeah, and then my mother asked Anne Bancroft which was her favorite movie, and her famous line to my grandmother is, "Well, which is your favorite child?"
No, it's good stuff. Mel Brooks.
All
is,
good stuff. I just appreciate the fact that the chat has honed in heavily on the movie references tonight.
Yeah.
We couldn't get one movie reference past these guys without them harping on it for about 20 minutes. We started out with, what was the first one we started out with that they like went heavy on? Wasn't Mr. Mom, it was one before
Back
that.
to School.
Back to School. A little bit of Back to the Future. Mr. Mom, and now we're all in on
Mel Brooks.
Mel Brooks stuff.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
It's great stuff. That's our audience right there, man. Good job.
Oh man.
All right, we got a few more beers to get through. We're almost up to hour number 3.
No,
we promised ourselves, like, yeah, we're going to go 2.5 hours.
I know,
That
but
is not happening.
I have
right
too
now.
much fun though. I can't
I mean, we only do it once a month. So
Yeah, exactly.
And we have topics.
Do you just? I had something written down in my notes too about the public restrooms.
Go for it. Tell me.
I was saying, I'm like this. This is why guys don't like to go to the bathroom together. Like they're not like girls will be like, let's go to the bathroom together.
There's a safety thing with that, I think. Too.
But could you imagine toilets being divided by like urinal dividers and girls having to use the bathroom? Like, I don't know how comfortable that would be.
Right. How you doing there, Janice? You good? Like you're turning to your neighbor to the left as you're both squatting. Yeah, it would be very uncomfortable.
Yeah, no, it's a much more comfortable setting for them to
absolutely
use the bathroom.
Right, Nick. Well, because you're here, we wouldn't ask for this perspective if you were not here. But like, women's restrooms are relatively private, correct?
It's just stalls.
Okay. Yeah. Why are men? I feel like we're
savages. Well, no, I say that it comes back. It comes back to the whole thing of saving water, so that's why you have urinals, so you don't have to waste water in a toilet going pee.
But they can.
But they don't have they don't have urinals.
Yeah, but you know what we have to deal with that's not very comfortable?
What?
Lack of toilet paper.
But that's the
That's
lack
all
of toilet
us,
paper.
Yeah, we've all been there.
The thing is that they go through much more toilet paper because they're constantly sitting on the toilet and peeing and using toilet paper.
Right, so
Guys don't use toilet paper when they're peeing.
So especially in public toilets, there's a lot of times where there's not toilet paper.
They don't give you the extra roll. You never seen that where they put the extra roll on top of it?
Sure, they do, but you're reliant on the
Oh, yeah.
person who's working there to replenish constantly.
You ever bring your own toilet paper, just in case? I know my mother-in-law does that. My mother-in-law brings her own shitter paper.
What?
Yes, true story.
Actually, I've heard of people bringing their own, like bringing wipes with them when they go to the bathroom and stuff. Like wet wipes? Yeah.
Like dude wipes.
Which you're not supposed to be flushing down the toilet.
No, that's gonna clog.
That is plumber's nightmare.
They
right
do
there.
not want those things flushed.
No.
It's garbage.
But bringing your own toilet paper?
I think she started doing it in Europe when they traveled
Like,
because apparently it's like a thing over there where there's not always like easy to access public restrooms. So she brought her own toilet paper. Then
Speaking of which,
she carried the tradition home.
Speaking
to
of
the
which, in
States.
foreign countries, in Mexico, their plumbing is severely different than ours. And so I worked with in my old company, I worked with pure direct Mexican immigrants, and it was their first time in the States, and their first time using our bathrooms. But apparently, the plumbing is like severely different and not as good as ours, that when they wipe themselves after like taking a crap, they throw it on the floor to get cleaned up later.
Ew.
So in where I worked,
Like
these guys, I would go to the bathroom and all of a sudden there'd be like toilet paper with shit all over the floor. And I'm like, what is happening?
And that was just like a cultural
It was
thing.
just
They
a
had
thing.
no
Like, so I
idea.
had to like print out stuff in Spanish to say, please put the toilet paper in the toilet bowl and flush after you're done.
Boy, that's weird.
It's weird.
And gross.
But I mean, it's
Really
like
gross.
that's just the way they lived.
I had no idea.
Wherever
that the
they were
plumbing
from.
was so weak
I don't
down
know if that's
there
all over, but wherever they were from, that was a thing.
that you didn't wipe the turds. Or that you didn't flush the turds.
You didn't flush it. Well,
You
I
just
mean, you
wa-
flushed your turd.
The turd, but you didn't, the aftermath of the
The
turd.
toilet paper was, I guess, always clogged the system. I guess.
I mean, man, just get some PSI in that shit. I don't know how that works, but god damn, that can't be that hard.
Drano's apparently not in Mexico. They don't have any Drano.
Oh, that is so sad. That's really sad to think about that. Like, it's so bad down there.
Yeah,
that they
like, the
literally
way-
can't flush their toilet paper.
It's another one of those things that you say, thank God I live in
Yeah.
America. Like
We take a lot of shit for granted. We really
absolutely.
do.
In a lot of like first world countries, like you don't even think about those things.
No.
Not that Mexico's third world. Parts of it probably are, I would assume.
Yeah. Well, no, even in Europe, man, my cousin went there, and like the way they do laundry over there is way different than we do it here. We can do multiple loads of laundry, bang them out. They're very water efficient over there.
Well, my brother says that in Germany they don't believe in air conditioning.
Oh my god, I'm not, I would not survive in that environment.
I know you.
You know how much I sweat?
I know.
One wing gets me going. Can you imagine no air conditioning? Oh my god. Oh, that sounds
That's
horrible.
rough, right?
No air conditioning at all in Germany?
I mean,
what happened to German
I
engineering?
guess,
What
I
happened to
guess
that?
certain places have them, but like at the home, like it's not a common thing.
Does it get hot over there?
Yeah.
What are they doing? Is there a fan?
I don't know.
There gotta be something.
I
How do you stay cool over in Germany? You just don't get fat? Is that? Do they have any fat
don't
people
know.
over in Germany?
Drink a lot of beer or something. It's gotta stay cool.
I get warmer sometimes when I drink beer. I get like hot flashes. I could not, honest to God. You can't tell me they don't have a fan or something like that.
I
over
mean, I
there.
guess they do, but he says it's rough.
Da da da.
Oh my god! Dude, we looked at that commercial recently. There's a Volkswagen.
Yeah.
I think it's Volkswagen or whatever. That
Jetters.
commercial's hilarious. I was showing my kids that, like all these old vintage commercials, and that was one of them.
That
like,
was
just
a big one when
How
we were
stupid
kids.
it was! Like it was so simple, but it was freaking hilarious, and I always remember it.
Yeah.
Just those guys just driving around in the Jetta, whatever, and then they see the chair.
Da da da.
They put the chair in the back seat, and then all of a sudden they smell something. And
Yep.
The next scene is them leaving the chair on the side of the road as they drive.
We had some good commercials.
It's so good stuff.
It's like that and the what's that?
Yeah, man. But like the beer commercials had some
Bud.
good ones. One of the other ones I was thinking was Bud Ice.
Yes,
Remember Bud Ice?
I do.
Doobie doobie doo.
Yep. Didn't last long though. Bud Ice was.
I never had it. Like
I
that's
had one time
I
at a
actually
party or
I
something,
remember the bottles were like formed to be like as if it was ice being frozen. So it wasn't a smooth thing. It was like choppy.
Yeah. I remember.
I remember that.
Yeah, we had some. It was a gimmick.
Yeah.
It was whatever. It got me to buy Bud Ice.
I guess it
one
was just
time.
like lighter Bud Light. Like that's what it was.
Kind of. I think it was like whatever the hell.
Ultra Bud Light
right.
type of thing.
It's a Mick Ultra or a Bud Ultra, whatever the hell they call it now. Same idea. Bud under 100 calories. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
It's like drinking water. Natty Ice.
Let's see. What do we got? Did my brother have a comment before the word woman? Just see woman.
Yeah, I don't know. He's like,
Tony
I'm
Hale.
correcting myself. Woman.
Mr. Roboto.
Did I say something? I don't know. Tony Hale in the Mr. Roboto. Man, I don't remember that one.
This grew on me, by the way.
It's good.
I started this and I'm like, not my bag. I think I'd get this. This is actually by like my fourth or fifth sip. I'm like, you know what? This isn't that damn bad. I don't mind it.
I don't remember this commercial.
You watching it right now?
Yeah. I don't. Do I have it muted? I don't know if it'll come up like
the sound. Can you play the sound through there? That is, we have to.
I could if I do this. Hold on a second. If I do this, it should come through. No, it doesn't come through.
No, all right, we'll figure that out another episode.
Yeah, I don't.
How are your beer, by the way? You wanna?
I can finish this right now.
So we get another one.
I don't know this one. Yeah.
All right, Nikki, what's the one you want?
I guess. I guess our episodes are going to be based on the amount of beer we drink.
Well, we had no idea that he was going to give us so many.
That's the trend that we're going.
That is not our fault.
But no, we thought we were going to have at least 5, and this is only 3. 4. Somebody
four tall ones. Though. They are tall. 16 ounces.
My kids kicked one of my cans somewhere.
All right. What's it called, Nikki? Space. All right.
Something about a spaceman. Spaceman.
Oh my God, we have 1, 2, 3, 6 left.
So we have 3 different kinds left.
Correct.
Yeah. Are you sure?
Yeah. Spaceman, Bad Hombre, and
All right.
Castaway Wilson.
All right, hold on. I got to finish the beer.
Finish mine.
You didn't have a full beer.
I had like.
Thank you. Oh, I got to rinse.
Oh, you want to do that?
Yeah, since you're up.
Nikki, you didn't finish?
Drinking Buddy Show is brought to you by Lunchbox Brewery. Charlie, since I'm back to myself, and I'm gonna Charlie had mentioned before when we were talking about scary games, Silent Hill. Silent Hill was definitely one of the scariest games I'd ever played. And yeah, we could only play it during the day. They've been doing remakes of it. They just came out with a remake for Silent Hill 2, which so far from what I've seen has looked phenomenal. But I don't know if I could play those games. I guess I could, but I don't want to, just because it's. Those are the types of games too. Like Silent Hill, I think was the first type of game that I played that had multiple endings based on how well you did. Although Resident Evil did the same thing, but it wasn't to the same degree. Like Resident Evil just gave you a rating, but it was the same storyline. Silent Hill would give you a different ending, like a different storyline ending based on how well you played the game, which is crazy because there were so many different ways of going through the game. And I didn't understand what the like back in the day, like you didn't know how, like there was no internet, so it's like, you had to figure out how to get the different endings yourself. You couldn't rely on you just shifted everything all at once. What are you doing over there? Dude.
It's good. Here we go. All right. My bad.
Yeah, Resident Evil is like playing Super Mario Bros. Compared to Silent Hill. Silent Hill, like Resident Evil is scary. Silent Hill was freaky. Freaky. All right.
What is this?
This one is he's not a goblin, he's a spaceman. Charlie, give me the quote.
You're up, Charlie. This is your forte.
You got this one. I know you got this one.
This is the one you wanted, Nick. You're right.
I think I know what the movie is.
He's not a goblin, he's a spaceman.
Well, good job on the.
Yeah. Nice job, Nick. I'm sure Charlie will get it. Well, of course, because you get to quote it the same exact way.
Oh, I did this one good.
That's a good. Nice job.
Okay, I did it.
All right,
Nick, you're gonna have to. You're going to have to take it out of my glass, though, because I inadvertently poured the whole can into my glass, which honestly looks amazing. Like, in terms of pour quality.
Yep, Charlie, you got it.
So if you want, do you want a sip? Yes, give me a second. Okay.
This looks like a wheat
Kill
beer.
whatever demon or whatever the hell you're doing. I don't know what the hell this is.
Kill whatever demon.
I don't know what she's doing. I don't
No,
know what this is.
this is again Dreamlight Valley. There's no demons involved in it. It's just meeting.
There are demons.
They're demons,
hell
but
this
it's
is.
not. This is one of those games. It's not like a super challenge. It's just about like it's a tedious tasks.
Disney's bitch.
Yeah, you're the bitch for every Disney character that they can think of.
Yes.
All right, so this is he's not a goblin. He's a spaceman, as Charlie and Nikki quoted. Totally got. Muller.
Thank you, brother.
Solid pour for Brian.
Smell it.
My man.
Smell it.
My man.
That smells good.
Thanks for joining, brother. No, it smells good.
He's not a goblin. He's a spaceman. This is pale ale, a light, refreshing pale ale with vibrant citrus and passion fruit flavors. It has a dank, crisp finish, perfectly balanced and easy to drink. 4.8 ABV.
I like it. I feel like none of these beers are overly beery. Does that make sense?
Correct. They don't have
We
that,
actually said that.
that post-sip
A
ass
pale ale.
smell or taste or whatever.
Yeah.
This,
Yeah.
yeah.
I like it. I like how they are not overly beery.
This an IPA?
No, it's just a pale ale.
The apricot. What are we drinking? What the fuck is
This is he's not a goblin. He's a spaceman. Dank, crisp finish.
Is it on the... Oh, here it is. Okay. It is a pale ale. This is pale ale.
I don't know how
This is like almost like a session IPA because it's a low ABV.
Yeah, I was gonna say like out of all of them so far, this is my least favorite.
So this is my most.
But that's for you.
Yeah.
That's what you like.
for me it's
Like this is a very low alcohol, high flavor IPA. This is good stuff.
I don't like the word dank though.
Yeah, I think dank is a
The
horrible
dank
part.
in the description.
Yeah, dank makes it sound like it's going to be like shit. If I'm being honest, but it's not. It's the opposite of that. This is my favorite. He's not a goblin. He's a spaceman.
It still tastes good though. As I said, like I'm not like I like beer and
As a non-IPA guy,
know.
that's not a bad IPA. You have to admit that's and
yeah. Well,
not that you'd have that in volume.
it's not an IPA. Well, it's not an Indian pale ale.
If it says pale ale, it's the
It's
same
pale ale, but it's not.
They're all the same shit.
It's not Indian.
I don't know. It's the difference.
It's Native American.
It's a Napa.
It's a Hindi pale ale. Pat, where's this from? Oh man,
It's a Guardian's pale ale.
God, it's
It's a Commander's pale ale.
yeah.
Shit. This is good. I'm telling you, dude. As an IPA guy, not a big, but I like a mild IPA. This is perfect because I could drink several of these and not be completely wasted. So
Yeah.
it's good.
No, it's
a lot
good.
of flavor. These guys are good. Nikki, how do you know this man?
He's married to Jackie.
I don't know
She
who
knows
that
his
is.
wife.
All
She
right.
knows Pat's wife. And as Pat stated, is like, and you were saying like that's how all men make their contacts nowadays is through their spouses,
Right.
wives.
I thought that was a good line. We don't actually like make friends anymore. We make them through other people, mostly our spouses. And it's always some stupid thing like you should meet so and so. He likes fish too.
Yeah.
Something dumb.
As I said, we're at the beach and our kids. So Cameron
So
is playing out in the sand, and another little kid his age comes running over and starts playing. So the mother follows, and then Nikki starts talking to the mother, and whatever, and they become friends. Friendly.
Right.
And she's like, you should see. She has a husband. You should hang out with her. You should talk to her husband. Like, why?
Right, but it's always the most Neanderthal things that they. Oh, you would like him. He likes balls too.
I was gonna say,
what kind of balls?
You should.
What are you talking about?
You should talk to him. He's got a cock as well.
Right. Did you know he has an attached garage too? Okay. Like, you know what I mean? It's like the most simplistic thing. They'll be like, oh,
he doesn't like public restrooms either.
Yeah. They'll pick up on one little thing, and it's like, I just want to hang out with my friend. If I can get the husbands to sort of kind of coalesce, it'll work out. Nah, the only people I've met organically, honestly, is through cornhole. Legitimately, have I met friends?
High school?
High school. Well, yeah. Well,
high school?
Recently,
college?
Recently.
And cornhole. Although, to be fair, though, it's like, you know, I met people through work. I don't really hang out with them, though.
Nah, same. No, my former coworkers.
No, your former coworkers you did.
A little bit, yeah. My new ones are not really local, so I couldn't.
Well, so that's the thing too. You're you don't commute,
which is very hard to make friends in that environment.
Yeah.
So I was actually proud of myself for making friends with my former coworkers, given the fact that we were all remote, and I broke us all out of our shell in a way. It was like, hey, we're gonna go out and get hammered.
I think
once a quarter or whatever.
I think that's a very interesting thing too. The idea of working from home, because you've done both.
I have. It's tough.
You know, some people have never. That's all they've done is work from home or whatever.
Yeah. Or vice versa, where they've never worked from home.
Like I've never worked from home.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, for a living, I've never worked at home because I do, you know, this I work on.
Yeah,
this
stuff
also, like
it's,
you know,
for very specific jobs.
This is saying music stuff or whatever. It's like I work at that stuff at home. It's more of like the hobby side of it, though. Like to work for a living at home is completely different.
It takes a lot of discipline, and I know people always, and I'm sure there are, like anything else, people who are lazy and don't do a damn thing when they work from home.
Yeah.
I will just say, in my own defense, that is not me. I work my ass off. I am very rarely able to take
Brian.
It's the truth, dude. And I'm not like
Brian's
anything else. There's always abuses in
posting
certain
pictures from his porch with his sandals and.
If you
Cheers.
like pina coladas.
Cheers, guys. It's 11 o'clock, 95 degrees. And
hey, Brian, is that apple juice or is that? Nope. That's apricot or whatever the hell this shit is.
That's not a goblin.
Nope.
It's a spaceman.
Yeah. Nah, dude, it took me probably a good 2.5 years before I was really like, all right, I figured out how to do this without just completely wrecking my life.
Yeah, so, I mean, the transition, you know, so, like, commute, like, but you've never done, like, train commuting.
No,
to work.
Never.
So
always,
you've always
car.
It was always driven.
The worst commute I had professionally at this point is Valley Stream, which is not terrible. You said drive 30 minutes back when I was working at Wells Fargo, but no.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Nope. That's not bad.
Nope.
But it does suck. The drive commute is rough.
Well, it's mentally taxing because you're sitting there fighting traffic.
Yes.
For me, it was mostly on the way home. The drive there, because you get there early enough, wasn't that bad. Going back home at like 5 o'clock from Valley Stream, it's probably 45 minutes to an hour.
Yeah.
Because it was almost on the border of Queens. But
I gotta say,
have so much worse,
I gotta say though, like, I'm not that it's great or anything like that, but on Long Island, I feel like you have the options of how you travel, like the route that you take, type of thing. So it's like you could sit in the Parkway traffic, which sucks, or you can take the side roads, the Sunrise Highway, Merrick Road, or whatever it is, or just kind of weave your way in and out. And it almost kind of gives you that variety type of thing, because it's like you're watching. Even if you're stuck in traffic, you can watch people walking around. You can see what's going on in like local businesses, and when you're on the Parkway, it's just the same.
It's just cars.
Freaking cars and trees and bridges,
and you know exactly where you're gonna get stuck every single day. Oh
day.
Shit! Here's the Meadowbrook, and you get stuck at 22N.
I think I years ago. I don't know if it's the same thing, but I remember listening to somebody like I don't remember who it was or whatever. But it was like a guest that was calling in, and he was talking about how he had traveled the world. He was a world traveler, drove all over the place, worked in so many different countries or whatever it was that he did or whatever. And he was like, the worst traffic I've ever experienced is the southern state in Long Island.
Absolutely.
Like, it's just
really is.
And I'm like, that's great. I'm really proud of that.
I mean, I guess I don't travel that much. I didn't travel.
It is because
Southern state is fucking
because
terrible.
at the height of traffic, it is horrible to
You know what's
sit
sad
through.
about the Southern state? Even at the not height of traffic, it's terrible.
Yeah, because it's still those same spots.
There's like maybe a 2-hour window where you can travel on the Southern state, and it's not terrible.
Right. But there are certain things around here that are always like that, and it always feels the same way. Like if you're traveling, especially like on the weekends and stuff like that, like the Staten Island Expressway is terrible.
Oh yeah, that's
like,
bad.
you are always gonna get
Like
stuck
right
in
before
there.
the Verrazano.
Yeah,
that's awful.
coming back to Long Island, the Staten Island
It's the
Expressway
worst.
is the worst. It's
I've
like,
been stuck there for like an hour.
yeah,
like not
that's what I'm
moving.
saying, and it's like 5 miles.
Yes.
What is happening?
I'd much rather take a slightly longer route and be moving the whole. Yes, Muller, 100%, dude.
Yeah,
I will take like the Ocean Parkway heading out east to avoid certain roads because I know even if I'm spending another 5-10 minutes in the car, if my car is moving, I mentally feel better about the fact that my car is in motion than sitting behind some asshole the entire time.
yeah, those are those
I'm
sacrifices too, and that's a mental thing.
Oh,
Because
totally.
even if you're not like, you follow, like if you follow the GPS, you follow Waze or Google Maps or whatever it is, they're going to show you the quickest route, whatever it is. But like when you don't have that, but you know your way around, and you're just like I'm getting off this road and I'm going this way and that way.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if it's longer. You're still moving, and you just feel like
I feel much better.
yeah. I'm also terrible at the driving part for like long periods of time because I get exhausted and I'll like start falling asleep at the wheel.
Yeah, that's
Like,
dangerous.
that's dangerous.
It's very dangerous.
So like when it's the monotony of like sitting in traffic and it's like bumper to bumper traffic and you're sitting there for 45 minutes, that's
Yeah.
rough.
I actually am with you on that. You ever hear like you've seen videos of like truck drivers on these, and maybe it's a little different for a truck driver, but on like a long stretch where you're not, it's like an open road kind of a
Yeah.
situation, and they're dozing off. Those, I wouldn't fall asleep doing that. I don't think I would anyway, but I could get tired in bumper to bumper, not moving.
I could totally
Like
fall
on
asleep
the Belt Parkway.
I could fall asleep on those long hauls.
Oh, you could?
Absolutely.
Oh, that's dangerous, dude.
Yeah, super dangerous.
Oh boy.
It's very scary. Like so, I'm slapping myself in the face. I'm screaming, whatever it is I have to do to, and it's hard for when we're doing family travels and stuff like that. I'm asking Nick, I'm like, can you try to stay awake with me or whatever? And I don't want to keep her up though, because if she's tired and she wants to take a nap while she's in the car too, let her do it, because I know at some point we're gonna switch and she's gonna drive.
Yeah, but keep your ass awake. You're in a fucking ditch there. I'm just saying right now.
Just
Good luck.
take something, throw it at her. Like, wake up! What's the matter with you?
Where's the
You need to keep me awake.
Where's the next road trip you guys are going on? Nikki's gonna be sitting there holding on to the holy shit handle.
Yeah,
the whole
because
time.
we would drive down to
Michael, wake up!
We drove down to Disney, and we did it in
God.
so it's about a 16-hour drive, and we did it in 2 8-hour increments basically. We drove down to North Carolina, spent the night there, and then drove the rest of the way. So it was about an 8-hour drive on either end. And
You guys split this, right?
yeah, no, we would stop off for lunch, breakfast, whatever it was, dinner. But when you get to those moments, because you'll get to a moment on, and you're following the GPS, and it'll be like, continue driving for 4 hours, and you're like, oh my God, it's just.
Continue for 387 miles.
Like,
oh shit!
oh man.
And you're like, are there going to be exits?
No, and that's what I'm saying. That's it. When you're driving in certain, when you're taking certain trips, it's that long haul of just the same road,
Yeah.
straight.
I'm I'm gonna be doing
not
it.
moving.
Dude, I'm gonna be doing it in a couple of weeks. I gotta go to Ohio for Andrew's meet. For his dude, it's 6 hours through Pennsylvania, and not like Philadelphia, like the middle of Pennsylvania.
Like you're gonna drive past Trolley.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There's nothing there, dude. Nothing.
Yeah.
Like it's just vastness.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
It's just mountains and like gas stations and stuff. That's
so
it.
what's we try to do, especially with the kids and stuff, like we would try and break it up with the kids and give them a we would give them their tablets, but like we would break it up. And then the other part of it would be we have those in the car, like car ride card games where it was scavenger hunts.
Oh.
So it occupies you though. So it's like, you flip the card, you find out what it is, and it's like find a red pickup truck. So it's like you have to look for a red pickup truck. So you're constantly doing something.
All right.
Those types of things absolutely help.
Yeah.
Because if you're just like, if everybody's out and you're just sitting there listening to music and you're looking at the same road for the next couple hours, it's
bad.
It's very tough.
Sitting there, the whole family's asleep on the road again.
Yeah.
Can't wait to get
No.
Somebody kill me right now.
No.
Yeah, no, it's awful. It really is. It's very difficult to do long road trips where you're in the same road straight, and you're not interacting with anything. Cars even. Sometimes you're not even interacting with another automobile for 20, 30 miles. Yeah, it's tough. Very tough.
And your brother mentioned train commuting, how it stinks. And I got to say, I love it compared to driving to work.
Do you really?
I absolutely love it. Because I can close my eyes for 45 minutes or whatever it is. I don't have to think about it. I drive a couple minutes to the train station, and then I take the train, and
do you have a high tolerance for the general public though? Because there
there are a few stories that come along with So when it comes to the train, I think there's a lot of positives compared to driving, and one of them is it's more of a personal thing for me because, like I said, I fall asleep driving very easily. So it's tough for me to drive, especially if I'm tired.
Right.
And on the train, I don't have to think about it. I just sit on the train. The thing that stinks is in the morning, I take the train from Baldwin to Grand Central. And in the early mornings, I take the first train out of Baldwin to Grand Central, but it's a transfer at Jamaica. So I have to wake up, 20 minutes to Jamaica, wake up, stand at the platform for a few minutes, get back on the train, and then do another 20, 25 minutes to Grand Central. The on the way home, it's always I always opt for the direct route, which is just like straight 42 minutes of a train ride, and it's like I fall asleep every single time that I'm driving I'm going home. Every single time I will always fall asleep.
What time do you leave? Normally, what's your...
So in the morning, so my work schedule is 6 to 2, Monday through Friday.
Oh, so you're on a train that's not heavily... It's not a lot of people on that train at 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
It's a decent amount.
But not like 5 o'clock.
It's not packed to the gills.
Right.
I've been on those trains. Those suck.
Yeah, it's full, but not like standing
so
full.
Like my train ride, like in the morning, it's more packed. The early train has more people on it. I always find a seat. It's never like packed to the gills,
right?
Unless there's an issue, unless there's some kind of problem. Whenever there's some kind of problem, you know that the train's going to be packed and it sucks.
You're not in a situation where you're sitting in a chair and then somebody has to sit next to you, or maybe once in a while.
So most of the time, on the train, they have the 3-seater and the 2-seater. And then they have the middle seats where it's 3-seater and 2-seater, but it's a group of them facing each other. I try to avoid that one at all costs, just because
you don't want to face somebody.
It's not even just that you want to face somebody, but when it gets crowded, if it ever were to get crowded, now all of a sudden you're banging knees with one another, and that's annoying. Yeah. I can more tolerate the sitting right next to somebody, type of thing. But there's certain parts of like when you're taking a train that are like, if you commute regularly on the train, there are do's and don'ts, like serious do's and don'ts. One of the do's and don'ts is like don't talk loudly, especially in the morning.
Oh yeah, but people
do
all the time.
They chit chat and it's not a regular commuter. Yeah. Like when Mook was on there was times when I would actually I used to work and Mook would be on the same exact train that I was on, so we'd sit together, and he would have no problem telling people to shut the F up.
Yeah,
like type of thing, because it's annoying.
It's rude.
It's super rude. I hate
There's
it.
no reason to have a very
especially
loud...
when it's like on like if you're talking to somebody on the train, I can kind of forgive it type of thing.
Yeah,
because you're sitting there. But when you're talking to somebody on the phone, that irritates me even more, especially in the morning. It doesn't happen often, but it does happen. And when it does happen, it's like I listen to music. I just have my headphones on. I sit there and listen to music. So if I can hear you over my music, that's a problem. Like, what are you doing? Like, you have no respect for anybody. You don't give a crap.
Nope.
And that's like...
And those are the same people that if you called them out on it,
yeah,
they'd be giving you like... They would bark back at you.
Yeah, like I'm the asshole type of thing. And
mind your own business. It's like, all right, you're making it my business by being a loud asshole right now. Yeah, I hate those people. I cannot stand. And I think that's my brother's point, is that the general public at times can be very difficult to deal with, especially if you have a low temper.
No, it's that's what I'm saying.
My brother has a very low temper.
Well, because there are certain things that they do, like like some people will use their speaker.
Yeah, I don't speakerphone in public.
Like, what are you doing?
What are we doing here? I don't understand that. I do. There's no reason for it.
The speaker is useful when you're using your hands somewhere else, so you can't hold the phone to your ear because you're using your hands.
Right.
They're just sitting on the train with the speaker.
We've actually done
blah, 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 blah.
Dude, you remember like back in I don't know, probably mid to late 2000s, almost everybody and their mother had one of those Bluetooth earpieces.
Oh yeah,
salesmen, real estate agents, your aunt, they all had and you were like, all right, this is a little pretentious, but at least they kept the conversation in house.
No, absolutely.
Now we've done a 180, and now people are just talking openly on their phone.
Yeah.
Hi, hey, it's like, lady, hit the button, put the phone up to your ear.
That's what I'm saying. If you're holding,
ask Linda where she's at.
If you're holding the phone in your hand, what is the point of having it on speaker?
None, unless you're trying to be an obnoxious asshole.
Right.
That's it. That's the only reason.
So, when it's on the train, and it's funny when I said it again, when Nikki calls me,
I'm up to 4 now. Go ahead.
So when Nikki would call me on the train, she knows when I'm on the train because I'm like, hello.
Yeah, you're trying to be polite.
What's going on?
Yeah.
Are you on? Yes, I'm on the train. No, I know you can't hear me, but I don't want to be loud.
I have a particular set of skills. Sounds like a hostage negotiation. Michael, you all right?
I will find you.
I will kill you.
I've had some really annoying incidents. I've had when you're commuting on the train, there's like rules that standard social rules that you follow. In the 2-seater section, this is going like
talk about etiquette.
We're talking about etiquette. We're talking about etiquette, and we're not. It's not like an overly crowded thing, not an overly crowded car. If somebody's in the 2-seater, that's their seats.
Right. A 1 is a 2. Yep. Got you.
If somebody's in the 3-seater, you either sit on the end or you sit on the window. You don't sit in the middle because you're taking up 3 seats now, which is technically 2 seats when it's not that crowded.
Makes sense. Yep.
So there are the people who sit in the middle.
So if you get there first, get your ass to the window.
Yeah.
And leave the other two open. So if somebody wants to plop on the end.
Yep.
Yep. I get it.
Unless there are some people who will sit on the aisle. And some of them I feel like are thinking like, if I sit on the aisle, nobody will want to cross over me. They'll look for something else first.
Right.
But I would think that most of them are thinking I'm going to be transferring at some point earlier. So I'm going to sit on the aisle side of the 3-seater so that if somebody does want to sit in the window and is doing the full journey that this train takes, I don't have to interrupt them to get up when I leave.
It's overthinking, I think, a little bit, but okay.
No,
I can understand. I can understand it.
It's not. I'm telling you, it's not overthinking. Like this is a thing that your commuter, everyday commuter, would think about.
Okay.
Because you know what it feels like to be like, I'm on the window aisle. We're at Jamaica. Now I have to transfer. The person who's in the aisle seat is asleep. I have to wake them up and tell them to get up and get out of my way.
Okay.
So
that speaks to my lack of frequency. And
right. That's what I'm saying.
I understand.
That's what I'm saying. There are certain etiquettes that people who do this every day understand what you do when you go on these, when
Fair
you take
enough.
these commutes.
What don't you do, though? I want to know. What are the big no's?
I mean,
we talked about talking out loud
there's
on the phone.
people who they listen to their music or they're watching a video and stuff. Like that's freaking annoying. There's been there's been moments. So one of the moments that I witnessed was I got on and it was a crowded. This was before the Grand Central Terminal opened up. So the trains were a little bit more crowded because people had less options of where they were if they wanted to go to Grand Central, always had to go to Penn Station first and then transfer. So the train rides were a little bit more crowded.
Okay.
So one day I went in and there was limited seats, and walking by one of the first couple of 3-seaters, there was a guy who was laying down across all 3 seats.
Oh God.
Now I was going to ask him to move, but I didn't because I saw that 2 seats ahead of him, there was an empty aisle seat. So I just jumped in that seat. When we got to Rockville Center, I'm listening. Now this is behind me, and I'm listening to my music. All of a sudden, I start hearing a commotion when we got to Rockville Center. And I knew right away, I'm like, somebody asked this guy to get up because this guy's an idiot. Like, this is obviously a guy who's never commuted for regular purposes on the train in his life, thinking that, he got on at Babylon or whatever when there was nobody on the train, thinking I can sleep by lying across this thing because nobody else is on the train.
Right.
Not thinking that you have 50 other freaking stops before it gets to its destination where other people are going to be getting on. And it's it's the first train. There are so many construction workers getting on the train at that hour.
Right. It's common sense.
Yeah.
Really. Yeah.
Now, I'm saying, the majority of the train is filled with construction workers. They all get early starts. There are other, business people that are getting on for whatever, their jobs and stuff like that. But I would say the majority is construction workers getting on. So I hear this commotion going on, and I know that it's somebody calling out this guy for laying across the seat. But it escalated. And it got really bad. So now everyone's paying attention. So apparently this idiot kid, I'm guessing he was in his early 20s, had no idea what the hell he was doing, thought he could just lie there the whole time. And the guy who wanted the seat was some crazy ass construction worker. Crazy dude. So the construction worker obviously doesn't give an F about this kid laying wherever. Get up. So instead of asking politely, I'm sure he just kind of kicked him or whatever and was like, get the hell out of my way.
Yeah.
So the kid is lying there and he's got his boots across the thing on the seat. So when the kid gets up and adjusts himself, the guy was like, "Wipe off my seat. Your boots were on it."
I mean, it's escalating.
That's what I'm saying. So
point,
now it's like,
yeah.
but that's what I'm saying. Like, you don't have any common sense. You have no idea what you're doing. You're an idiot kid who put. I mean, like
the kid's in the wrong.
Yeah.
100%.
Like, I don't think it was it wasn't a rainy day or anything like that. I don't know if there was any mud on the seat or whatever it was. But now the guy,
he wanted to make an example.
Absolutely.
Out of this kid.
Now he wanted to be like, you shouldn't be putting your feet up on the seat. They even have signs, "Don't put your feet up on the seat," type of thing.
Right.
So
it's like a Bronx sale. Now you can't leave.
Yeah, exactly.
Sort of that kind of
vibe.
But
So that's basically what happened. So this guy is telling this kid to wipe his seat, and he's like, "No." So now you have this guy who's a freaking raging freaking lunatic construction worker squaring off with this puny little dorky kid who's has no idea what the hell he's got himself into.
Did he beat the shit out of this kid? I mean,
well, that was the thing. So he's like threatening the kid, and people are like, "All right, dude, back off. Like, just stop, whatever."
Right. You made your point.
Yeah. But now the kid is like, "No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that." And now the guy's getting enraged. So now he got enraged to the point where people, like a couple of people, jumped up to hold the guy back because he was like moving forward on the kid who's backed against the window.
Oh, God.
So while they're holding him back, this idiot kid who, like I said, probably has never done a commute in his life, has no idea what it is to go into the city, has probably heard all these stupid stories about like how you got to protect yourself when you go to the city, you know, whatever. So he whips out a retractable freaking nightstick while this guy is being held back by two other people.
It's not supposed to be funny. But
and taps the guy on the head. Like he's like, huh. Like,
I mean, what are you doing?
Like, you don't know what the hell you're doing with this thing. Like, you don't know what this is. You don't know how to protect yourself. You think that tapping somebody on the head is going to threaten them and stop them. Like, this guy is a raged,
he's being
lunatic.
He's being held back.
Yeah, and he's being held back.
Just leave.
Yes.
Walk away. Yeah.
So a bunch of us, like, because, you know, when it was happening, we're all standing up. I'm standing up looking at it. When I saw this kid took this out, like, we all start screaming. I'm like, you know, me too. I was like, what the hell are you doing? What's the matter with you? Now this guy's like, I don't mind going to jail again. You know, like he's like, have you ever seen your own pool of blood on the floor? Like, you know, he was threatening this kid like he was going to kill him.
Hey, Biff, take your damn.
Exactly. Yes, exactly.
Sorry to bring it back.
That's exactly what it was. It was friggin' George McFly.
I'm sorry. It's not funny because the guy could have gotten killed.
Oh yeah.
If that guy wasn't being held back,
but because
he probably would have killed the kid.
Yeah. But because of this incident now this guy's stuck here for 15 minutes on a ride while this guy's threatening his life.
Yeah. Yeah.
Then we had to get to Jamaica. Once we got to Jamaica, now the police had to get involved. The police had to come on. They're trying to question everybody.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody wants to answer anything because we just want to go to work.
Yeah. You're all just, part of the incident that you had no intention of being.
So we're all, nobody's saying anything. We're just like, can we just just take the two of them off so that we can keep going, please? Like, just let us go. And the police are like, and nobody saw anything. You got 50 people on the train. Nobody said anything. And so one guy shouts up, he's like, we were all sleeping. You know, it's like,
right.
Can't argue with that.
Officer, come on, man. Like, you've been in our shoes. Yeah.
Like, nobody wants to be involved.
No.
So that train was held. So I was like, a bunch of us got up and got onto the next train that pulled in that was going to Penn Station. And I was like, well, these guys are getting kicked off the LI. They're getting banned from the LIR.
It's horrible.
Like, just stupid people, like stupid things.
Train. I was gonna play. This is like, if I hear this dude on a train, this is like a little unrelated. Where was I searching before? If I hear this goddamn song on a train, I know I'm going to be in for a long ass freaking ride. Is this going to work? We're going to test this out here.
Is it by Dank Demoss?
No, it's not by Dank Demoss, you ass. God. I had it up before and then I lost it because I was listening to, let's see.
Listening to my rant?
Yeah, but your rant was good. Let's see if this will work.
6 million ways to die. Choose one.
If I hear this shit on the train.
Nobody's saying anything.
You hear this? If I hear that shit on the train and then some lady says like, hello, she's like talking to her friend. Yeah. I'm just like, Jesus Christ, lady. Turn the fucking phone off. And they're playing, dude, you ever hear people play music on the train?
I know,
Like,
that's what I'm saying.
loud.
That's one of those don'ts. So
I'm like, lady, dude, you gotta...
that was just one incident, and that was not related. There was another incident that was not related to me either. That was still on my train, and it actually had a really funny ending. I don't even know how it started, but it was one of those times when it was packed because there was some kind of a delay or whatever. So you had more people on the train than typical because you had to combine trains, that kind of a thing. And I don't know what was going on, but there was some guys all of a sudden starts yelling at one of the guys who was normally on my train. You see the same people every day.
Yeah.
So it's like this guy's yelling at, I've never seen this guy before, and he's yelling at one of the guys who's normally on the train. And I think it was something along the lines of the guy who's yelling right now was being loud, and the guy who's normally on the train was probably just kind of like, dude, can you keep it down type of thing.
Yeah.
And he had like a crazed look. Like he was now the construction guy that I talked about, I wouldn't F around with that guy for a second. Like, cause when he was like talking about like, I don't mind going back to jail type of thing. Like I believe it. I totally believe it. Like that guy was nuts. This guy was like
going back to jail.
Yes.
So there was a previous incident.
Yep.
Okay. Noted.
This guy was it was like one of those guys who thinks he's tougher than he actually is.
Yeah.
So he's like got the crazed. He's like, you want to mess around with me, kid? And it's just like, dude, stop. What are you doing, dude? Like,
right.
what are you doing? And it was intense, and we're like, what is happening? Why are we like, we're trying to go home. Like, this isn't even on the way in. Like, we just want to go home. So, but because of how ridiculous it was, we had to get the conductor involved so that, but it's a crowded train. When it's a crowded train because of some kind of screw up, whether it's track signals or whatever, and they delay the trains, and now all of a sudden you have commuters combining because they delayed a train, so now you have more people on one train than normal.
Technical issues.
Yeah.
Not commuter caused problems.
A lot of the times the conductors don't even bother going through the aisles and checking because it's just too crowded.
Right.
Because it's just like, it's not worth it. There was a screw up. We're not going to go through and make sure everybody paid, but in this instance, they had to get somebody because of how ridiculous, because of how ridiculous this guy was. This guy was going nuts. So the conductor comes on and is like trying to calm the situation down. Like, what are you doing? Like, let's relax, all that kind of stuff. And then asks this guy, like, where are you going? So he says where he's going. He's on the wrong train.
After all that,
everybody started cracking up, just laughing in his face. Like, you are an idiot. So then the next stop had to be the same. That was Baldwin. So that's my stop, and the guy that he was yelling at, his stop too.
Yeah.
But because this guy was on the wrong train, he had to get off and go to a train that was going back to Jamaica so he could transfer. So he had to get off at Baldwin too. So now this guy's been talking smack this whole time, and he gets off the train, and we're all like, and he's standing there like an idiot. And now he's like, well, now I got to be tough because now I'm off the train because there's no conductors to help me in this situation, type of thing. You know, we're on the platform, nobody's here, and he was like trying to square up with this guy, and me and one other guy like came up like beside the other dude, and we're like, don't even like, it's not even worth it. This guy's like an idiot. Don't waste just walk away. Like, let's just go home. And just left the guy there, you know. But it was just so perfect because he's an absolute idiot.
I think you may have furthered my brother's point about train transportation.
No, but
I know that these are few and far between.
That's what I'm saying. It's very few and far between.
But when they happen,
oh
boy.
I had a fun incident that was related to me directly. There was actually two incidents. One was stupid, where it was like, it was a late train that I was taking in, and when there's people getting on the train that normally don't take the train. Mm-hmm. So it was a transfer at Jamaica that these people got on, and it was like a family of foreigners. Maybe they were Greek or something along those lines. English wasn't their first language, but it was a whole family. It was like the grandparents, it was the parents, it was a bunch of kids. So it's like all of a sudden my car became very loud.
Yeah.
And it was like, But I'm sitting at like the second seat in on the two-seater side. And when that big of a crowd comes in that's all the same, normally they go to the middle because it's like that's where they all face each other. You can have all seats kind of together or whatever. So most of them started filing in that way. But like the grandparents for some reason sat directly behind me, which is whatever. I don't care. I'm sitting there listening to my headphones. I don't care. But all of a sudden I get hit in the head. I get hit in the head because the grandfather wanted to like get up, and he put his hand on the seat in front of him, which was my seat, and hit me in the head.
So no
it's whatever. And he didn't even say anything. And I'm like, whatever. But then he left his hand there. So now his hand is up against my head on the headrest as he's standing up. So all I did was turn around, and I said, "Excuse me, do you mind?" And he said, "Oh, I'm sorry."
How do you not know? How do you not know you have your hand on somebody's
So
head?
his son or brother-in-law, who's like, 40s or 50s or whatever, was all of a sudden eyeing me. And I had my headphones on. So I wasn't listening. He apologized. I was very respectful about it. I wasn't like, "Hey, get the F off of me." I was just like, "Excuse me."
Right. I'm sorry if you
And
didn't
he
notice. Your hand is on my dome.
And once he realized it, he was like, "Oh, I'm sorry."
Right.
That's all.
Yeah, he understand he made an honest mistake, and right.
But this guy is like eyeballing me, I see. And and I have my headphones on, so I can't really hear anything that's going on, but all of a sudden I see him doing. So
he's like,
I was like,
talking to you?
Yeah, so I'm like, "I'm sorry, what?" He's like, "How dare you be disrespectful to him? He's an elder." And I'm like, "Are you serious, dude?" I'm like, "The guy hit me in the back of the head. Like, all I did was say, 'Excuse me.'" He's, "No, you don't disrespect my grandfather." Like, I was like, "Dude, shut the fuck up." Like, I was like, you have no idea what's going on. I was like, "Why don't you sit down, dude?" Like, it was so bizarre. It was just so bizarre. Even his, like, the father or grandfather, whatever, father-in-law, whoever he was trying to tell him to calm down.
Yeah.
But it's like some people are just so insane, and they have no idea. English is a second language to them. They don't know, so they don't know the interaction that happened. They just see an American talking to an elderly person, and that person apologizing to me.
Right.
So I must have said something to be disrespectful because now all of a sudden the elderly is apologizing to the younger person.
Right, and it's a numbers thing too. They're there in a group.
Yeah.
You're there by yourself, and he can sit there and
I'm like, what the hell?
run his mouth.
I'm like, what just happened? I didn't do anything.
You technically you were assaulted. I mean, by Kathy's definition, I think that was an actual assault.
Yeah. Another
Grandpa Munster grabbing your head or whatever the hell happened there. And all you did was say, excuse me, Pops. If you wouldn't mind taking your hand off my head.
I'm sorry.
And then the kids over there like sweep the leg.
Yeah.
It's like, what's happening?
I was like, what the hell is happening? Give him a body bag. Like, oh my God.
Oh my God, dude.
The wife is like holding him back. He's like, no, I'm doing this for Johnny. Like, it's just like, what the hell is happening? Dude.
I'm just trying to get to work. What happened? I was minding my own business. Pops hit my head, and all of a sudden I'm in a brawl. Oh shit!
So that was one thing. The other thing that happened was
the Greeks traveling past like MS-13 apparently, according to my brother. Yeah, there's that Greek MS-13 that's out there, I believe.
Yeah. I had another incident when I was on my way home. This is the only other incident. Listen, most of the time it's very peaceful. I don't have to worry about anything. The only occasional thing that I have is every once in a while when it's like crowded and like I have to sit directly next to something. I've had it happen where there's like I've had it happen twice where I've had like there's no other seats available and there's a 2-seater that has 1 seat available and the person who's in that other seat is a little bigger but like not huge.
This kind of goes full circle here with
that's what I'm saying. But it's like not
Yeah.
huge, like not like they could do a shift.
They can
and
give
they'll
you
be-
enough room.
okay,
Yeah.
but refuse to. And I'm like, you know what? Screw you. I'm gonna sit on you if that's the way you're gonna be.
Yeah. No,
and we'll both
seriously.
sit here uncomfortable because you refuse to actually shift yourself.
Yep.
And I've done that a couple times.
Give me a little room, precious.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, exactly.
Honest to God, though, like that is rude. And I sympathize with bigger people, but if you have enough space in a crowded spot like that where people are standing or there's limited, you have to move over just do one of these.
Just a little.
Just
Like,
gotta do one of
just
them.
make an attempt.
That's it.
They didn't even make an attempt. If they made some kind of attempt, I'd be like, all right, this is still uncomfortable, but at least they tried.
Yeah.
No, they didn't even make an attempt. But there was one time where I was sitting. Now, I always go for the 2-seaters now, and this is the reason why. Because people will only sit in a 2-seater next to one another if it's getting that crowded.
Yeah.
In a 3-seater, you'll kind of run into that moment where there are 2 people looking for a seat, and they'll just take the 2 seats that are in the 3-seater.
If it's a couple or people that know each other, I can sort of see that. That's fine.
So I was on my way home, and I go to sit in a 3-seater, and I sit against the window, and it was starting to get a little crowded. Not terribly, but crowded enough. And now, like I said, I have my headphones on, and I'm zoning out. I'm just like out the window, just kind of whatever. I had a couple that sat next to me. The guy wasn't like.
Oh, I was so hoping it was something else.
The guy wasn't. No. It was a man. It was a man and a woman.
Sorry.
It was a man and a woman, and the guy who sat next. The guy was not like a hefty person, but he was like more of a muscular type of like build.
Big
like
frame.
He was a bigger dude.
Yeah, big frame.
So when he sat down, he's up against me.
Yeah.
And I'm up against the window.
A little friction there.
That's like I'm up against the window. Like I give the room.
Right. You are trying to create almost like an extra quarter of a chair space because you've got the window, you can lean.
Yes.
Right.
Exactly.
It's not because on the aisle it is a little bit harder because there's no body or no object.
And you
to
get
lean
bumped into people and stuff as they're walking up and down, so you're trying
doing
to
the
avoid
courtesy
that
of
or whatever.
kind of squeezing your ass
I was
against
doing
the
what
rail.
I could to like give as much room as possible. Now this guy's up against me.
Yeah.
So it's him and his girlfriend or wife or whatever it was. And I'm like, oh my God, this sucks. Okay. But yeah, I guess it's like I said, I'm assuming the train is packed because nobody would be doing this unless the train was packed. So I have my headphones on. And I'm just trying to like whatever. they're talking so loud, and not just loud, they're talking in a different language so loudly that I can't, like, it's over my music. And
that's rude.
And I'm like, so it's like, now you're up against me and you're freaking being as loud as possible.
Right.
So I said to myself, I was like, all right, I'm gonna ride this out. But then he kept shifting, and I was like, all right, I can't do this. I was like, I'll find another, I'll sit next in a 2-seater next to somebody else. I can't do this. So I was like, I get up. I was like, excuse me. They let me out. I go and look. There were like 3 or 4 empty seats, like empty seats.
So they selected you.
They selected my freaking seat. So I turned around. I'm like, are you kidding me? I'm like, all these empty seats, you had to sit on top of me?
Wait, hold on a second. Hold on. So you saw the situation. You turned back around.
And screamed at them.
To Bruno?
Yes. I don't care what size you are. I don't care. They were looking at me like, what do we do? I don't get it. What just happened? Why is this guy yelling?
Mi scusi.
Yes. Yes. Exactly. Dude. The guy who should have been massaging my shoulders. I couldn't believe it.
Oh my God.
And it was funny because everyone's kind of looking at me too, like, what just happened? But I was like, all these empty seats, you had to sit on top of me.
It's very uncomfortable and weird.
It was so what is wrong with people?
That can't be cultural either. I can't imagine that's what they do.
I think it's just stupidity. People are stupid.
But you can't be.
You can't underestimate the stupidity of people.
How is that comfortable for that gentleman?
I don't, because he's bigger. He doesn't care.
But if you're bigger, you do care because you want the space. You want the elbow room.
Yeah, whatever. He doesn't care. Maybe they're swingers.
Honestly, that's what I was thinking. And that's what I was hoping where it was going. Actually, I was kind of hoping you were going to tell me.
You were hoping that's where it was going?
That's why I was talking about the lesbian.
Yes.
So I was hoping it was 2 women. And they were like, and this woman sat next to me and her friend. I really wanted to go that direction.
Mi amigo, mi casa.
All right, we have stories on trains from your brother and my brother.
Oh, man.
Our brothers are carrying. All right, let's see. That happened at a Broadway show. This is from Charlie. This person sitting next to Valerie refused to just sit in his spot and encroached on her. So I switched with her for the second half and pushed my leg up against him. Oh, my. Very good, Charlie. That's good, dude.
You want to feel something? Feel this.
I just imagine Charlie taking his leg and putting it out.
It wasn't. He didn't just put it up against him. He actually put his leg
on top of his his lap.
Yeah.
Don't mind me, sir.
Comfy.
My brother here. I was taking a bus home from college, and some guy gets on from the Nassau Medical Center, sits next to me, and then hands me the medical report showing his. I'm sorry. That cannot be true.
Yo, you want to see some shit?
This cannot be true. How did you not tell me this? How the hell did my brother not tell me this? I didn't even get the whole line out.
Check this shit out. Who you sitting next to? Magic Johnson? Oh man. That's fucking great.
Oh, dude.
I hope you had no open wounds or anything while you were.
Seriously. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh shit. shit.
Sits next to me and then he hands me the medical report. I got some bad news, buddy. Like, who hands that to a perfect stranger?
You see the shit that I just going through? God damn.
Right. It's bad enough I'm riding the N72, whatever the hell it is. Sitting next to this motherfucker.
It's all sweaty and shit. Yeah, like a bank robbery. He cuddles up next to Matt. He's like, "Don't say nothing. Read the note." That's like that's Matt's version of a flasher.
Yes, that's exactly it.
Dude, that is.
That's
what do you think of this?
Funniest stories I've heard in a long time. I can't believe he never told me this.
That is so good.
Oh my god.
You know what's funny though? I wonder if that guy like walks around with a medical report that he's HIV positive and is like, "This is how I'm going to clear my seats."
Yeah,
like
I wonder if my brother's on some prank show. Actually,
you know, it's like one of those things where he's like, "Oh man, this is a crowded bus."
Pull out the
Let me
HIV.
just pull out the HIV report. Matt was like, "I'm not moving. I don't give a shit."
I like magic. Yeah. And the most triple doubles.
I was like, I got the clap, so what? You want to swap some spit? What do you want to do? Where's this going?
I'll take you this HIV and raise you some syphilis. Little did this man know that I'm a journalist and I actually have a fake.
I saw Lethal Weapon 3. We're just going to start trading scars. That's all we're doing.
Oh my god, dude. That is one of the better stories I've heard in a long time.
Oh man, that's good stuff.
Oh god. All right, we have
how many beers we got left?
Well,
2?
Nikki left. We have I think 2 left.
All right, let's come on, let's do it. All right, so we're on 4 hours.
We're in it again, dude. We got to try to do it in the next hour. We can't. We got.
We've gone through 2 things on our list.
Yeah, the list.
Where's that? This is just riffing.
Well, we've gotten some help today from the chat.
Absolutely, I love it. Everyone, thank you so much.
Absolutely,
Charlie and Matt have been unbelievable contributors.
And listen, so from Nick and Muller,
Nick
too,
has
I
been there.
appreciate
Muller's now chiming in, which is awesome.
Super
Sean was
appreciative.
before. Sean, I hope you make it to Virginia. It's been 4 hours. Is it a 4-hour trip to Virginia?
It's more than that.
Oh shit! All right.
I don't know. He might have.
Sean, wake up! Wake up! We're talking about falling asleep on the long road trips.
Sean might have like cricket or something like that. He's got to watch his data or something. All right, I'm gonna go. Do you have to go to the bathroom?
Cricket. That's Ted, isn't that Ted?
Yeah, Ted's got the
Ted's,
Metro PCS or something like that. Ted has a new donkey.
Ted's using burner phones.
He's Jason Bourne. God.
I probably should. All right. Let me. Vermont, Virginia, Vermont. They both got V's. What's the difference?
You say potato, I say potato. Same shit.
All right, let me rinse. I'm gonna rinse myself. Rinse some glasses.
Go do it. I'll hold down the fort with all 5 of our friends or whatever.
I would say, gonna do our little. Here, we're in for a commercial at this moment.
Yeah, this episode is brought to you by Lunchables. My bad. With the cheese and the stick or whatever. This episode is brought to you by Lunchbox Brewing Company. No, dead serious. This is a place we're going to hang out over the summer. I think Mike and I are going to solicit them.
Do you need a Lunchable?
Oh, shit, there's a real Lunchable. Holy hell. Sargento balanced breaks. Look at this. Cheese and crackers. Lunchbox Brewing Company, absolutely. We're gonna hang out there as friends. Right in the heart of Bellmore. Great spot. They have a great selection of beers. Mike and I have had at least half of them tonight. They are going to open up a beer garden in the summer, which apparently is 200 square feet, asphalt in the back. Sounds perfect for outdoor cornhole, if I'm being honest, assuming the wind is low. You know, we're all anal retentive now. We have cornhole aspirations. We're not going to play in terrible conditions. But I do think it's a spot that we could scope out for potential random cornhole night if the weather was cooperative. But in addition to that, just great beers. The owner was amazing to Mike and I. Just very cordial and just, the whole works, man. We had just a great visit with them. And I think we're going to maybe do like a remote show there, like where we actually set up our stuff and what the hell? Oh, Mike's yelling at me from the bathroom. I don't know what was going on there. All right. So, yeah.
Oh, my penis!
Oh, Mike just yelling. The P word. All right. Good. Dude, I'm still catching my breath from my brother.
I have to grab the beer.
You do need to get the beer. We're dry. Thank you all for hanging in for the 4 hours that was supposed to be 2, but, things happen. So... Which ones are the heavy ones? 7.5. Oh my God, what's that? Which one is that?
That's the Castaway.
Oh boy. All right, we got 2 beers left, boys. I'm assuming boys because I don't think any women would stick through this shit. But there's no way. There's a woman on here right now. Please say hi because I doubt it. I really.
Where the white women at?
Oh man! All right, I'm gonna try to. Try to do it up here. Ah, good. There we go. All right.
Good pop. Good pop.
Very good. And this is the Bad Hombre.
Oh, this is Bad Hombre. Okay, so this is
off menu.
This is off menu. It's on their menu at the brewery, but on the website they didn't update this.
Ooh, dude, it's darker.
So I don't know exactly.
It's like an amber.
They actually, from what he told us, they were going to be naming this something else. What did he say was going? I can't remember. It's a Mexican lager.
It's dark for a Mexican lager. I'll say that.
And he said it took them 13 hours. So they were like,
it kind of.
They changed the name of it just to kind of say like this is a bad MFer.
Yeah, like we don't know what this shit is.
Looks gorgeous though. It kind of looks like our beer stein logo.
Yes. Yeah, I'm trying to think of like a similar beer that we've had. Maybe like a Killian's or something like that. I don't know.
I mean, Brooklyn Lager, maybe. Definitely, yeah. Killian's Red. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely not as dark as Guinness, but
no. What's the ABV on this?
5.5.
Oh, all right. This isn't that bad. Ready?
Cheers.
Cheers, buddy. Good.
That's different.
Yeah.
That's very. I feel like that's hoppy.
Yeah, a little bit, but it's not bitter at all.
No, not bitter. No.
That's good.
This has been some good beers.
This is like the cherry wheat without the cherry. For those who remember Brew SA, this is cherry wheat without the cherry. This is good stuff.
It's very flavorful.
Very good.
We have not had a bad beer. I'm saying I'm getting an aftertaste like I don't know if it's fruity, but it's got a good aftertaste.
It does. Yeah, it doesn't And you know what? When I say this, there are sometimes you have a beer like this, you take a sip, and then it kind of doesn't. The 10 or 15 seconds after you've taken the sip is like, ooh.
Yeah.
Like, I'll drink it, but this isn't great. This settles nicely in your mouth.
Absolutely. No, it gives a good aftertaste that kind of like makes you want to drink it again.
Yeah. It's better Brooklyn.
All right. Listen.
I'm saying. I know that's your go-to.
It's my go-to.
It is, but this
no,
might be...
I don't want to. I'm not putting anything down. This is very good.
And it's local. And it's. I mean, this is, dude. They have not missed.
No, I'm enjoying every single beer.
We're on 6. What are we on 6 tonight?
2, 4. Yeah.
Yeah.
I said that. I think my kids kicked one of the cans somewhere.
All right. Either way, man, we're in the home stretch, and they have not failed us one time. And just like the law of probability, one of these beers was supposed to suck by now, and it hasn't.
Yeah,
these are good.
I'm missing Saved by the Bellmore.
No,
my can is somewhere.
No, don't worry about it.
So yeah, 6. This is 6.
This is good stuff, though, man.
I'm enjoying it.
Can't get over too. Like, I know people were trying to like explain the setting when we walked in there. I love the place.
It was very, very like I said. It wasn't your typical brewery.
It was like a restaurant.
It was, and it wasn't even that though, because a
restaurant. It's a brewery.
Right. Restaurant.
Just breastises everywhere.
Breastises, I guess. It had because the bar is very prominent.
Yeah.
The bar section is very prominent.
Yes. Even like behind the bar is sort of cool where they have like the different, the taps light up on the wall.
Yep. Yeah. And then, they have a couple of the vats right there, but Pat was saying they have underground, like in their basement, like a whole thing of vats.
Yeah, how long was he saying it took for them to build it?
500 and something days.
Yeah. Part of which I'm sure was the county and the town.
Yeah,
and all that
well,
nonsense.
but they also said like that a lot of it was steel vats, so they had to have like steel framework and stuff.
Yeah.
So a lot of your typical engineering design had to get reinforced so that it could support the weight of the vats that were going to be on the premise. I'm excited, and I'm sure that we will do a live feed from there at some point when we figure out how to set it up. It's a young brewery, and I mean, I like what they have so far. And
I love the setting, love the beer, love the crowd.
He has it set up so that he could have live music. He hasn't had live music yet.
Well, I'm glad you suggested that to him because there's that whole front area where they had customers.
Yeah.
Like to what I'm saying, to like the front right of the bar.
Well, we were there at dinner time. That's when we were there. We got there at like 6 o'clock-ish type of thing. So, that's dinner time. And that's what we saw. We saw people at the bar, but we saw families there having dinner from the brick oven pizza truck that they had in the back, which is pretty awesome. He said they were going to change, but they change it like every day.
Which I think is awesome.
It's pretty cool. It's very cool to have like a different variety, at an establishment. And if you could do it right, you're setting yourself up so that people don't have the same exact experience every time they go.
Which repeat customers.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because now you're leaving it up to, I'm going to the same spot, but it's not going to be the same every single time.
Right.
Which is cool.
Right. Yeah, you have your staple items.
Yeah.
Your beers that people have come to enjoy.
Yeah.
And then every once in a while you're like, guess what? Here's the new thing that I want you to try. It's I honestly, God, man, it was one of the better experiences I've had. We were only there for like 15 minutes or whatever.
Just a few
but
minutes.
I wanted to. If we weren't doing this tonight, I would have sat down there and drank for 2 or 3 hours.
Absolutely.
It was a great spot.
Easy.
Yeah.
And we'd be doing the same thing. We'd be trying every beer.
Oh, totally. Totally. Their bartenders look really, nice guys.
Yeah.
Have a conversation with them. I'm sure they know the beers and give us a
I
little history on them.
thought it was funny too. It's just like, it was almost like the celebrity type of feeling though. Like we're like, I was looking for Pat, and the guy was like, There's a lot of Pats here.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're like, well, he was gonna can some beer. So, oh, you guys are doing the podcast.
Yeah, like they knew us.
Oh, that was cool. Can't disappoint.
We all right. So yeah, just to explain this to people that are watching, when Mike and I walked in there, and Mike explained that we were doing this podcast. Sorry, the guys behind the bar were like, "You guys are doing the podcast?" Like it was almost as if Howard Stern had walked in his prime. I was like, "Hang on, let us get Pat for you, sir." Curtsied in front of us. It's like, "Hey, it's all right, man. It's fine."
Like,
you know,
rolls bearers.
Do you have sex with your bathers? I know I do.
Anyone who throws roses at my son's feet will answer to me.
Oh, dude. Such a great goddamn movie. That's how it felt walking in there, though. We felt like royalty.
Have you ever seen the mashup of Star Wars: A New Hope with lines from Coming to America?
No.
Oh my God, it is. I mean, it's so fantastic.
Oh wait, maybe I have. Where they take because it's James Earl Jones'
yes,
voice.
Exactly. It's James Earl Jones as Darth Vader, but they take lines from Coming to America. And it's like he's sitting there, it's the very beginning. So he's sitting there getting upset with Princess Leia or whatever. And then one of the captains or commanders comes over to interrupt him. And he's like, "You're growing a mustache."
Yes, I have seen that. Yes. I definitely saw that. You're right. It's been a few years since that thing came out. But that was
good.
Great.
It's really good.
Oh, God. Didn't James Earl Jones... He's recent, right?
Yeah.
That's like the last couple of months.
He came out. He passed away just before I released my crazy. Aha! My crazy corn maze video.
Oh,
that I did.
That's around that time.
And then it was kind of like because I didn't really integrate it into the video, but it gave me the idea of where I went with it. In the video at one point, because I'm like running around like a crazy person trying to get through, and I step through the corn and I come onto the Field of Dreams. So, but like Nikki was talking about since James Earl Jones died, you should implement the scene from Field of Dreams with him in it or whatever. Yeah. And I couldn't really fit that in because it didn't, maybe his speech I could have overlaid on top of it, type of thing. But I thought it was just she just gave me that idea to
capitalize on his death.
Yeah. Yes,
well, I mean, honestly,
capitalize on his death.
It sounds horrible, but it actually, because of the corn maze thing, it makes sense. Yeah. But I also think what you were doing would not have aligned with
his speech and stuff like that.
Right.
Yeah.
You would have had to do a whole different bit.
Yes, absolutely. But it just helped me with the idea of implementing the movie with the cornfield and stuff like that.
Yeah, agreed.
Aha! That was because they keep throwing that in. They threw that in like 3 or 4 times.
Every time the door would open?
Yes, like he would be like talking to Princess Leia. And anything that interrupts, aha!
Dude,
some people are super creative with that stuff.
We got to thank the people that have hung in there with us.
Absolutely.
Again,
are you kidding me? This is fantastic.
This is good.
Just a few viewers.
Yeah, but we've had a couple. We've gotten into.
But you guys are rolling with us, which is awesome.
Yes, we've had some spikes. We're watching who's jumping on, who's not. But it's been a good night, man.
Yeah, the statistics are we see statistics and stuff as the stream is going on, and it's pretty cool.
It's only going to get better as we get better, which we did. I think tonight.
This is only episode 2.
Yes, our problem seems to be that we can't shut the hell up.
I know, which is fine. You know why? Because I'm sitting there thinking about like radio shows and stuff like that, and they go on for like 5 or 6
the whole time.
hours.
And actually, they have to cut themselves off.
Yes, they do
because of commercials
advertisements and stuff. Yeah. Well,
and listen, that's a
we
good
do
problem.
advertisements too. Lunchbox
just
Brewery.
just for Lunchbox. Right. We have one advertiser. It's just Lunchbox Brewery and Pat. No, but listen, that'll be a problem we'll eventually encounter, I think, and once we get good and people start wanting us to promote their thing on here, which they will. I think we'll become... They will. Listen, I don't know of any other podcasts that are heavily dedicated towards promoting local breweries.
No, I don't think so.
We are unique in that way.
I don't think so.
We've got the
they
name.
do their own thing. A lot of the stuff that I see, like like scrolling through TikTok, it's a lot of comedy stuff, dad joke things, and comedy sketches and stuff like that, where they're just kind of back and forth with each other. In all honesty, though, I haven't really looked further into the clips that they show.
Yeah,
but I mean, like that's what makes the Drinking Buddies show the Drinking Buddies show to me, is that we are sharing drinks with one another, and the idea of finding the local breweries and promoting their stuff locally, I think is a nice little gesture that we've
and when I first did this stuff back in 15 years ago, there were not these local microbreweries back then.
You have Bud Lights and stuff.
That's it. Now it's exploded, and people have product that we can promote. Yeah, and we can do right by local businesses.
The internet, once again, we got the the website link is in our description. So if you're on this, watching this podcast live or in a replay or whatever, just click on the description, and the link to the Lunchbox Brewing Company is right there. Lunchboxbrewery.com. You can also see them on they got a Facebook page. They even they don't have anything on TikTok yet, but they do have a TikTok page.
Does it work?
Oh man.
Is there a QR
You can
code?
scan the QR code. He gave us our own QR code.
Let's try it.
You can scan the QR code. That'll take you directly to their website.
That kind of worked. I'm looking at the live thing that actually.
No, yeah, it's there.
All
Definitely, anybody can freeze that image and take it.
It's good stuff too, dude, man. I'm not even trying to bullshit here.
It's very good.
Very good, man. Like you and I are beer drinkers, right? Like you and I have been to breweries. We've been out. Like you, I know you were more of a like a Pilsner guy or a lager.
I like the lagers. That's my thing.
And I'm a little more of a variety. But at the end of the day, I think we both know skunky, crappy beer. And I have not had a single beer tonight that was not palatable. They're all good to very good, if not great.
Yeah. I'm enjoying every single one of them.
And that's great about an upstart brewery. Like, and again, this is no disrespect to any, but we've been to craft breweries where not the entire selection was great. There are things that we like and there are things we dislike.
Things that I don't like in a brewery are where it's very gimmicky beers, where it's like cider beers and very fruity type of styles where they're trying to appeal to crowds that don't drink beer normally.
Yeah.
Which is weird because it's like when you go to a brewery, it's usually people who drink beer.
Yeah. A lot of flannel.
a
lot of Williamsburg vibes coming out of that place. Just being honest, I mean, come on.
No, but I mean, you go to a brewery.
Don't turn it into a winery.
Yeah, you're going to a brewery to drink beer.
Right.
So you're not looking for a cider beer type of thing where it's like it tastes mostly sugary type of drink.
Correct.
And that's so Pat showed us he had like two different types of drinks that were the non-alcoholic type of beer things that their mixes or whatever, but that's not what he gave us. He gave us the beers.
Yeah. I'll also say this too, just looking at their menu and their other offerings, I think you could, if you were not a huge beer drinker and you just wanted to go there for lunch, or like they have non-alcoholic, they have Athletic Brewing on site. So Athletic Brewing, if you don't know Athletic Brewing, they're probably the most notable non-alcoholic beer that's on the market right now.
Yeah, because even like on their menu, they have guest taps.
Right.
So they have beers from other.
Right. Until they grow their own sample, they're gonna have guest taps. They have some wine. Oh, Bridge Lane. Oh, Bridget loves Bridge Lane. Oh, crap.
Where's that?
Bridge Lane is a small winery out in Suffolk County that is owned by Blue Point.
Oh, okay.
They do like wine in cans kind of stuff. It's definitely more like for the casual wine drinker. But it's smart to partner with them, so that makes sense. I had no idea they were affiliated with Bridge Lane. That's great. Summer in a Bottle. Wolfer. Okay, I mean, people, if you've ever been out to the wineries out east, that's another good one. So their offering is really good. It's really good. And you can just go in there and freaking hang out, man. It's just a cool spot.
It looked like it. Yeah, it definitely looked like a nice.
Like I would love
nice
to just go in there and
hangout
just have a conversation with my buddies and have a couple of beers and just chill.
Yeah.
It's a very, very, and the one thing you were talking about, it's bright.
Yeah.
Like compared to other.
And I was saying that as if, like, I don't know if that's an older person type of thing. Like if you're younger and you like the darker places to go and hang out.
Yeah.
But I definitely appreciated it.
Oh.
I thought, like, to be able to see.
I feel like I'd stay awake.
Yeah.
You ever go to like a dark bar and it's like 12 o'clock? You're like, fuck
yeah.
You're like falling asleep at the bar. This place, if I could be there till 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, it's like almost like a casino where it's like, I have no idea what time it is right now. Is it 8 or is it 3? I have no clue.
Yeah. No, it's the design and aesthetic there was
very nice.
Very well done.
Very tastefully done. Yep. I completely agree. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I mean, like we haven't really touched on some of these things.
We haven't. I'm gonna go to the bathroom in 1 second.
Oh man.
Yeah, one more time. Here's what I'm gonna do.
No, that's fine.
Use the restroom.
What am I gonna say? Like, don't.
It's not an option.
What's it? Dumb and Dumber. Just go, man. It's kind of warm.
I'm gonna use the restroom. I'm gonna bring back our final 2 products, put it in our cooler.
Okay.
Once you're ready for it, we'll go into them.
Yeah.
And then we'll close out with another 5-hour marathon show, which I did not see happening tonight.
See happening, dude. But we're enjoying ourselves. I hope everybody who's here and who has watched, we thank you so much, and we hope you're enjoying the content as well. It's just a couple of guys shooting the shit, basically, and drinking some beers.
And this is only going to get.
And we hope everybody's like. This is the type of podcast. That's why we wanted to do it live, so that, like, drink with us, hang out with us, grab a beer yourself.
Yep.
And let us know what you're drinking. Go into Discord. The Discord link is in the description. Let us know what kind of beers you like. If there's a brewery that you're like, you guys got to try this, let us know.
Yeah.
We want to interact with everybody, and we will. We'll get more of our friends on.
We want to be influenced by our audience.
Absolutely.
Exactly
This is a group experience. Everyone's got HIV. I mean,
was that Freudian or was that real? Oh, God.
Zaphon's just this guy, Zaphon Beeblebrox. All right, so since Brian's taking his trip, we're gonna give this moment to give a word to our sponsor, Lunchbox Brewery, lunchboxbrewery.com, the Lunchbox Brewing Company in Bellmore, New York, on Bedford Avenue. Check it out; they are amazing. Right now, we are having their Mexican lager. We actually, Pat actually told us we tapped them out on this one. He gave us the last couple of beers that was available in the tap. So we are lucky to have this right now. That means that they will be replacing it soon enough. Like I said, they are going to they rotate their beers very often, bi-weekly. Depending on how quickly they go through their vats. But they do a rotational basis of what they have on there, and it's really awesome. And I hope you all check it out, and we'll all check it out. If we'll make it a night of it. And hopefully at one point we will do on the road broadcasts. And yeah. But thank you again, everybody, once again for hanging out with us. This is always fun. It's always a good time. What do I do? Yeah.
Oh my God, we still have 4.
Oh my God. We got to go 5 more hours.
We have to make a judgment call on that, dude. We have 4 more.
We have, 4 more flavors?
Yeah,
There's no way we have 4 more flavors. No.
For those watching at home,
Hold on a second. Wait.
I have an old school Playmate cooler that I keep the beers in.
6. We did
Hold on,
6.
I'll tell you right now. Hang on.
We should only have 2 more left.
This is not
No,
good.
so if you say we have 4, that makes sense.
Castaway Wilson, that's the 7.5. And not my Gumdrop buttons. We have not had that yet.
Holy God.
So what do you...
Do I need to text my chief and be like, I'm not coming in tomorrow?
Well, I'm just... Listen, I can manage, but what do you want to do?
I'm enjoying myself a lot.
All right,
so.
let's just fucking plow through it. We're fine. It's all being recorded anyway, so who cares? We can
I
cut
know.
it out.
It's saying you play it back. And
if we make magic?
Right. So if you look... Now, if anybody wants to... I know it's rough to hang on for so long, and Matt and Charlie so far have been like freaking troopers.
Insane, honestly.
But even if you look at back at the first episode, if you go into the description, you could see that I did timestamp our conversations and everything, so you can jump around and look at the different conversations. I'm going to do the same thing to this, within the next couple of days.
Or weeks, depending on how long this goes for.
It takes a while to go through everything because you got to review everything, and you got to see where it makes sense to actually put timestamps. I don't know how many times we're going to circle back to. So I'm gonna put an ad in for every single time that we go to the bathroom. This is the ad, Lunchbox Brewery.
Can we do that? Can we plug in like a little? We actually should.
Yeah.
Come up with a way to do like scheduled breaks. I know we're live troubleshooting now.
So all right. So if we ever what we can do, because we have the ability to do this, and these are those things when it comes to little skits and stuff that I want to do in the future. It takes a lot for us to go it takes a lot to go through and create skits and stuff like that. But I want to be able to do it, and I want to be able to get the content out there for everybody. On top of the content that I'm doing personally and everything, and then on top of that, the music and stuff that I want to try and get out to everybody. So it's a lot, but we can actually, if we figure out ahead of time who we're promoting in our segments or whatever, we can video record a commercial ad.
We could have done it with Pat today.
That's what I'm saying. And then just kind of play it every single time we went to go
take a piss. Yeah. Yes. Hey, this is Pat from Lunchbox Brewery. And the whole thing plays, and then we're taking a leak for him winning or whatever.
Yes.
No, absolutely. And we're not paying for that. We're killing time.
Oh, yeah. I'm not looking for money. Just having
Pat,
fun.
Pat, we need to piss so badly right now. Can we play your spot? It's exactly what it is.
It's a piss.
That's what it is, dude. Trying to see it. Has anybody texted us? We've been checking the chat, but have people been blowing up our phones?
Oh, I don't know. Probably. What's going on?
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, oh my gosh. This was a long time ago. My sister even chimed in.
What?
Oh, Loretta was watching at some point, and she's probably not now. But she chimed in to when I was talking about the movie All of Me with Steve Martin and Lily Tomlin, and I couldn't remember Lily Tomlin's name. She had texted me, Lily Tomlin.
Oh, Loretta. YouTube.
I told you. I said. Yeah, I know. It's like, just get on the chat, Loretta.
I know.
But I told you, she, even though it was annoying to her, she still knows those movies, and she could still quote them herself.
Yeah. I mean, listen, it's got to be hard for her. She got 3 brothers who just quote the shit out of movies left and right. And, yes, she might be a movie aficionado herself. You guys are a little extra with that stuff, so it's a little tough. That's a tough environment.
Yeah. No, she'll chime in with that stuff. She'll absolutely chime in with.
She grew up in the same household. She should.
She does it.
I know Loretta knows this shit.
Yeah.
If a bar brewery has merch, you should find out if they give it to you guys a shirt to wear. Yeah, that's a good point. We should get some free merch out of this shit. I know South Shore's got the hats.
Yeah,
those damn hats and hoodies.
We'll work out something. Like I said, this is episode 2, Matt.
Right. We do not have the leverage yet to be holding people hostage for their merchandise. It's like, how about you throw in a couple of Paul Bunyan hats for the kids?
You guys want to be on our show? You want to be on our show? You want us to drink your beer?
Yeah, right.
You better give us something for
hats. Wear the hats.
Give me a hat. Fucking Bernie Sanders with the onesies.
Well, it's just...
Are these the onesies? Are these your onesies? Do you want to promote the onesies?
That's a really good Bernie, dude. I didn't know you did such a good Bernie. Oh, God.
I see all these breweries with the onesies. The onesies. You want the onesies? You're gonna... Are you getting paid back from them? If you want to drink the beer.
I'm sorry. It's such a good. It's a very, have you been working on that?
No.
That's a very good Bernie.
That's the first time I ever tried that.
Really?
Yes.
Oh man, that's a good Bernie.
There we go. There's another one. Anybody order a love burger? Well done.
Can't wear the shirt of the band.
Breckenmeyer,
man. Yeah, dude. That was he on like He's on some sitcom recently, like Mark Porgossler.
Oh yeah. Todd. No, not Todd. No, that's So Help Me Todd. Shoot, Nikki and I watched it. We loved that show. It was 2 lawyers who were just like, cocky surf dudes that it was really funny. It was their names on the show.
Something in Bash? Franklin and Bash?
Franklin and Bash. There you go.
Never
nice
watched
job.
An episode. I just remember the fucking promo.
We loved it. We were so upset when they canceled it. Malcolm McDowell was like their boss.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
It was like so random.
I remember watching the trailer for it. I'm like, oh, this looks pretty good.
Oh, it was good. It was really funny. Really enjoyed it.
Sucks.
I know. It was actually funny because it was part of it. I said it again. That's why there was an era at that point where we were there were several like newer shows that we were like, this is cool. We're going to watch them or whatever. And within like a year or 2, they all got canceled.
Oh, really?
Like, what? It's like our taste sucks apparently.
Well, let me ask you a question. Speaking of shows, is it you or Noah that doesn't like Severance?
Noah. I love Severance.
Okay, because my buddy...
I didn't
telling
watch
me
the
I have to watch Severance. That the latest episodes
Wait,
are amazing.
you didn't watch?
No, I have
dude.
Not seen it. I'm gonna watch it.
I
now.
tried telling you.
All right.
All right.
Listen to Noah.
So the thing,
mistake number 1.
Oh yes, dude. His taste in movies and TVs. I'm sorry. Blech. Sorry, Noah, but no, I disagree with you. So. We're actually rewatching it because it's been a couple of years since the first season, and
first season was like during COVID, right? Wasn't it?
It was no, it was 22.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. So we when we were going to watch the next season, and they were doing a recap, and there was certain things that were like, God, I don't even remember that part. So I convinced Nick. I'm like, we got to rewatch it. I enjoyed it so much. I wanted to rewatch it anyway.
Slow build. First couple.
It's not. No, because it depends on how you look at it. If you like, the concept is so intriguing. And it's intriguing because maybe it's because I have like a gamer mind. I love video game concept type of things where it's like they screw with your head type of thing. And this has that same type of feel. So the thing, if you don't know anything about Severance, the idea is that you work for a company that wants you to not remember anything that you do at work. Whatever it is, the work that they do, they don't want you to remember it, but they need you to do the work. So they come up with this idea, this surgical procedure where they implant some kind of a chip inside your brain, and when you go to their building for work, when you go to work and you go on the elevator, at some point you get switched over to the severance floors. And what happens is you go to work and you forget everything about you in your home life. Everything about you. Don't even know your name.
So your personal life and your work life are totally separate.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Like you remember things like states. You know certain things.
Non-specifics. Yeah.
But you don't know who you are. You don't know anything about your personal life. You don't know where you came from. You just, so it's like you're a brand new person working at this facility. And then when you leave, it gets switched off and you're back at home. And so when you're at home, you have no idea what you do at work. You just know you work for this company.
Right.
So what's crazy about it is like certain aspects of it. So you work at this place as kind of like a newborn.
Every day? Is it reset?
No,
every
it's not
day?
reset every day because you know what you've been doing. You know the people that you know the things that you work in.
So the minute that severance happens, you're in that environment.
Correct.
And then when you're out of that environment, it's a totally separate.
So what's a total mind F is you go on the elevator, like you're at work and this is your work person, your work personality. You did your work for the day. And the work that you do is super cryptic. Like super cryptic. You have no idea what it means. You have no idea what you're doing. You just know that you have to do it.
Right.
And then you go to leave for work for the end of the day. You get in the elevator and you're gone. Your mind is gone, whatever. So only instance that you know is that you're leaving work and then all of a sudden you're back on the elevator going to work the next day. So your work personality never sleeps. It just knows the instance that you go into the elevator and leave the elevator.
Do they? I mean, I kind of want to see this. So I don't. If it ruins it, don't tell me. Do they ever explain why somebody would opt into that experience?
Yes, because it's like that's one of the main points of it. Like the main character, because there's all these,
the idea of you not being able to bring your work home with you.
Well, that's what I'm saying. There's all these different reasons that people would want to do that kind of a thing, and there's there's protesters out in the world that are like, this is terrible. It's inhumane to do these types of surgeries, type of thing. So they deal with that as well.
Right.
But the main character lost his wife in a car accident. So he doesn't want to think about it for half of his day.
Yeah. Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like people do it for different reasons. But that's not the only reason. People do it for other reasons, and you have no idea. Everybody has their own reasons for doing this kind of a thing. So the object of the movie, the show, is basically finding out why they're doing it, what they're doing, and what this company is about, because the company is all about control.
Okay, I was gonna say, without giving anything away, if I decide to watch it, do they make it apparent by, is it the second season or third season it's into right now?
This is the second season that just came out.
Do you know what the company is about and what they're up to?
No.
Okay. Do you have suspicions? You don't have to tell me what they are. You have no idea.
No, you just know it's super secretive, and the people that work there are effed up.
Okay.
The people, because there are people that work because there's the people that work on the severance floors that get separated from their mind, from their home mind and stuff like that, but their overseers don't. So they know all about them in their personal lives, and they know all about them in their work lives.
Huh. It's a great concept. I mean,
It's crazy.
It's wild.
It's very wild. So what makes it awkward, and I think for someone like Noah, he doesn't understand the idea that, I mean, he probably does. He just doesn't enjoy it. I don't know why I listen to him. Their temperament at work is very awkward. Very awkward. Every moment that's at work is very awkward because they're like newborns. They don't know anything outside their office building, which is a very liminal building. It's not a lot of stuff. It's all white walls, except for their area, which has a couple of cubicles that they all work together in.
Right.
There are other departments in other areas, but they don't really experience much of them. But the story is that they start to experience those things, and then they start to question what the hell they're doing.
Right. Which is fascinating to me. What was Noah's gripe with it? Just out of curiosity,
he thought it was boring.
How many episodes? I mean, whatever.
He thought it was boring.
Likes dinosaurs and shit. I don't know. I feel
by the end of the season, it's super intense.
Yeah, well, which is what I heard. Is like the first couple of episodes are developmental.
Yeah, because you don't understand what watching it a second time, and you're seeing certain things, and remembering the way I felt when I first watched it. It's like you understand what was going on more. But like watching it if you're watching it the first time, you're watching a lot of things going, what in the hell is going on?
Right.
Like nothing makes sense. You don't understand why they're talking the way they are. You don't understand like what they're doing. You don't understand like their interactions with each other don't make any sense until you start watching more, and then you go like, oh, all right, well, like, because if you get that idea that they're technically babies in an adult human form,
right?
They can speak English, they know certain things, they just don't know anything else about the outside world. They don't know anything about themselves. Like, it's weird.
Yeah.
But you kind of understand why they're acting the way they do because they don't know anything else.
That's a great concept. I don't know why can we give up on that.
It's very cool, and I said it gets very intense because in the workplace they start to question themselves. They start to question what their company is doing, and they start to question what it is that they're doing.
And that's why I was asking, like, is it every day is a brand new day, or is it like they've severed at a point,
yes,
and now they know that going forward?
Well, so like when you first sever, you become brand new.
Right.
But you remember everything at that point.
From that point forward.
Yeah. So like I said, you don't sleep. In their work mind, they never sleep. They go into that elevator, and then they're back. The next time the elevator opens, they're back at work the next day.
Yeah, it's wild.
Or the weekend. Days go by.
Yeah.
It's like, it's mind-blowing just to think about the idea of like that happening. So it's a very cool concept.
It's a great concept.
It's a very cool concept. Those types of things.
Who's it? Adam Scott is one of the actors?
Yeah. And Ben Stiller was the director.
Oh, Ben. All right. Wow, I didn't realize Ben Stiller was directing.
Yeah. And, yeah, it's like, I like those. I'm saying, like, I don't know if it's just if it's a video game type of mindset.
I don't know if it's a video game. I think it's more psychological. I don't think it's...
Well, I'm saying there's a lot of video games that do those psychological things because it's so bizarre and out there.
Yeah.
You know, that like...
I mean, it's a concept.
It's almost like so. There's a video game that is almost along those lines. Because it's the whole. I would say that the whole big picture of Severance is, who are you? Like, what makes you you? Because now you have been a grown person, you've lived your entire life, and now you have separated yourself from a different aspect of yourself, and you've started over. Are you going to be that same person?
Okay.
You don't have the same experiences.
No.
But you are you.
But, all right, question. Do they show the characters in both environments?
Yes.
Okay. So the characters are basically acting two different roles.
Yep.
One, they're in work. Okay. It's interesting. It's really interesting, actually.
It's very cool.
How the fuck did no one not like this? All right.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I was saying. I was like, I didn't understand. I'm like, this show is so. And I said towards the end of the show, at the end of the season, it's super intense.
All right. And they just started. They just started.
They just released the second season just like a few weeks ago.
The full set of episodes or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
It took them. They said it took them like 5 years to develop the first season.
Wow. All right. That's the one. My buddy, a guy I used to work with, texted me. He's like, "Do you ever watch Severance?" I'm like, "Nope." I had conflicting opinions from my two friends.
It's a lot of. It's really.
And I
cool.
forgot if it was you or no that said it was great, and the other one said it was terrible.
Yeah, I know. I said it was great.
All right. Well, I trust
so,
you more with TV.
So one of those types of things that I was talking about, like in video game concept, there's this game. It is mind blowing called Soma.
To Google this.
Yeah, it is. It is such a mind f. So the idea, like in the game, you start out and you're this guy who got into a car accident. Your girlfriend or your fiance died in the car accident, and you're going to a doctor who's not a doctor yet. So he said, like, you go to see him for whatever it is, because you figure out as you're like moving around your apartment, you see that there's an email communication. You're supposed to take some kind of medicine before you go see this guy, and you go see him, and he says he's trying to get his PhD basically, and this is like an experimental thing that's going to help him. Like, he's doing something to try and help. So you volunteered for this experiment. And what his idea was, he was going to try to figure out how to repair brain damage. So you got brain damage from your car accident, and you volunteered for this treatment to see if he could help cure or fix your brain damage. So he's like, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put you in the seat, and we're going to take a picture of your brain, basically. And I'm going to use that image to, study what, the parts of your brain, and see if we could figure out the parts of your brain that need to get repaired in order for you to be healthy. That's like the premise of it.
Okay.
So you go there, experimental thing, you meet with this guy, you go and you sit in this chair, and this dome comes over your head, and he's like, all right, I'm going to take a picture. And then the flash happens, and all of a sudden you're in the pitch black.
Boy.
And you're like, what the hell? So take the dome off, and all of a sudden, and you're in this place that you have no idea where you are. There's nothing around. It's dark. It's broken. And as you're walking around, it seems like you're on some kind of like submarine or something. Like, it's just crazy. And basically what happens as you're playing through the game, you find out that you're an actual robot. And what happened was humanity, the Earth wound up getting is on the brink of destruction, and the surface is no longer livable. And you have found yourself in a underwater facility in the future, 100 years in the future, or whatever it is. And what happened was, and now you're in a robot body. So what happened is they used this technology that this doctor started to clone people, technically, like their brain scans, and clone them and being able to put them into a robot or something. So you can essentially live forever, technically. So if your body dies, they can clone your brain and put it into a robot, and your brain could keep on living, thinking that you were the same person that you were that just was in the dying body, but now you've continued living inside a robot.
That's
so the
very wild.
Yes.
Okay.
So the concept was, if we can take, now Earth is dying and Earth is going to be damaged and destroyed. If we can brain scan as many humans as possible and put them on a computer chip and launch it into space so that it is safely floating through space and not being destroyed, humanity can survive in a hard drive. Because as far as you know, if you're scanning your brain and putting it into a robot, as far as you know, that's
right.
you.
Your conscience is alive through a robot. Right. I get it.
So you're uploaded to a microchip and blasted into space. And the concept is, like, we've created this Garden of Eden in this computer program where we're going to put your consciousness. So you're living in a Garden of Eden that's floating through space, living on, even though everything else
Earth
is destroyed.
Completely destroyed. Wow.
And your body has been destroyed. So then it comes to, like, certain moral aspects of it, because it's like, who are you? Are you human?
Right.
Or are you an actual robot? Where is your soul? Like, because you've cloned yourself. Now, you've cloned yourself, and when you find out is, like, your body, your actual self, your human self, lived on a little while later. But they used whatever emergency protocols actually uploaded your original brain scan, because it was like the prototype of whatever it is that they've done to future brain scan type of things to live on and stuff.
Right. So
so your body, your actual original self, lived on and died.
Right. But your brain
now all you know is from when you made that first scan.
Right.
And you're living on from that point. So are you the same person, or are you a different person?
Yeah.
At one point in the game,
it's fascinating moral.
Yes, at one point in the game, you're a robot, and you need to get to, it's all underwater, and you need to get to a certain facility that is deeper in depth, and the robot body that you're in cannot survive the pressure of the other facility that you need to go to. So you need to transfer yourself into another robot that can facilitate that. So, you're talking to another AI, another person that has scanned their brain, and you're just talking to them like they're talking to you, like a normal person, and you're talking to them, and they were once a person as well, but they've only survived in a microchip. And they know what's going on, so they're trying to help you, and they want to get you to this ship that's going to save humanity, because that was their project. So they're trying to guide you along to this place, and they say, like, okay, I need to upload you to the new robot, and you're like, okay, let's go do that. So you're thinking to yourself, I'm going to go into this robot. So
like self-preservation.
Yeah. So they go. They find the robot. They do what they need to. Scan, copied over. You wake up, and you're in the new robot body. Then all of a sudden you look over, and there's your old robot body still alive. And you're like, well, what happens to him? And you're like, well, you can either terminate his life, or he can go on living here by himself. And you're like, so I have to kill myself? My previously copied self?
I say it's almost like, you ever see The Prestige?
Yes.
It's sort of similar to that.
It's very similar to that. And it's the idea of, like, where is, like, what is humanity? Is it your soul, or is it your physical being?
Yeah.
And this person's carrying on, and now I have to, like, do I leave this person here to rot?
Yeah.
Or do I kill him so I could go on? I mean,
that's a massive moral dilemma.
And this is just a video game. It was so mind-boggling. It was really cool the way they did it. But yeah, so it's almost in the same sense of Severance, where it's like you've separated yourself and have now created a different person.
Right. Yeah.
It's you, but it's not you. And how do you, like, if you stopped working out there, you've essentially killed that person.
Yeah, with the person having signed off on their own death, basically.
Right.
Because of,
it's very, it's very provocative, and it's very cool and very thought-provoking.
I mean, everybody else besides Noah told me it was good, so I'm going to take them at their freaking word. We have 2 beers left. Do you want to do
and
both?
It's midnight.
And it's midnight.
And we've done...
we could either do...
We're already on to 5 hours.
I know. Listen, my suggestion, we hold one back for the next time, and then we do one more for the road. Or we could just end it right now. It's up to you. But what do you want to do? I mean, we've had a good stretch. 5 hours is a lot. We could end it here if you want to end it. If you want to just do one more for the road, we could do that too. It's up to you.
All right. Let's do one more. At least one more.
All right.
I'm going to say at least because it's like maybe we'll be talking. We're like, we'll go have another one.
Unfortunately, it's happening. All right. So we have... Hang on. We have...
I can't do this.
The Gumdrop buttons or the Castaway? The Castaway is heavy shit,
yes,
though.
the Castaway is heavy.
Yeah.
Let's do the Gumdrop buttons for right now.
Okay.
Holy shit.
It's not good. You want to do...
Not my God. I mean, they're both pretty... one is 6 and the other's 7.5.
Do you want to do the glass cleaning too, or do you want to just drink it out of the can at this point?
At this point?
It's up to you. I'll drink it out of the can if you want. It's not going to matter anyway.
No, I want to pour it out. I want to look at it. I want to pour it out.
All right.
Do you...
Can we do it?
All right. Do you need to go? I can go. I can go.
I'm like in the middle.
I'll go.
I'm in between peeing right now.
I'm fine.
All right. This is why we need commercials.
Wake up in 5 hours.
You have to work in 5 hours? Oh, boy. All right. That's my bad.
Should I text my Jeevan at 12 o'clock and like, I need someone else to text me?
Did you watch my podcast by any chance? All right. If you are up past midnight, this is not Ryan Seacrest. This is Brian just checking in to let you know that you're still here with us, and Mike is going to the bathroom as well as to clean our glasses so we can have another beverage from Lunchbox Brewing Company. New company, Bellmore, New York, opened in October. You can hear Mike going to the bathroom right now. This bathroom's uncomfortably close to our... little bit, yeah, I can hear it. It's very close to our actual broadcast location, which is Mike's basement, which is a very nice spot, by the way. Yeah. So, but yeah, for those of you who hung on, and I'm guessing there's like 2 people, it's probably my brother or Charlie, maybe like, a handful of folks. The rest of you are going to catch the rest of this debauchery on the... whatever Mike cuts up. But really, this has been kind of awesome again. We are flying by the seat of our pants, and it's kind of fun. So, yeah, good stuff. I've gotten some text messages. I should look at this. Try getting into the chat room, but I don't know how to... Oh, this is Charlie checking in. Mom and I have been listening to your podcast. Oh, boy. Mom and I... Oh, wait, is this your dad?
What's that?
Oh, my Lord, your father texted us.
Shut up.
Yes. I don't know how to do it. I added something in the comments here, but I'm not sure if you can see it. Mom and I... Wait, my God. Mr. Seleckia, I don't know when you sent this to me. This was about 15 minutes ago, sir. I miss you. And I miss the Diet Cokes or the Diet Pepsis.
What time was that?
11:45.
Oh, that's not far. That's not too far.
No,
Dad, no, you gotta get in. You know what it is? Maybe they don't have a profile.
I don't know, but I'm so happy. I saw Charlie and I was like, oh, it's your brother. I was like, oh no, It's Mr. Seleckia. I haven't seen him in forever. Oh, man.
The big MR.
Big thanks to Mr. Seleckia. Honest to God, if you've never had the privilege of meeting Mike's parents, maybe the two nicest human beings on planet Earth. Seriously, your father.
I think he's the only other one that's on. My mom and I are. My mom and dad are the only one that's on right now.
Probably. I think
it
my
says
brother
it says concurrent viewers 3. So that would be me, you, and my parents.
Your parents. Yep. Yep.
We had.
It's all right. We're recording anyway.
Yeah. No. That's what's the cool thing about these podcasts too, is that anybody could go back and look.
We can make magic happen without an audience, and then it's going to get recorded, and then you can cut it up, and then.
That's one of the things too when it comes to video game streaming, and like trying to do your video, like I'm trying to expand on my video gaming part of my channel. Is that like you're like one of the things that people say is like just stream. It doesn't matter if anybody's on, just stream, just keep streaming. Eventually people kind of pick up on it.
Right.
It gets filtered through, and all of a sudden people are just kind of watching randomly and stuff like that. Just keep doing it. Just keep doing it. It's almost the same thing. Just,
keep going. Right. Keep pumping out content.
Yeah.
Somebody's looking for content. Eventually you'll make magic. It'll go viral. It'll happen. So, and I think like you and I are relatively creative people that will figure it out. At some
think
point,
so.
We're going to have a bit that somebody's like, holy hell, that was funny.
I think it's just funny because it's our we had pure intentions of doing the 2 hour, 2.5 hour.
That's all we said for the last month is we got to keep it within 2.5 hours, and then we blew right past it.
It's just
not even close.
It's just because it's very organic though. Like
I'm just feeling like I'm hanging out with my buddy.
Yeah, I don't think. And like, we had these things to talk about, and we're like, "Yeah, let's talk about these things." And we talked about a couple things.
Well, it gives us more content to.
No, it's good
next time because we didn't touch half our crap, so that's good.
Yeah. All right. So this is not my Gumdrop buttons, and if anybody's on, and they want to quote, tell us what that movie's from, that's.
Not my Gumdrop buttons. Early 2000s.
Do you know the Muffin Man?
Muffin. Yes.
All right. So, not my Gumdrop buttons. Vienna Holiday Spiced Ale, an ale with a malty base featuring toasted grains, complemented by the warm spiced flavors of gingerbread. That's fun.
It is.
That's fun.
Definitely more of a winter.
All right. Now. I don't want to put a downer on here.
God.
However, I just want to say, I just like at least have one drink for Daphne. My dog we had to euthanize her on Wednesday, and I was actually happy that because looking back. We got her on the last episode. She was there. I introduced everybody to Daphne. So if you go back in episode 1, it's time stamped. You could go see Daphne. She was here with us just back in December. But unfortunately, her health deteriorated within the past week. And, she's been... As I stated in the last episode, she was on a steady regimen of medication, so it was just a matter of time. And unfortunately, her time was this past week. So on Wednesday, we had to say goodbye. It's been very rough on everybody. Nikki, very especially. I mean, me too. I've been holding it together pretty well. I've had my moments. Then the kids too. They've all had their moments that they've had to go through with this, and it will be a long stretch until we're kind of used to the idea of not having Daphne walk around. But yeah, I just wanted to give a toast to my pup of 15 years. She's been with us basically her entire life. We got her at 2 months.
She was your baby.
And she died basically at 15 years and almost 1 month.
Which, if you don't know the breed, Daphne was a King Charles?
King Charles Cavalier.
King Charles Cavalier.
Their typical lifespan is like they say that their typical lifespan is like 10 to 12 years.
Right.
So we had her for a good 3 to 5 years more than the typical Cav.
And having been
very, very lucky.
But also I will just say, having been in your home many a time, your old home, your new home, you gave her as good of a life as you could possibly give a dog. You guys loved her as much as you love your children. And, you know, I love Daphne because she was one of the few dogs that I could be around and pet and hold, and I didn't really have any allergic reactions to her.
Yeah.
And she was just a very, very good companion.
It's funny because she was very unique about things. Like with her, like her breed, not that they're like overly sheddy type of thing, but they shed normally.
They do.
They have long, fluffy coats and stuff like that. And it's funny. One of the things that I was like, when Nikki told me, because Nikki basically picked out the breed when we were looking for dogs. She's like, this is the dog I want. I heard it's amazing. I heard it's very loving. This is the dog I want. And when I was looking at pictures of it, I was like, oh, look at that flowing coat of hair. The tail, it's like feathery. It's very beautiful. Okay. And, you know, we got Daphne, and when she was getting her first haircut, we told the dog groomer, we're like, we want to keep her tail long, so don't touch her tail. Her tail never grew any hair like past what she had coated over it.
Really?
Never.
Oh, wow.
It was never touched. It was never trimmed. She had
that's not normal, I'm guessing.
No. She had like a hair deficiency with it. But because of her hair deficiency, she never really shed anywhere.
Never. And it's funny you say that, because I remember being over, we had our friend Nick, who they also had a King Charles, and I would have more of a reaction to Milo than I would to Daphne. And I never really made the connection that Milo shedded more than Daphne.
She just, I don't know what it was. She just never shed.
Never.
She never grew and she would get like longer hair that like would, you know, her paws would be covered in hair, and, you know, so she had to get trimmed all the time, you know, every few months.
Yeah.
But she just never, I don't know what it was. Like, she just never grew out that long, flowy hair that a Cavalier King Charles is kind of known for.
Yeah. No, not at all.
And she's a purebred.
Yeah, I could hold Daphne for an hour. We'd be watching football games over here, whatever, just hanging out or holding her, petting her. Nothing. No reaction at all.
And that's what's great about her too. She was so comfortable with everybody.
Yes.
She just loved being pet. She loved being cuddled.
Yeah.
Like, so it didn't matter.
And it didn't matter if you knew her or not.
Yeah.
She warmed up
if
to you
you were
quickly.
sitting on the couch and she was there, she'd be like, all right, I'm going to go cuddle up next to you.
This guy wants to pet me. I'm fair game. Yeah. She was a good dog, dude.
Yeah.
Like, there's not, listen, everybody loves their fur babies, but there are better ones than others. And I'm not trying to be an asshole to dogs, but you guys had a good one.
We were very lucky. And to me,
life.
she was the best. So.
Yes, you gave Daphne a great life, and cheers to her. Cheers to Daphne. You were missed. I did not know if you wanted to do the toast to her. I'm glad you did, though.
No, I know.
Because she deserved it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely deserved it. She was a part of your family, is a part of your family. She's always going to be a part, never goes away. We all know that. Anybody who's ever lost a dog, a family member, it never goes away. So, you know, I totally get it, dude. And, you know, you guys were lucky. She's a part of your family, and God bless her. So, Cheers to Daphne.
Cheers. Well, that's different.
What happened?
That taste.
That's
but
not bad again though. I feel like
it's not very beery.
No, it's not at all. It is very gumdroppy.
It's very gumdroppy.
Yeah.
Flavor of gingerbread.
Yeah, I got to tell you something too. She was my buddy during Sandy. Yep, Charlie. And I will say this: my brother did reach out to me. Like, I got home from cornhole last night, middle of the freaking night, of course, because that's when cornhole ends. And I saw my brother's message. You know, he gave her a great life, Mike. She went out. My brother was like legitimately hurt that Daphne had passed. He saw Nikki's post about her, and so I think a lot of people who knew you guys had Daphne were following along and are.
Yeah, it's one of those things that when you own when you have a pet, you know that their lifespan is going to be shorter than yours. So you're going to have to deal with them passing away at some point, whether it's an accident, disease, old age, whatever it was. We were very lucky that it was kind of like the old age part. Now, like her organs were shutting down basically. Like I said, we had, medication for her heart. We changed her diet for her kidneys. She was like getting, we had other medication for her lungs because she was getting fluid in her lungs and stuff. And it just came to the point where, your pet knows when it's time, and it's like, it was super difficult. She was telling us that it was time. Just, your dog or your pet, whatever it is, how they interact with you throughout their whole lives. And when they're nearing the end and they start giving you those little subtle hints like, I can't do this anymore.
Dude,
like,
you would be surprised at how parallel it is between pet and human.
Yeah.
I know this from my dad, because what you described with Daphne, and my brother's on here, he knows, there's a lot of the same shit. You're sitting there, you're like, all right, they're not eating, and they're a little disengaged, and they're a little lethargic.
Mm-hmm.
There's all these little things, and they're withdrawing. They're slowly withdrawing from the person that you've known them for their entire life.
Because it's... as a pet, obviously they can't speak. But I would say, like, as a human too, like when you start to come to that, like, I don't know how easy it would be to tell your family, like, just let me go.
Yeah, and they can't. And I don't know that it really. I don't even think
like,
they even know.
Do you even want to say that to your family?
No, I don't.
Like,
I think,
or is it easier to just kind of like through your actions to be like, this is it?
And I think looking back on it, that's exactly what my dad did, which is he just kind of like slowly was like, he was telling me without telling me.
Yeah.
And I'm sure Daphne, in sort of the same way, she's like, I'm fading right now, and I don't want to let my parents know that I'm struggling right now. I'm going to try to hang on as best I can. But
to quote my dad, when it comes to stupid people type of things, he says, if I ever get that old, shoot me.
Yeah,
you know?
That's what you're going to say too. Like, just get me the fuck. Take me out back and shoot me.
That's just said. At some point, it's like, I've had enough. Like, I can't.
And you don't want. There is a quality of life issue with a lot of these things, not just pets. People,
you don't know when you're going to be, when it's you being selfish, and saying like, oh, maybe they can bounce back. Let's give it some time. Or is it like, am I giving? If me by trying to give them time, is that torturing them?
Yeah. Are you giving them time, or are you giving you time?
Yeah.
Because you can't cope with the fact that they're not. Yeah. That is a familiar discussion that I think lots of families have had with either a pet or a family member, and they're like, and there's no good answer. There's no good answer because the answer always sucks. You're either going to keep them going, and it may not be great, or you're going to end up ending things, and then you're going to be like, shit, that sucked. So
yeah.
That
was the thing too, Matt. Like, it was watching her, as you watch your father in bed type of thing. It's like we're watching her. She couldn't stand.
Yeah.
She would go to, like, just putting her down anywhere, she would fall over type of thing, and you had to like hold her up.
And
and you're kind of like, at the same time, when she's in the past, when she was in pain, she would whimper. But I guess, at some point, you're just past that where, like, you're just kind of accepting the pain.
Yeah.
And you're not really trying to whimper your way through it. It's just like, this is just how I live. And we've all done that at certain, at certain aspects. I kind of have to, like, this is a lesser thing, and I'm not trying to compare war wounds or anything like that. But after I had my incident with my neck, the feeling in my left arm will never be the same. I've never got the full feeling back in my left arm, in my thumb, my fingertips, and it's just something I kind of have to live with the rest of my life. So I'm not whimpering as I'm walking around, type of thing. And every once in a while, it's like, it kind of like, that doesn't feel right.
Right.
But I'm not outwardly saying it. So it's almost the same thing where it's like, she can't say anything. Your dad isn't saying anything.
No.
But
they know what they're going through.
Probably like, this sucks.
Yeah.
And I'm just kind of dealing with it,
right.
Without, screaming out in pain about it.
Right. And they know that they're almost beyond help. It's not like you can do something for me to make this go away. It's, I know where I'm at, and I can either drag the people I love in with me here, or I can just sort of enjoy what I've got left.
Yeah.
And that's, I think, where a lot of them ultimately end up. I tell people this story all the time. My brother knows especially. When my dad was towards the end, it was like, I think it was on his birthday. Now, my father and I had a very sarcastic relationship.
Mm-hmm.
We were never serious human beings to each other, and now I'm actually very proud of that, because Gino and I had it was a very funny, like, banter type of relationship. When I saw him on his birthday, his 73rd birthday, just before he passed, it was 2 weeks before he passed away, he gave me this look. He was in a rehab facility at the time, and he gave me this look when we were, like, doing his birthday cake and all that stuff, like, you're being unusually nice to me today. It was kind of like you see what I'm struggling with right now. I'm probably close, and you're not saying anything. He gave me a look, and it's etched into my memory, dude. It's like, I'm sucking right now. I know I'm sucking. So just shut the fuck up about it so your mother doesn't freak out. It was kind of one of these, like, let's not speak about what we're seeing kind of moments.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, dude, it is burned into my memory, that whole thing, because my brother will attest to this. My father and I would just bust each other's balls constantly. And that one day, I was, like, nicer to him than I normally was.
Yeah.
Not that I was never mean to the guy, but I was just always just like, it was less adversarial. It was more just like, I don't know how many more of these we got left, so I'm just going to, like...
Like, I don't want my last moment, like, pure moment to be us being assholes to each other.
Right. If this is the last good memory he has of me, I want him to know that I cared.
Yeah.
And that's kind of how we left it. But I just remember at that moment, I'm like, man, he knows I know. And it really hit me, like, right after he passed. I was like, oh shit, he knew. And so I think I think Daphne probably knew. And at the same time, she knew you guys gave her a great life, and so she just kind of gracefully said, all right, I'm gonna do my thing here.
Yeah.
So, like I said, 15 years is a great run. She was an amazing dog. Great for the kids. A great dog for your kids.
I don't know how people do it multiple times. We talked about having another dog while she was still alive,
like the rebound
as
dog.
if, like, well, that's the other thing too, like, a rebound dog, a rebound pet. Like, I don't know if I'd be able to go through it again.
Yeah, it's tough.
Like,
it's very
forget
tough.
the training and everything is something in and of itself,
but
it's
the
like,
grief.
Yeah, do I want to go through this again in 10 to 15 years?
Yeah,
of, like, being, having something ripped away from me again.
It's tough. Like you said before, they are a part of your life, but you are all of their life. And to go through that again, potentially multiple times, is gut wrenching. So, most people give themselves a little bit of time, as you guys should. But you wouldn't be the first ones if you said in a couple of months, "Hey, we miss having a dog. We miss having a pet." And the reality is that people do need to be pet owners, and you guys are great pet owners. So,
thank you.
That's the other part of it too, is that like they need homes.
Yeah, well, that's,
you guys
that's
would be
the
a great
thing.
home
You
for them.
said, it's the selfish part in me that says, like, why would I want to go through that again?
Yeah.
Charlie's reminiscing about my grandparents' dog Pupper, who basically just showed up and became their dog one day.
So a dog that like just randomly showed up at the house?
Yeah, I don't
Like
know
stray?
I don't know the full story, but yeah, it was like I think my uncle found him. I know my uncle found him when he passed. But my grandparents lived in Pennsylvania in a very like isolated kind of like section, where it was not like miles between houses type of thing, but enough space like where you didn't have to see your neighbor type of thing, and he was surrounded by like woods. And when it was Pupper's time, he just kind of like wandered off into the woods to just kind of like, so he wandered into their lives, and then he just kind of like wandered out into their lives when he was done.
So he knew. He just like knew. Oh, wow. That's just something you hear out of a book.
Yeah.
Wow. Ooh.
Yeah. So Pupper was like the first dog that I knew. Very, very calm, very calm dog. At one point, I remember a story where my grandfather had in his house the old-fashioned so that's the owner gave him away when they were kids. My aunts and uncle. But they had a those old-fashioned kerosene heaters that are like standalones? They like almost look like R2-D2 type of things,
Yes.
So he had a bunch of those scattered throughout his house. He had a big like mansion. And like I think at one point they were just sitting there and like they were like, "What's that smell?" And Pupper's tail was just kind of like up against the heater, like catching fire, basically.
Oh, God. Smell like fried pussycat in your
he's just
car.
like, like, he was such a chill dog. He just, whatever.
Figure if your ass was on fire, though,
Well, depends on how chill you are.
True. Very true. I have to pee again. Oh, no. This is not good.
Oh, man.
Here's the real question. Are we going to the final beer, or are we going to end on this one? You can end on this one.
I know it's 12:30 and it's tough.
I know. Well, what's the one that we have left? That's the one that we didn't.
That's the heavy one.
That's
the Castaway.
Oh boy, that is a lot. You have to work. What time you gonna work? Be up for work?
I gotta catch like a 6-something train.
Oh, dude, you're fucked. It's not good. Let me go to the bathroom. You mull it over. I have nothing to be up for, so it's not. But I also don't want to peer pressure you.
I know.
That's fine. We've done our job. Like, we've done a good job.
No, I know we've done our job. We've 5.5 hours worth of content so far. Nick's back.
Nick is still here? Holy shit. I thought Nick left 5 hours ago. All right, Nick, hang on there. I got to the bathroom.
Yeah. Oh, God. My ass. This bathroom break is brought to you by Lunchbox Brewery. Oh, man. Pack your lunch with a beer. Lunchbox Brewery. Lunchbox Brewery Company, lunchboxbrewery.com. Bellmore, New York. Bedford Avenue. Yeah, I think you should save it. I'm not even God, I'm not even halfway done with this. Excuse me. But that, that story kind of took a little out. It's tough. It's a tough thing. People who have had pets and have gone through that. I understand, like, just pets. He's talking. Brian's mentioning his father, and that's any kind of loss is tough. And me personally, I find any kind of loss harder. I'm surprised how much I can tolerate it. You experience loss at different times in your lives, and when you're earlier, like we were talking about, I was telling Brian about how Cameron, at 4 years old, doesn't fully comprehend what's going on. He understands the concept that Daphne died, but he doesn't really fully grasp it. And I don't know if that's like him, like playing video games where you die in video games.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, I'm dead. Well, I just go again. I don't know if that's like him thinking the same concept of like,
does he understand the finality of the whole thing?
Yeah, Daphne's dead. She'll be back in a little while.
Yeah.
I don't know that if he's gonna all of a sudden be like one day just, where's Daphne? And I used to take death kind of nonchalantly. Not nonchalantly in a sense of like I don't give a shit, but in a sense that I understand that was a part of life, and you experience loss, and it stinks, and you grieve, and you get eventually time will heal, and you'll understand, and you'll kind of get through it a little bit better. But when Dave died back in 99, that was like kind of a turning point for me. And I've never looked at death the same way. Ever. And I don't know if I'll ever kind of get over it. Not the get over it type of thing. Like, I don't mean, get over it. But just a sense of, will I find some kind of peace? And I don't know if I ever will. And it's very, very, like, that was the moment where everything kind of changed for me.
Yeah.
And where I look at anything, any kind of movie. You know how it's in Analyze This, how Robert De Niro is like crying at commercials? Mm-hmm. It's almost that sense where I get overly emotional watching things or hearing things that are things that it's just be like, I wasn't meant to provoke that much emotion.
Oh, I know, dude.
But
I will, oh, fuck it. It's 12:32. I can just divulge this little nugget. I mean, since Gino has moved on from me, I see a therapist, and that is one of the things that it comes up out of nowhere, where I will all of a sudden, it'll be the most innocuous thing. I'll be driving home from cornhole. I'll hear a song on the radio. It'll trigger an emotion out of me that I never expected. And all of a sudden, I am like knee deep into just my emotions.
Yeah.
Out of nowhere. And it's more about how to control that at this point.
Yeah.
Like, as opposed to like just sitting there and falling into this deep depression and sitting up and doom scrolling until 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning because I'm pissed or whatever it is.
Yeah.
And that's I totally get that feeling of like, it comes out of nowhere. It hits you out of nowhere. It's like
I have no idea what
it
is that's gonna do it.
Yep.
And it's like the simplest thing.
Yeah.
Like watching fake like Marvel movies.
Mm-hmm.
There are Marvel movies that occur where it's a sad moment type of thing, but it like hits me.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, because I look at that and experience all of that rush of emotion of diving into that character's mindset of like the loss that they just experienced. I understand what that felt.
Yep. Yeah. Exactly it.
And it's tough, man. It sucks.
It sucks big time.
It really, really sucks.
And it doesn't get any better. Anybody who's ever experienced any kind of loss, it never gets any better. You just have to sort of find a way of managing it. And that's
no, exactly. As I said, I've kind of been able to hold myself together. It's, for the most part when it comes to, especially like Daphne recently. But there are always those moments, like even if I'm at a funeral or something, and we've gone to many, like just this past year alone, I've had, 2 uncles and an aunt and my cousin. It's just like one after the other. It's crazy.
You hear the fucking Ave Maria, and you're like, oh, I had
another cousin that just passed away. So you're kind of holding it together and you're doing okay. And then all of a sudden that permanence hits you where it's like, nope, you're never going to see them again.
No. Nope. And it sucks.
And it sucks. It really sucks.
Absolutely sucks.
And it's just kind of, it's an overflow. And it happened to me today while I was at work, with Daphne, because, Nikki had posted that thing with all the
beautiful,
pictures.
It was freaking beautiful. That was what my brother
said, and it's so you can't put these things into words.
No,
the emotions that you feel and everything that the person or the animal has done for you in your lifetime, in their lifetime, and then you look at the responses that people leave, and it's so touching and it's very beautiful. And I think it was just people are sending, for the animal, for the dog, they're sending rainbow with the paws. And that's the rainbow bridge, because that's the idea that when your animal passes away, they pass through the rainbow bridge to heaven. And that broke me.
It totally fucks you up. I get it.
So,
Okay,
I'm
buddy.
holding it together as much as possible. And then just seeing that stuff was like, thinking about it.
It evokes certain feelings out of you. You're okay, dude. You're good. I get it. You're the one thing I have definitely come to appreciate is the fact that this isn't like you're allowed to feel however the fuck you want to feel right now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, as long as you know that. All right. I just want I know it's supposed to be a humorous podcast.
Yeah. Here's comedy for you. Oh, yeah.
Dark, hey, you know what though, dude?
Comedy.
I give you a lot of credit. I went through the same thing when Gino passed, where when he died, I went to cornhole that week because that was my outlet.
Yeah.
And
I remember.
I wasn't. I went there. The day I buried the son of a bitch, I went there, and I remember thinking to myself, I'm like, you know what? These are the people that have been there for me while I was going through all this stuff with him, and this is how I'm going to get through it, is by showing up and doing this stuff. And it's hard. I remember, dude, this is like out of a movie. I buried the guy that afternoon. I went to cornhole at night, and I shot as well as I've shot at the time. I shot really, really well.
Yeah.
And I remember, I think, ending on it was like poetic. I ended on a 4-bagger. Everybody knew what I had been through that day.
Yeah.
And I got a shitload of hugs from those guys. It was Muller and Izzy and Ted and Noah. And I was like, this is what I needed to close out this day, was these guys lifting me up. And you going through this process today with me on this show was like that. You needed this to get through that.
You had asked me too, like if we wanted to push it back, and I was like, no,
I was good either way, but I knew what you were going through.
No, I need it. I need the interaction, and just to.
It helps.
You have to be able to it sucks to kind of to say it that way, but you need to be able to just kind of push forward.
You do. And people around you need to see you being able to push forward because it helps them.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm not, and this is not, I don't think this is my ego. When I went out and I did that, I was like, you know what? Bridget and Audrey and Andrew, they're like seeing their dad or their husband go out and like forge ahead. I'm like, I want them to know that because when I die one day, I don't want them sitting there around wallowing in all this bullshit. Like, get my ass in the ground and go live your life because life is, as my dad always said, life is for the living. So go bury me, have a couple of pints or whatever the hell you're going to do, and then go live your life. So that was my whole thing is just, you know, I want to make sure that he knew that I was definitely thinking of him, but I'm going to move on.
Yeah.
So, I give you a shit ton of credit. You know, this was a hard week for you. And this is what you've done tonight in response to that is borderline masterful. In addition to being hammered off of all these fucking lunchbox.
My good Lord.
So, you know, I mean, I have not seen you drink this many beers and not be. I mean, you're probably a little bit buzzed.
Oh yeah, I definitely am.
But you're holding it together pretty well.
Oh, I'm definitely drunk.
But you're not on a nice bus.
I'm not
with your HIV papers. That's still the best fucking story. Oh shit!
I can't.
That's the best story I've heard in my life. Just slips the papers over.
You want to see some shit?
Yeah. My brother's just paralyzed in fear. All right, sure. What do you got, buddy? It's just an HIV.
Check this out.
It wasn't even a Laker.
You want me to cut myself? He wasn't even a Laker.
That's the thing. If the guy was if it was like James Worthy or something like that, you're like, all right, man, it was, you know.
Oh, shit. You guys were together that night, huh?
Right. Yeah. There's a lot of magic in that, Johnson. Oh, God.
Oakley was safe. He weared his goggles.
Oh, God. Oh, man. It's good stuff. 12. We actually
I didn't want
to.
I know. I know. I don't want to leave it off on a downer. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, people.
Can I tell you something? I don't think it was a downer. I think it was life, and I think people would.
Yeah, no, I know,
understand.
but it's like, you know, we're going through this whole thing, and
that's part of a podcast, dude. Is that you're gonna sit there and you're gonna have some serious moments once in a while, and the fact that you got through 5 hours and 30 minutes without breaking today is a fucking miracle.
Oh my gosh!
After the week that you had, it's honestly a miracle. And that's why I love you, because you're a genuine human being. To get through this moment was pretty impressive. That's why I offered you an out earlier.
Yeah,
I'm like,
I know.
But I also, if you were in, I was in. So whatever. I'm just proud of you. And I think under the circumstances, very few people could have done what you did tonight. So cheers. Did a good job, dude. And you might have another beer left if you want.
I know. It's like
you don't have to. I'm not peer pressure.
I know.
We can save it.
How are you feeling?
I'm fine.
What do you want to do? You've been asking me. What do you want to do?
I mean, I'm fine. So I'm the wrong person to ask because I have a problem. I could do
this. You want to do another beer?
I can definitely get through it.
All right. So
I'm not in bad shape.
Okay.
I'm really
all right.
okay. I got a second wind after Daphne, so I feel like she lifted me up in some way. I was like maybe fading a little bit, and then all of a sudden you told the story, and I'm like, oh man, I owe it to her to finish. So, you got gassed up.
Yeah, my bad. It's got to happen.
If you crop dusted the room, I'm definitely.
I gotta get it out. So one of the funny things of that Brian had learned from being our drummer was that he was trapped.
You gotta tell this now. You might as well. It's 12:41. You're gonna get it out. Get it out.
You gotta get it out.
You don't have to timestamp.
Brian was trapped behind the drum set in my parents' basement while I was standing in front of him playing the guitar. And
oh man, Charlie bailed on the worst possible moment.
If I had, Charlie, thank you so much. Thank you.
But we're gonna clip this for you now.
We're just gonna say how Charlie survived too. Everyone, Nikki survived, but Nikki wasn't there the whole time. No, Brian was genuinely trapped in the middle of songs. I would totally be ripping ass. and it would be terrible.
It was
stomach ache, like stomach ache,
skunk level.
Oh
farts.
My good Lord! And Brian would just be sitting there playing,
and I won't back down. And I'm like, I'm backing down right now, my man. I cannot smell.
He just started because I'm not even making moves. Like, yeah, I'm letting loose. I'm just sitting there playing, whatever. And all of a sudden, Brian would just start cracking up, like, oh my Lord!
It was putrid, dude. The farts that you cut during those sessions were some of the worst farts I've ever smelled in my life.
Listen,
and like I don't know if Charlie's still on, but if you are, dude, you know he cut them. You gave me no warning. Yes, I appreciated all the cues because they saved my life at many a show. But you could have told me Mike was farting a few times. Because holy hell, dude, those were bad farts.
Yeah, it happens.
It does. and Nikki was like so distracted by it. She had to leave. She went upstairs a few times.
Oh yeah, no, because Nikki was like, she's playing the tambourine and doing backup vocals or whatever, and she's like,
cut a gas.
I don't have to stand here for this.
Yep. Mets were on. She's like, fuck this. I'm getting out of here. This is too much for me. Yeah, dude, those are good farts.
Yeah, well, yeah. yeah. Charlie was not in the line of fire technically.
He was. Charlie was off to the side, mostly carrying me through these performances. Charlie was my cue.
Brian was direct line of sight with my ass.
Yeah, so I had two visions. One was Charlie doing like the like
1, 2, 3.
Now,
Brian, now. Fuck.
Right, that's exactly what it was like. It was basically babysitting me as he was playing baby.
All right, hit the fucking crash now.
Hey, he literally would count me in verbal. 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom. There's my fart. And I'm trapped now at this point. Charlie's counted me in. I've crashed. You farted. I'm totally fucked. That's exactly what's the situation.
Right. The show must go on, Brian.
So I'm sitting there, hold on for dear life. Oh, my God. Those were great times, dude. I had the best time playing in your parents' basement, just hanging out, the four of us.
Yeah, no.
That was great. It really was. And listen, people, if anybody doesn't know this, like I was a video game drummer turned...
Yeah, we talked about
good enough real... I know we talked about it a little bit last time, but like you guys faked it enough with me to where people were like, you know what? This isn't half bad. I don't think people, if you didn't know, you wouldn't have known. You know what I mean? Like it was one of those things where we faked it well enough.
What's funny is I said it again. I said it to you actually at one point. I remember because you were nervous about playing in front of people.
Yeah,
and I said, "Listen,
let's keep it beat.
I screw up, you screw up. We all know we screw up when we're on stage. Everybody out in the audience has no idea.
Yeah,
they have no idea." How many times you screw up, they don't know. They're enjoying the music. They hear it. Sounds pretty darn similar to what they have heard. So they just keep going.
Yeah.
And as long as you just keep going yourself, none's the wiser.
I was to say, once I realized, as long as I stay on time, if I miss a tom or whatever the hell it is, if I don't nail a roll, as long as I'm on time, they're not going to give a shit.
Nobody's going to notice.
No, they just want to sing along.
Yeah,
that's all it is.
Absolutely.
It's
karaoke.
For what we were doing, it was karaoke. Yeah. Now, the originals is a different story because you needed a talented drummer to pull off originals because that was more complicated. But,
yeah, but even though...
but to do Glory Days and stuff like that.
But like, even with those, it's not like people knew what, they weren't expecting anything. It's not like, I was...
No, I guess you could screw up on an original because if they didn't know the song, then you could be like, all right, well, they flubbed that. You wouldn't know if you flubbed it.
No.
Whereas, I guess with covers, if you make a mistake, people might expect certain things to come in.
But in general, they're just listening to the overall song and kind of subconsciously filling in what they know with what they're hearing.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree with that.
So...
And once I got over that apprehension, I actually started looking forward to shows. I was like, you know what? If I see people out there having a good time, if I fuck up a couple times, it's not gonna matter.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it was actually a lot of fun. That's the one thing I genuinely miss is playing shows. And I get my fix through my cousin Chris. Who's fucking amazing. Chris is good.
That's one of those things too, where like, we talk about going to concerts or whatever, and I don't overly enjoy going to concerts unless it's a specific, like I'll go to see Extreme because it's my favorite band and it's rare that they come out type of thing, but I don't overly enjoy going to see live performances because I'm like, I want to be up there.
Yeah,
I want to be the one on stage doing that.
I can see that. Never thought of it from that perspective, but I can see it.
So,
Also, you have the talent to do it. I think that's part of it, too. For me, it's like, I can go see a Green Day show, and it's like, all right.
You got the talent to do it. We've done it.
I'm not going to be Trey Cool, dude. I mean,
but it doesn't matter. You don't have to be Trey Cool.
No, to do some stuff, I can pull it off. But, I mean, to really see an accomplished drummer... You know what I mean? Like, you appreciate... Yeah, but it's
the same thing. I'm not going up there thinking that I'm going to be Nuno Betancourt.
No, but you can do some of what Nuno Betancourt does. That's the thing.
No, I can fake my way through it.
I can't fake everything that Trey Cole does.
Yes, you can. How many Green Day songs have we played?
A few, but the ones with the slower rolls and all that kind of... Yeah. It matters to me. Like,
But that's the thing.
You know your limitations.
I say this, like... Personally, I look at myself and say I definitely can be better as a guitarist. I definitely could do better. But when I play on stage, I'm just playing I'm playing for fun in a sense that if everybody out there is entertained, then I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
I screw up all the time. I listen to all the recordings that we have and stuff, and like a lot of times I'm cringing. I'm like, yeah.
See,
I really messed that up. I
think we're all cringing at our own parts. Like,
but that's the thing.
I don't hear where you messed up. I have literally never heard a part where you messed up.
That's my point. Like, I'm listening to myself, knowing when I screw up, knowing that I should have done better, I should have practiced that more, or whatever it was. And the majority of people listening to it aren't really hearing it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the right perspective, but it takes some battle scars.
Well, yes, I'm saying at the same time, like I first learned the first instrument I learned was playing piano, and that was at 9 years old.
So that's the right one to learn on, though. That's like the baseline instrument to learn on is the fucking piano.
So when you started playing, I basically had 20 years on you.
Yeah. But you can do piano, you can do guitar, bass,
but
drums.
that's my point.
You can do anything.
My point is that like I was already at that stage of like I don't really like I know I've played in front of people before. I've screwed up in front of people before. They've not noticed it. I've noticed it. But
yeah,
you start to kind of fade that stuff out. You look at it from your own personal, point of view, saying to yourself like, I should do better and I could practice better and I can get that better next time. But in general, everybody else is just kind of having a good time. So I don't really care.
Yeah.
you're at the couple of years. I had 20 years, you know?
Yeah, I know.
So it's like where you are thinking of like, I feel under pressure because I feel like everybody's hearing every single mistake that I'm making. You know, I was 10.
Yeah, I could see that.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, you're thinking of like, I've got 20 years of experience and I'm making these mistakes. He's got 12 months, 18 months, and he's making some mistakes. The only thing I'll say about the drumming, though, is that it is critical to at least stay on time. You don't necessarily have to be perfect, but you at least need to keep the beat relatively close to time.
Well, yes, and of course, but if you are, you know, and you've done it several times where it's like there's been some kind of a screw up, but you've picked yourself back up, you've heard where you are, where you've lost yourself, and then you're like, all right,
yeah,
back at it.
No, just start going back on the hi-hat, wait for Charlie. I knew where when I got lost. Honestly, that was my guy. If I got lost, I was looking at that they go hand in hand. You know that. The bass drummer, the drummer and the bass player usually have to kind of be in line with each other more than anybody else.
It's a rhythm section.
Yes. And that's actually one of the things that I had to adjust to was like, you know, as a non-trained drummer, I used to listen to the vocals. It was like, that was my cues. I'm like, no, that's not what I'm supposed to be doing. I need to listen to Charlie.
That's
take a long time to get.
Yes, exactly. Because when you're playing music, it's a lot different to just listening to music.
Yes.
So you're listening to music, you know, for the melody. You're listening to it for the lyrics. You don't necessarily hear all that background stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And all the, you know, little magical implements that go into completing a song and making it whole. Most people take it for granted because they just don't hear it.
Nope.
They hear the front part. So you went from being that listener to now I got to be the background, and I got to make sure I'm holding that whole section that people don't really notice, but if it was gone, they'll notice it.
Right. And it's hard. It's harder than I thought it was going to be. And if I could, I don't know if I would change anything, but if I could do it all over again, I would. I almost wish I had like in-ear monitors that were just almost entirely focused on Charlie, to where I could like just listen to the bass section and be like, okay, I know that, so I can play off of that, as opposed to trying to listen to everything and play off of that. Because that's what happens. I get lost listening to your vocals, listening to Nikki's vocals, and be like, oh, this is so awesome. This is so awesome. Fuck, I lost my place.
Yeah.
And then you're trying to like pick it up. You know, like you almost become a fan. You can't do that. You have to just play the goddamn song and keep the goddamn time the whole time.
Yeah.
And that's where I got screwed up. So, but thank God you guys were super patient with me, man, because that was my lifesaver through that process. You guys were like, we're rolling with you. And whether I flubbed or whatever, it was like, you know what?
Well,
we're drawing bodies and we're having a good time. And
I said it kind of all came together very nicely, just because, you know,
we had some big shows, dude. We had not terrible draws.
And I told you those stories of like looking for other band members and stuff. It sucks. So the fact that you were competent enough to understand basic rhythm and how to move your limbs in order to create a drum beat made sense. You know, Charlie and I, like I said, we just needed someone to play with.
Yeah, I will just say it takes a lot to go out on a limb and say, because for the most part, for the first 6 to 9 months, it was like, he's going to play a basic rock beat.
Yeah.
It's going to be like, you know.
Yeah, and that's the way it was.
We did Bridget's birthday. We did all these things where it's like, he's just going to do that.
If you listen to Bridget's birthday and the Speakeasy, the first time we were there at the Speakeasy.
Where the hi-hat is like crazy open the whole time.
Yes, that's the thing. You did that to kind of camouflage yourself.
Yeah.
You know, so like people didn't really hear much else, but you were still on beat. For the most part,
everything was just washed out because of the hi-hat being open and everything.
But that was like your insecurities of how you were doing it, and I knew that that was just kind of the learning curve that you were going through, and you'll get more comfortable as we went along, and you did.
I did. Our best show was that Revolution show.
Yeah. No, we did a couple of Revolution shows.
The one where we opened for those Cougar. those like hot moms that were in the front. Honestly, there was like 150 people there, or 200 people.
Yeah.
And they were enjoying the hell out of us.
Yep.
Maybe more than the bands that came after us.
Yeah.
I'm being honest.
We
crushed that.
We played, I think it was like that 70s band or something like that.
Yes, we opened for them.
Yeah.
We did.
And
we were arguably better than them, if I'm being honest.
I thought we sounded great.
Yeah.
That night.
I thought we did great. Like everything clicked that night.
Yeah.
And I was like, and listen, you know what's good when you see the Cougars?
Yeah, when you see random people like getting up and dancing,
yeah,
like you know they're feeling it.
Yep.
And that's all I care about. I was never I was never looking for payment on what we were doing.
No, I didn't care about that.
I want people
to have fun.
I want people to enjoy what we're providing for them.
Yep.
That was the only thing
100%.
Anytime I've ever done any kind of music thing, whatever, I just wanted everyone to enjoy what I was providing.
You are not a local cover band artist, whatever you want to call it, for the money. It doesn't happen.
Yeah.
You're lucky if you make your money back in terms of the investment that you make into it. But if you get fans up there dancing and all, it's like that's what's worth it. You're playing for the fan / whatever adulation.
Yeah.
Which we got. I think we had moments that were pretty damn special. I loved it. Had a couple. What's that one in Rockville Center? That basement place that we played at?
Yeah, the Vibe Lounge.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is now. It's changed names a couple of times.
It has. But we had a couple of shows at the Vibe where it was packed.
Yeah. And
people had a great time at the Vibe with us.
What's funny with that too is that we had we had mentioned that Nikki had brought a lot of her friends to those shows, which we were like super grateful for. But even the owner had actually admitted to us that there were other regular people who came there just to see us.
Yeah.
It wasn't a lot, but he said like they heard that you guys were here again and wanted to come back.
Yeah, because they had a lot of
it was an obscure place.
They had a lot of niche audience people too,
it was
heavy metal.
Yes, but it was a very. It wasn't like an open bar.
No, it wasn't.
It was like a basement.
Yeah,
and it just had one door that led to a stairway.
Yep.
So if you didn't know it was there, you had no idea what was going on in that place.
Nope.
So anybody who went there was looking to listen to whatever music was being played that night.
Yep.
And we played there I guess
2 or
it was
3
like
times?
3 times maybe, I think.
Sounds right.
And by like the third time, the owner had told us that there were people there who saw that we because they would make little mini posters or whatever that we were whoever was playing and stuff came to see us.
Yeah,
which was pretty cool.
It was very cool, I believe it because we filled a niche that they didn't have. It was all like I said, metal stuff and like this. We catered to a pop audience.
Yeah.
And they didn't have that necessarily. And I thought we did a really good job with what we did. I was proud of that, dude. I was really proud of us.
I think so. All right. We're at 6 hours.
Want to cut it?
I think it's time to cut it.
We're gonna.
I'm starting to really feel this too. Like, oh boy.
All good. Yeah, dude. I'm proud that we got this done tonight.
It's amazing that we still have so much stuff that we didn't even touch. So I
if you're still watching right now, I don't know if it's my brother or who the hell's out there.
I know. Yeah, your brother's definitely there. Nick was there.
Thank you guys so much. Seriously.
Thank you.
Yeah.
1,000 times over. Anybody watching, again, I will timestamp this eventually, so that you can see you can just jump to different conversations that we had and stuff. We weren't planning on this.
We were going to do 2.5 hours, and we were up to 6. So we got probably a little bit of time between the now and the next episode.
A little bit.
But I think
at the same time, we still haven't gone. We touched on like 2 or 3 items.
I was just going to
say, and we had like 12 to 15 items that were like, oh, we should talk about this.
I don't think we need
that.
to necessarily wait a full month next time. It's up to you. We'll figure this out.
Yeah,
but I think
it's kind of more of a like of when can we do it, and we will schedule something, and we will have it out there. There's a lot of things. This takes time to process and edit and go through, and I'll do my best to kind of get it out there as quickly as possible.
Everybody who sees any clips out of this is a lot of Mike. Mike's doing a lot of legwork, so yeah.
Yeah, because it's that on top of me trying to do my own stuff too with my page and everything as well. So we'll get it out there, and we will we'll see when we can dive into the next one.
Maybe do a guest one time.
And I think that we could try to expand into multiple people besides us.
We need Nick. Totally need Nick. We definitely have to bring somebody else on. Listen, you and I did a great job, but I do think we're ready for a third person.
Yeah,
we'll figure it out. We'll find a way of getting him on. But this was good.
I think we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you everybody again. If you have any thoughts on what we should talk about, any kind of drinks, any breweries that you know of that you think we should try out, go to our Discord link that's in the description, and just join in on the conversation there. Add any thoughts that you have about the podcast. Also, thank you again to Pat from Lunchbox Brewing Company for providing us these delicious beers that we had today.
Honestly, not kissing the guy's ass. You guys should check out Lunchbox. You're not going to be disappointed. Great beers.
And hopefully one day we will be broadcasting live from there as well. God. That would be so much fun.
So amazing.
We'll figure it out at one point, one step at a time. This is only episode 2. So I think we have a good future ahead of us. When it comes to that.
We've laid an amazing groundwork. But seriously, thanks to Pat for giving us the beers at a discount. Sorry, Pat. And I'm looking forward to the next one, dude. It's gonna be good. We got to figure out what we're gonna drink and when we're gonna broadcast.
Yeah,
but good stuff.
So thanks, Brian.
Thank you, brother. Love
you. Thank you, everybody. Cheers. See you next time.
Good night, gall, whatever.
You have the gall to say you all.
Latest on the menu.
It's sexual chocolate.